A man's horrified scream rips through the air, his face a mask of pure panic. He's pleading with a high school student who is calmly standing on the edge of a bridge railing. But the girl seems a world away, her gaze distant and untroubled by the commotion. All the onlookers can see is the dark, churning water waiting below, begging her to think carefully. She, however, thinks the weather is far too beautiful for what everyone is assuming she's about to do. But then, her eyes catch a flicker of movement in the river, something that shouldn't be there. Suddenly, the entire crowd is pointing, their fear shifting to a new target in the water. A wave of panic spreads as they realize someone is drifting away, being carried off by the current. The girl on the railing listens to their panicked shouts, a new understanding dawning on her. And there she remains, poised on the edge, staring down at the unfolding crisis below. Her gaze drops to the water below, the world seeming to hold its breath. And then, a colossal iceberg erupts from the river, dwarfing the bridge itself. Frozen within its glowing, crystalline heart is the silhouette of a man. The vision clears, revealing a warrior from another era, his eyes closed in a deep trance. The scene flashes back to his time, showing him standing at the edge of a lonely cliff. He is poised above a roaring waterfall, a man at the end of his path. But he isn't alone. He knows he's been cornered, with nowhere left to retreat. A swarm of assassins descends upon him, screaming for his death. Their blades converge in a final, overwhelming storm of steel. But the lead assassin can only stare, realizing this is no ordinary end. Surrounded by steel, the warrior calmly notes how long it has been. He's been fighting for days, the stench of blood now a distant memory on a field of corpses. With a single, devastating technique, he creates a whirlwind of destruction. He decides it's finally time to put an end to this endless battle. The strain is immense, pushing his body to its absolute limit. He unleashes a final, sweeping strike, a vortex of pure killing intent. The slash carves a path not just through his enemies, but through the forest itself. Huge trees are severed instantly, a testament to his monstrous power. The last of the assassins are torn apart in a storm of red and black energy. As the dust settles, he turns to a woman behind him, assuring her that it's finally over. The battlefield is silent, littered with the bodies of hundreds of fallen assassins. But as he stands over the carnage, a new voice cuts through the silence. A mysterious figure in a wooden mask appears, offering some backhanded praise for the slaughter. He addresses the hero by name Goryeo, the legendary greatest swordsman of Goryeo. But the praise is laced with contempt, as he claims to see the shadow of death in the warrior's eyes. He knows that final, epic strike was a desperate gamble, fueled by a body already succumbing to poison. The masked man scoffs, mockingly asking if the crying woman was truly worth his life. Goryeo glares back, telling her to stop her tears. He's heard enough. Seeing his final defiance, the masked man decides the conversation is over and lunges forward. His eye glints, cold and merciless, as he moves in for the final kill. But the masked man is stunned as Goryeo grabs him from behind, vowing to protect her to the very end. The legendary swordsman's eyes burn with a final, unbreakable purpose. He shoves the woman to safety, his last wish for her to live on and find peace. And then, he casts them both off the cliff, a desperate, suicidal plunge. As they fall through the snowy air, the wind tears the wooden mask from his enemy's face, revealing a man with pale hair and a chillingly familiar, smug grin. Goryeo stoic expression shatters into one of pure, horrified disbelief. The man, Okyeon, looks pleased by the swordsman's shock, a cruel taunt in his eyes. In his final moments, Goryeo is left reeling, wondering why it had to be him. And with that soul-crushing betrayal, they plunge together into the freezing depths below. The vision ends, and the scene shifts to a modern research facility where a team is abuzz. Director Jung Sang-young sips his coffee, musing over their incredible find a man frozen since the Goryeo dynasty. And there he is, Goryeo, perfectly preserved and strapped down to a gurney. One of the younger researchers wonders if the extreme restraints are really necessary, but the director knows better. The man's biometrics are so far beyond human they can barely classify him. Even unconscious, the ancient swordsman emanates a profound and unsettling presence. The director advises his team to handle him with care, calling him a gift from their ancestors. But he adds a grim warning. Whether it's a gift or a disaster is something they won't know until it's unwrapped. The younger man scoffs at the thought, completely oblivious to the coiled power sleeping right before him. High above the sprawling modern city, a piece of the violent past is about to wake up. Inside a flashy sports car, a driver tries to play off a move on his passenger's leg as a driving quirk. But their little moment is shattered by a chorus of angry horns from outside. On the sidewalk, a crowd has already gathered, their phones raised to capture the unbelievable sight, because right beside them, a barefoot man in white is sprinting down the highway. The driver is in disbelief. Their car is doing 80 kilometers per hour, yet this man is effortlessly keeping pace. In fact, has not just keeping pace, has actually overtaking them on foot. The ancient warrior even scolds them for not using their blinker before weaving past their sports car. He becomes a phantom, gliding through the dense, multi-lane traffic like it's a training course. Drivers can only yell in outrage as this impossible figure continues his mad dash down the road. The onlookers are stunned, but one schoolgirl watches with a calm, calculating gaze, her mind on a different level than the rest. As he runs, his mind screams that this is all impossible. He can't shake the feeling that this has to be a dream, a figment of his imagination. The warrior looks up at the towering glass structures, a world utterly alien to him. The shock is real, a new, terrifying reality reflected in his wide eyes. And for a fleeting moment, a memory surfaces a lady he was sworn to protect. But his past is cut short, as sirens blare and police cars swerve to block his path. The officers immediately try to control the scene, pushing back the crowd of onlookers. It becomes clear this isn't a random patrol. They were dispatched on orders from above. Their singular command is to apprehend the man in white, no questions asked. One of the officers calls out to him, and the ancient warrior finally, calmly, acknowledges them. His mind drifts back to the past, to a fateful plunge into a waterfall alongside his rival, Okyeon. This current situation, however, with these strange men in blue, feels completely wrong. He was so sure that he had died that day, a fact that makes this reality impossible. As the officers grab his arms, he calmly analyzes the discrepancy, searching for the only logical answer. The memory that surfaces isn't of his death, but of one of Okyeon's most feared subordinates, a woman named Yoon Eun-hee, whose specialty was not combat, but deception. And in that moment, he understands. This isn't real. It's a trap for his mind. He's been ensnared within her signature technique, a potent and deadly illusion art. Back in the real world, the officers grow frustrated by his unresponsiveness and decide to fire a taser. But even while fighting a war in his own head, he casually catches the barbs between two fingers. He calmly inspects the taser barbs, recognizing the familiar crackle of lightning energy. The illusion doubles down, sending a powerful surge of electricity through his entire body. In the fake reality, the police officers panic and fire wildly, their leader screaming at their incompetence. But the current simply fizzles out against him. He realizes he doesn't know when the illusion was planted, but what he does know is that he needs to escape this mental prison, and fast. He scoffs at the pathetic attempt to restrain him, easily snapping the wires. The illusionary police are sent flying like rag dolls, crashing into their own vehicles. Around him, the fake crowd reacts with scripted shock, their phones recording the unbelievable sight. Amidst the chaos, he remains focused, knowing there's only one way to escape a master-level illusion. He has to find the key, the core of the technique embedded somewhere in this false world. He discards the useless taser, realizing the core of the illusion isn't on ground level. With a roar, he smashes his fist into the pavement, shattering the asphalt around him. He rips an entire lamppost out of the concrete, and uses it to pole vault himself high into the sky, needing a better vantage point. The illusionary SWAT officer can only stare in disbelief, questioning if this creature is even human. Back in reality, Director Jung Min-woo of National Intelligence furiously demands to know what's happening. A weary Jung Sang-young admits they were prepared, but never for something this extreme. His agent on the scene reports that both police and SWAT are helpless as the damage spirals out of control. Listening to the panicked report, the grim truth finally dawns on the old spy master. As Chokryujim lands on a skyscraper, Jung Sang-young realizes they're facing an entity on an entirely different level. He furiously asks if they plan on giving the president the same pathetic excuses. But then, his entire demeanor shifts, telling his subordinate not to be so tense. With an unnerving calm, Director Jung Min-woo states he will take full responsibility. He dismisses their target as just a man from a bygone era, a relic. Against the full force of modern firepower, he believes the warrior will be utterly powerless. The skies above the city are already swarming with attack helicopters, and on a skyscraper helipad, Chokryujim looks up at them, completely unimpressed. He plants his feet firmly, a lone warrior of Goryeo against an entire army. Facing down a squad of elite soldiers, he wonders if this is truly the extent of their power. If so, his hand closes around a nearby staff, ready to show them what real power is. He decides it's time to match their display of force with his own. His eyes narrow with lethal intent, his focus locking onto the soldiers. With a casual air, he calls out to the squad leader, completely unimpressed by their presence. The leader scoffs, condescendingly explaining that his gun is a weapon that has made warriors obsolete. The warning is simple and final: resist, and he will be shot on sight. The other soldiers watch, but their confidence starts to waver as they see their target's strange reaction. Cheokryujiam simply raises the staff over his head, settling into an ancient, unfamiliar stance. The squad leader is baffled, wondering if this man has any idea what kind of force he's up against. But as Cheokryujiam's grip tightens, a sudden, chilling pressure descends upon the rooftop. The staff is revealed to be a sword, and with the aura of a predator, he asks if they're ready to see who truly dies today. A cold sweat runs down the back of one of the elite soldiers. The squad leader stares, his mind refusing to process the suffocating pressure. But his shock quickly curdles into a crazed, bloodthirsty grin. This is far more interesting than he expected. He prepares to unload his clip, eager to put this fascinating new toy in its place. Just then, a sharp order comes through his comms, telling him to stand by. A new voice declares he's coming himself, as a helicopter descends toward the scene. Cheokryujiam turns, his gaze lifting toward the sound of the approaching aircraft. From the open door, a man in a pristine suit named Young Min Woo surveys the standoff below. His agents inside the chopper are tense, shouting for everyone to maintain their distance. Jung Min Woo lands gracefully on the rooftop, calmly stepping forward to make his presence known. But it's not Young Min Woo who speaks. It's an older man who introduces himself as Kang Ji-kan, the president of this nation. The soldiers and Cheokryujiam are stunned, as the president calmly orders everyone to lower their weapons and step back. Cheokryujiam is unfamiliar with the title, asking if president is the same as a king, a concept he can understand. The president begins with a formal apology for such a violent and unwelcoming reception. He then explains that this sprawling city is Cheokryujiam's future, but for them, it is the present day of South Korea. Extending a hand, he suggests that they have much to discuss. He invites the ancient warrior to a more comfortable place to talk things over properly. Cheokryujiam stares at the outstretched hand, mulling over the words "a comfortable place." Behind him, the Special Forces squad remains on high alert, their rifles still aimed despite the order to stand down. The ancient warrior's hand hangs limp at his side, the air thick with tension as he silently decides his next move. Without a word, Cheokryujiam's hand becomes a blade, slicing clean through the president's neck. The leader's eyes go wide in shock as his head is seemingly severed from his body. For the ancient warrior, this was a logical step. He believed the president was the key to breaking this illusion. From the sidelines, the security detail watches in absolute horror. Panic erupts as agents scream that the president has been beheaded. The Special Forces squad reacts instantly, unleashing a devastating hail of gunfire. But amidst the chaos, a single hand rises, commanding them to stop. It's the president, standing tall and completely unharmed, shouting for his men to cease fire. Hez drenched in a cold sweat, struggling to understand what just transpired. The feeling was terrifyingly real, and he knows for a fact that Cheokryujiam swung with genuine killing intent. Cheokryujiam looks down at his hand, questioning for a moment if he had made a mistake. But he instantly dismisses the idea. His intent and his strike were perfect. His thoughts drift back to a familiar name, the only explanation that makes sense. Yoon Eun-hye, the most powerful thaumaturge of his era, must be behind this. Yet, he finds this illusion sloppy and pointless, a meaningless display of power. He tunes into the sensation on his skin, the feeling of the wind, because the impacts he's taken and the world around him feel far too real to be a mere trick. Clenching his fist, a radical new theory begins to dawn on him. He gazes up at the bizarre metal contraptions in the sky, wondering if this place is actually real. The very real location he's standing in, the presidential safe house. A warm meal is presented to the warrior, an offering from this strange new world. He sits across a long table from Kang Ji-kan, surrounded by a wall of imposing men in suits. Still trying to make sense of everything, Cheokryujiam demands to know where he is. The old official calmly explains they're in a secret base, a place perfectly suited for their unique situation. He's urged to try the modern food, but the warrior remains indifferent, claiming food is just food. Kang Ji-kan takes this as a sign of acceptance, a crack in the warrior's unyielding facade. With that, Cheokryujiam finally vocalizes the impossible thought. Is this really 800 years in the future? A look of relief crosses Kang Ji-kan's face as he confirms that it is, more or less. But then he reveals the crucial truth that Cheokryujiam is only able to move thanks to modern medicine. A memory flashes of his own death, of the fatal wounds that ended his life, and he understands his survival is a miracle of this era. Kang Ji-kan lays out the final, crushing implication of his survival. In other words, his entire world, the Goryeo he fought for, has fallen. The warrior's eyes widen slightly, the full weight of his loss finally sinking in. Seeing his despair, Kang Ji-kan offers a comforting word, claiming he can't imagine how it feels. He promises that they will provide everything he needs to adjust to this new era. But this generosity, of course, comes with a price. With a sharp, expectant look, he asks for Chiokyujium's cooperation in return. The warrior looks up, questioning what kind of cooperation they could possibly want from him. Elsewhere, the NIS director gives an animated report to the president himself. He recounts Chiokyujium's incredible feats, as news outlets begin connecting him to the Han River incident. On national television, an anchor confirms that the mysterious man is the biggest topic in the country. The public is buzzing, connecting the bizarre glacier incident with rumors of a real-life superhuman. But the official story being pushed is a strange one. It was all just for a movie production. Kang Ji-kan explains this is a necessary cover-up, as the truth cannot be revealed. He tells the ancient warrior that the modern world simply isn't ready to learn of his existence. Meanwhile, the president is briefed on the incredible value of this frozen man. His survival represents a priceless leap in technology that could extend life for hundreds of years. The president knows that many powerful nations have tried and failed to achieve this. The most crucial element, the technology for successful revival, has always been missing. But now, Kang Ji-kan explains with a hopeful gleam, the living key to that future has appeared before them. Kang Ji-kan makes a grand appeal, speaking earnestly about the future of the nation. He asks for permission to study the warrior, only to be met with a flat no as Chiokyujium turns away. The ancient warrior simply walks toward the exit, leaving the stunned officials in his wake. He grips the large handle, fully intending to leave this place behind. Pausing at the door, he scoffs at their assumption that he would ever agree to live in this era. But his path is blocked by two of Kang Ji-kan's agents, standing like statues. The official's friendly facade crumbles, his expression hardening into cold determination. He quickly closes the distance, grabbing the warrior's arm to physically stop him. With the pretense of civility gone, Kang Ji-kan warns that they won't remain friendly either. On his signal, the agents reveal their shotguns, the clicks echoing as they take aim. And just like that, tranquilizer darts pepper the warrior's back as an agent declares it's time to put him to sleep. He's confident, knowing these darts carry enough sedative to drop a full-grown elephant. But a flicker of confusion crosses his face as something feels off. The darts begin to vibrate, glowing with an unnatural red energy. They haven't even broken the skin. A shimmering aura is pushing them back. With a soft clatter, every single dart falls uselessly to the floor. A crimson aura explodes from Chiokyujium's body, his sheer presence crackling with power. Without a single touch, he unleashes a shockwave that sends the agents flying like ragdolls. Kang Ji-kan and his men can only watch in stunned silence, their best-laid plans utterly shattered. The ancient warrior simply glances back, informing them that his departure is no longer a request. A bead of sweat rolls down Kang Ji-kan's face. He knows this is dangerous, but they have no other choice. He gives the order to increase the power, and their stun batons crackle with overwhelming energy. The agents close in, absolutely determined not to let the ancient warrior escape their grasp. One man lunges forward, swinging his supercharged weapon directly at Chiokyujium's back. He smirks, thinking the warrior should have just cooperated when he had the chance. They surround him completely, confident their combined assault will feel like death itself. An agent lands what looks like a direct hit, a massive surge of electricity engulfing his target. He roars in triumph, boasting that the weapon has 10 times the power of a standard taser. But his hand passes right through thin air. He's only struck a flickering afterimage. The agent's resolve crumbles into sheer disbelief as they realize their target was never there at all. Chiokyujium glides between their frantic attacks, a phantom they can't even touch. Their entire squad is left swinging at shadows, realizing his speed is something beyond human. For the lead agent, the confident smirk from moments ago has vanished, replaced by sheer shock. The ancient warrior simply walks past them, not even bothering to throw a single punch. Armed with advanced weaponry, the elite agents are frozen in place, utterly humiliated. They can only stand and watch as he calmly walks away, disappearing through the front gate. Back in the command center, Kang Ji-kan rubs his temples in utter frustration. He admits to his subordinate that brute force is useless, and asks if they've tracked him. Young Min-woo grimly reports that a large-scale search will be needed for such an extraordinary being. But just as he says it, another agent bursts in, screaming that they have his location. His subordinate yells, frantically asking where their target could possibly be. The answer, it turns out, is almost insultingly obvious. Chiokyujium stands atop the city's tallest building, calmly looking down on them all. With a helicopter approaching, he seems completely unimpressed by this so-called reality. In the command center, Kang Ji-kan watches the monitor, his expression frozen in shock, because without a hint of fear, the warrior simply steps off the ledge. As he falls, his mind drifts back through time, to a different world. He remembers the woman who was the sole reason he lived, a painful memory of watching her fade into nothing but dust. In this new era, He is a man with no one left to protect. He remembers a world where his greatest rival, the only one worth killing, was gone. In such a world, he believed he had no reason to exist. Now, plummeting towards the streets below, he finally understands. His life should have ended back then, locked in that final embrace of death. No, he corrects himself. He realizes his life did end that day. With his eyes closed, he accepts the inevitable conclusion to his story. This fall is simply the final act, the end he has chosen. But just as he resigns himself to fate, his eyes snap wide open. A massive digital billboard flashes past, displaying an impossibly familiar face. His peaceful descent shatters as he stares in utter disbelief. It's the face of Okion, the man who destroyed his life, now a modern-day model. The shock sends him hurtling back into a memory of his true identity. Guard warrior, Chiokryu's sword. He remembers that night of fire and blood, managing to save just one precious life. But a taunting voice echoes in his mind, telling him to look at what his failure cost. He was forced to watch as his family, trapped in a horrifying illusion, turned on and killed one another. The mastermind, Okion, stood over it all as a ritual began under the rising full moon. It was the beginning of destruction, a massacre orchestrated from the rooftops. He recalls Okion's mocking words, urging him to struggle to the very end. The villain's promise that everything he ever knew would be crushed beneath his feet. And the final, haunting memory of their battle, he was so sure he had killed him that day. A billboard flashes across his vision, a stark contrast to the darkness in his mind. He's consumed by a single horrifying question. Could Okion still be alive? The thought snaps him back to reality as he plummets headfirst toward the city streets. But as gravity pulls him down, instinct kicks in, his hands reaching out. A strange energy flares from his palms, halting his deadly fall in midair. He hangs suspended between the skyscrapers, a ripple of force marking his impossible save. With a soft touch, his feet land gracefully on the narrow ledge of a rooftop. Below, a crowd of onlookers can only stare, capturing the unbelievable sight on their phones. Across the way, a massive advertisement seems to mock the entire ordeal with the word checkmate. But Chiokryu expression has changed. The despair is gone, replaced by cold, hard resolve. Elsewhere, President Kang Jikan is absolutely losing his mind over the news. His agents can only confirm the report, stuttering that they were ordered to find the body. But there is no body because after the fall, Chiokryu simply vanished again. With his target gone, the president furiously demands to know what the nearby witness saw. All they have is a single, bizarre clue. He was asking about someone named Yu Yanwu. The schoolgirl recalls the strange man asking for the actor's name before calmly walking off. And just who is this Yu Yanwu, the new focus of our protagonist's mission? He's a world-class action movie star, a household name known across South Korea. An acting prodigy celebrated for his stunningly bold and realistic action sequences. His incredible talent has led to countless box office hits, attracting directors from all over the world. Plus, with his striking looks, Yu Yanwu has amassed a fan base as passionate as any idols. His success sent his agency's stock value to the moon, elevating the nation's cultural influence. His young guide explains that the actor is a true superstar, a great figure everyone should know. But Chiokryu remains stone-faced, questioning what makes this man so great. As they walk, a massive billboard confirms the actor's face is plastered everywhere. A memory flashes in his mind. The man he knew, Okion, was never someone like this. Chiokryu realizes that, since he also exists in this era, there are only two possibilities. Is this actor merely someone who looks like him, or is it truly the man from his past? He hopes it's the latter, and tells his guide to lead the way. He needs to meet this man right now. They have a lot to talk about, but his guide flatly denies the request, telling him he simply can't meet the actor. The researcher smirks, wondering if this man is unwell for thinking he could just meet a top star. The very idea of waiting patiently seems to strike a nerve with Chiokryu. An aura of pure power explodes from him, shattering the glass wall behind him. He grabs the terrified researcher, demanding he find a way immediately. The young man pleads for his life, but Chiokryu just wants information. Shaking, the guide explains that even if there were a way, the actor just went overseas. The location is confirmed, the United States. Meanwhile, in an opulent hall under a massive chandelier, the actor himself, Yu Yanwu, calmly enjoys a meal, completely unaware of the storm brewing back home. As he goes to take a bite, his peaceful meal is violently interrupted. A fist crashes into his face, the force of the blow sending him reeling in his seat. A large man looms over him, flanked by two others, ordering him to leave this place. He tries to deliver his line with menace, speaking of the power of his organization, but the illusion shatters as the camera pulls back, revealing a film set and an actor who's forgotten his lines. Behind the cameras, The actual film crew is fuming, complaining about the constant mess-ups. The bumbling actor senses a shift in the air, realizing he might have finally pushed the star too far. With his head bowed, Yu Yanwu tells him this can't continue any longer. He looks up, a faint smile on his lips and a fresh bruise on his cheek, telling the man to hit his other side next time. But as the actor agrees to another take, the massive chandelier above them begins to shake ominously. The actor looks up, completely clueless, as dust and debris begin to rain down from above. His confusion quickly turns to sheer panic as he realizes the massive fixture is about to fall. In a flash of motion, Yu Yanwu shoves him aside just as the chandelier comes crashing down. His expression is one of pure grit, a split-second decision to save his clumsy co-star. The entire set erupts into chaos as the crew scrambles for safety from the falling wreckage. As the dust settles, Yanwu stands over the man he just saved, who can only stare up in disbelief. He tries to laugh it off, though his torn suit and scraped hands tell a very different story. The aftermath of his heroic act is a hand and wrist now heavily wrapped in bandages. In the hospital, his manager is amazed by his bravery, but Yanwu brushes it off as pure instinct. His room is flooded with gifts, but his concern lies with the other staff who were injured in the accident. He clenches his bandaged fist, apologizing to his manager for messing up the shooting schedule. Yanwu is confused when his manager dismisses his concern, saying something else is more important. The manager hesitates for a moment, steeling himself to deliver some truly shocking news. Whatever he says next leaves Yanwu absolutely speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. The scene then cuts to the Blue House, the seat of the nation's power. A high-ranking politician, Kang Jikan, politely excuses himself from a meeting, claiming another engagement. He walks with an air of importance down the corridor, his aides trailing behind. But as he rounds the corner, he sees that someone was waiting for him. It's Cho Kryujium, leaning casually against the wall, as if he belongs there. Kang Jikan seems impressed, acknowledging that Cho Kryujium is likely the only person who could bypass the building's intense laser grid. The politician admits that yesterday was terrifying, but seeing the ancient warrior now is somewhat reassuring. The scene then flashes back 9 hours, showing Kang Jikan working late in his opulent office. Suddenly, his head snaps up, his eyes wide with shock at an unexpected visitor. It's Chio Kryujam, sitting silently before him, asking if the offer of cooperation is still on the table. Kang Jikan's composure returns instantly. He knew this day would come, and he correctly assumes there's a price. He slides a photo across the desk. It's Yanwu, revealing he already knew who Cho Kryujiam's condition was about. Cho Kryujam picks up the picture, demanding an urgent meeting with someone overseas. With his powerful new piece on the board, Kang Jikan eagerly promises his full cooperation. But Cho Kryujiam just gives him a deadpan stare, dryly asking if handshakes were a thing back in his day. A deal is struck, an unlikely alliance sealed between two men from entirely different worlds. With the deal struck, Chio Kryujiam wastes no time, demanding to know when the meeting can happen. Kang Jikan starts to explain the difficulty of arranging travel for someone 30 million feet away, but it's all just a power play, as he turns and simply invites the warrior inside. Because, to Chio Kryujiam's surprise, the man he's looking for is already here, the famous actor, Yu Yanwu. The ancient warrior stares intently, finally laying eyes on the person he's been searching for. The actor, however, flashes a confident smile, introducing himself and asking who this stranger is. Kang Jikan greets the celebrity formally, shaking his hand and thanking him for coming on short notice. Yanwu then turns his attention to the silent warrior, offering a polite, almost dismissive greeting. Extending his own hand, the man's expression is unreadable as he gives his name. Cho Kryujiam. The name alone shatters Yanwu's composure, as he and his entire crew stare back in utter shock. Still reeling, Yanwu shakes the warrior's hand, trying to play it cool by mentioning their upcoming video project. Kang Jikan, ever the politician, smoothly suggests they should all take their seats. But Yanwu can't pull his hand back, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes he's trapped in an iron grip. Chio Kryujam's eyes narrow with intense focus. He can feel the physical strength, but something is fundamentally wrong. He probes deeper, searching for the man's chi, his inner power, and finds an absolute void. The ancient warrior is completely baffled by this discovery. He finally releases his hand, leaving Yanwu confused as he concludes there's not a single trace of power in this actor. Kang Jikan smoothly steps between them, guiding them to their seats while saying he'll step out for a moment. Outside, he confers with his agent, confirming that backup is standing by. The order is to observe for now. Seated at the table, the two men face each other, Chio Kryujiam determined to understand why this meeting was necessary. Chio Kryujiam takes his tea, thinking this is just some actor who happens to resemble the infamous Okyeon. He feels a profound sense of disappointment, even asking the man if he's feeling unwell. The warrior quietly holds his cup, lost in thought. But as he gazes at the actor, a memory begins to stir, triggered by that familiar face. The scene flashes back to a dark room, where a silver-haired man leans over a solemn woman. With a chilling smirk, Okion asks her if she actually survived. His eyes are filled with a cold, mocking amusement. He notes how she doesn't seem very happy to see him, as a dark energy begins to swirl. Back in the present, Chiokyujium's expression hardens into pure fury, the painful memory returning with a vengeance. The actor across from him has transformed, lounging back with that same smug grin, revealing he is, in fact, Okion. Chiokyujium is floored. His enemy had a skill to completely conceal his presence. Okion calmly tells him to rein in that murderous aura, acting as if nothing is wrong. He notes that the warrior seems like a new arrival, unlike himself, who's been here a while. Chiokyujium demands to know if this whole trip to the future was Okion's doing. With a condescending sip of tea, Okion scoffs, claiming he's incapable of such tricks. The warrior decides he has one last, critical question he needs answered. He leans in, his voice low, asking if the miss is also in this time. Okion coolly tells him not to sound so threatening. He clarifies, asking if he means the very girl Chokryujam was tasked to guard. Then, with a twisted, taunting grin, he toys with him, wondering aloud if she's here or not. That was the last straw. Chiokyujium's rage erupts, shattering the table between them. Okion looks on with a flicker of genuine surprise at the warrior's sudden outburst. The sheer force of the explosion sends Chokryujium flying backward across the room. He slams into the wall with enough power to make the entire structure crumble, but his hand begins to glow with a potent, crimson energy, and he understands something new. Done with the games, he rises, determined to find the answers himself. The warrior's gaze is now locked on his target, his patience completely gone. But then, Okion notices something strange. The debris from the wall is floating. He's suddenly pinned against the wall, an invisible force crushing him. Yet a confident smirk spreads across his face. This is a power he can handle. But the actor simply raises a hand, calmly telling him to wait just a moment. He assures his opponent that they won't be interrupted for their little chat. He separated the space with an illusion, making it seem like a friendly reunion to the outside world. Unimpressed, Chiokyujium explodes forward, done with the pointless theatrics. The actor is caught off guard by the sudden, blunt refusal to play along. Chiokyujium stops just short, declaring that the man before him is not Okion while holding up a pine cone. Deciding to test his theory, he simply crushes the pine cone in his fist. He notes the actor hid his chi well, but couldn't stop it from leaking when he defended himself. And with that, the disguise shatters, revealing a woman's fiery form merged with the actor's body. She's impressed, admitting she never thought a newly awakened warrior would see through her so quickly. Chiokyujium recognizes the spirit's face, it's Yun Unhee. His mind flashes back to the bloody day of the rebellion. He remembers it clearly. He was the one who executed her on that cliff. He watched her die, so her presence here makes absolutely no sense. Yet, here she stands, a smug smirk on her face, enjoying his utter confusion. She explains that she's merely disguised as the actor to carry out Okeyon's plans. And now, thanks to him, she'll have some very exciting news for her daily report. With a flick of her wrist, she boasts that she's already estimated his power. She unleashes a swarm of shadowy illusion clones, refusing to underestimate him. Her clones grin, already imagining the reward they'll receive for turning him in. The clones swarm him, eager to follow their master's command to take him down. But as Chokryujium is pinned, he unleashes a torrent of raw, overwhelming energy. He glares up at the original, informing her that she has talked for far too long. Yununhye simply scoffs, calling him an absolute idiot for such a reckless display. She smugly points out that his newly awakened body can't handle that much chi without breaking. But her words mean nothing as he slams his staff into the first clone, shattering the illusion. He retorts that her petty standards don't apply to him, and her eyes widen in disbelief. With a single, fluid motion, he sweeps his staff through the entire crowd of attackers. Her clones can only look on in utter shock as his power tears right through them. One by one, the shadowy constructs dissolve into nothing, their mission a complete failure. Defeated, Yununhee seethes on the floor, but her commands are met with a simple, dismissive no. Chiokyujium towers over her, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he states he's certain she died by his hands before. His memory flashes back to a bloody battlefield, to a day he watched her flee from him in a red dress. He remembers her falling from a cliff, mortally wounded, and demands to know how she traveled to the future. She scoffs, admitting that she believed she was dead too as her body sank into the dark water. But when she awoke, it was in a different world, a different time, completely alone. After waking up from a slumber that lasted hundreds of years, She was lost and confused by everything around her. That is until she realized who saved her, the one who made it possible for her to live in this era, Sir Ok-Yon. Chio-Kryujum's face hardens at the mention of that name, realizing that Bastard was here before him. Tying up her hair, she smugly informs him that Sir Ok-Yon cherishes her, implying she is under his protection. Vowing her loyalty to Ok-Yon, she lunges forward with a sharpened hairpin, but her desperate attack is stopped cold, just inches from his unblinking eye. With a casual swing of his staff, Chakryujam sends her sprawling across the floor. She slumps to the ground, coughing, her last-ditch effort a complete failure. He calmly walks over, calling her belief that Ok-Yon actually saved her pitiful. He asks how long she's been in this new world. She weakly replies it's been a month. Then, his tone darkens as he asks a strange question. When did her body start to rot? Her eyes widen in shock, a cold sweat breaking out as she denies his accusation. But he doesn't need her to answer, whipping his staff forward to tear open her shirt. The fabric rips away to reveal decaying, corrupted flesh, confirming the foul stench he'd noticed all along. He explains that Ok-Yon didn't save her, but used her as an expendable item marked for death. A cruel, knowing smirk spreads across his face as he delivers the harsh truth. She erupts in furious denial, screaming that Sir Ok-Yon would never do such a thing. But Chokryujum simply points to the decay, reminding her it's no normal technique. He looks down on her with utter contempt, deciding she's useless for his future plans. He forces her to question everything, asking why Ok-Yon would hide the truth and give her such petty tasks. The reason flashes through her mind, a vision of herself kneeling amidst a field of corpses, deemed worthless. Suddenly, a cold, dead hand clamps down on her arm, pulling her into the nightmare. One of the bodies lurches up, a grotesque, reanimated horror, its empty eyes fixed on her. The horrifying vision forces her to face the truth. Her body is rotting, and she is going to die. But just as despair takes hold, Chokryujum offers a sliver of hope, a way to extend her life. The method, he explains, is to inject a contrasting inner chi directly into her body. He claims this is the only way to stop the decay, his own power flaring in his hand as proof. To her absolute shock, she watches the rotting skin on her shoulder begin to revert back to normal. This new reality forces a sickening question. Was Sir Ok-Yon just using her, planning to discard her all along? Chiokrujum presses his advantage, telling her only 2 people in the world can save her now. He lays out the choice, her master who is letting her die, or him, the man offering salvation. Without waiting for a decision, he thrusts his staff forward, forcing her hand. But her despair has hardened into defiance, and she catches the weapon just before it connects. Her eyes meet his, no longer filled with fear, but with a cold, newfound resolve. All her defiance shatters, replaced by a single, desperate thought. She wants to live. She falls to her knees before Chiokrujum, finally submitting and asking what he wants her to do. He simply watches her with a calm, calculating expression, his victory now absolute. Elsewhere, Youngmin Woo stands guard outside a conference room, oblivious to the storm brewing within. He senses a strange tremor and turns back to the doors, suddenly on edge. The doors fly open, and Kang Ji-kan bolts out, screaming in pure terror for someone to save him. He rushes past Yu Yeonwoo and grabs the president, yelling that he needs to evacuate immediately. The president is frozen in shock as Kang Ji-kan tells him there's a crazy person inside the room. Back in the wreckage, Chio Kryujiam turns his back, offering a hollow, mocking apology. The officials can only stare at the chaos as he calmly promises to compensate for the damages. He tries to play it cool, saying he was just seeing things and that nothing of value was lost. But outside, the president eyes him with deep suspicion, noting just how unstable he seems. Yu Yeonwoo tries to hide his trembling, shocked at Chio Kryujom's open display of power, while the spirit of Yunun Hye looms behind him. Back in the wrecked room, Chio Kryujom kneels down with a faint, chilling smirk. He laments that he couldn't even have a simple cup of tea, before promising a deep talk very soon, specifically about Ok-Yon. The scene then cuts away to a distant memory, where a master poses a question to his kneeling student. He imparts a lesson. A sword is only to be drawn for the sake of protection. A true bodyguard's duty is to save the endangered and protect them with their very life. And the final, unbreakable rule. The person they must protect stands above all else. The master finishes his lesson. Someone with something to protect will not die easily. He tells the young Chokryujim to remember this always, a lesson that burns into his very soul. Suddenly, the vision shatters, replaced by the piercing shriek of a heart monitor flatlining. The present crashes back and Chokryujim is on a lab table, his vitals unstable as researchers panic around him. He sits up, unbothered, and asks how much longer this experiment will last, much to the lead researcher's surprise. Deciding he's had enough for one day, Goryeo begins to put on a robe. He can't believe it after all this time. He'd have a dream about a promise he still has to keep. The scene shifts to a cafe, where a woman stands waiting at the counter. She turns with a sharp, unimpressed look on her face, telling him he's late. The person she's addressing is none other than Goryeo, now dressed in street clothes for their meeting. He brushes off her concern, assuring her he wasn't followed, and casually takes his seat. But she isn't buying it for a second, cutting straight to the point, feeling that something is fundamentally wrong here. He tries to deflect with a joke about her ordering so many drinks, asserting that he's the one asking questions today. But his playful demeanor vanishes in an instant, his expression turning grim as he finally brings up the name Goryeo. The name triggers a memory of a smug, almost untouchable figure, the man whose true identity he only learned at the very end. He remembers a time when Goryeo was part of the very family he was sworn to protect, standing among them. Everyone thought he had died in an incident, but he was secretly plotting a rebellion, his true face hidden behind a mask. Back in the present, the woman calmly sips her drink, noting that Goryeo had his secrets, and she was simply following a will. She then asks the critical question, are they the only two who traveled to the future? He confirms that, as far as he knows, they are. And she remembers looking into it herself, poring over documents, finding not a single trace of anyone else. He cuts straight to the point, demanding to know where Goryeo is and what he's up to. The woman reveals he's currently overseas, warning him not to even think about going after him. But Goryeo isn't listening. He feels a familiar presence, realizing Goryeo is now even more powerful than before. He suddenly holds up a hand, his gaze fixed on something far beyond the cafe walls. His eyes widen with intensity, a silent connection bridging the vast distance. And miles away, on a bustling foreign street, Goryeo suddenly stops in his tracks. One of his associates turns, asking their director what the matter is. A slow, predatory smile begins to form on Goryeo lips. With eyes glowing a menacing green, he muses that something interesting has just popped up. Back in the cafe, the woman is completely bewildered by his behavior, calling him pathetic. But Goryeo cuts her off, his voice firm as he declares he's adding new conditions. The brief contact with Goryeo presence has shattered his worldview, making him realize how pathetic and blinded by revenge had become. His hand tightens into a fist as he finally asks himself what truly matters most. A fleeting image appears in his mind, a woman standing alone in a sun-drenched field. The agent can't believe it, seeing their potential alliance against Goryeo crumble before her eyes. He recalls an old lesson: a man with something precious to protect will not die easily. It was a promise, a creed passed down from master to student. He remembers kneeling before his teacher, learning the iron rule of any bodyguard. Now, his eyes burn with a new purpose. His own iron rule is to find his lady first. She asks if he even has a way, and he admits it's not easy, as he can barely even remember her face. With a confident flick of his pen, he tells her not to worry about a thing. He boasts that he's served his lady his entire life and remembers every detail, leaving the agent stunned. And the result of this lifelong dedication? A glorious, triangle-headed stick figure. Elsewhere, a young student named Choi Seun turns in the rain, as if hearing a distant call. Her friend quickly catches up, scolding her for wandering off alone without her manager. She reminds Seun that even though they're students, her fame makes her a celebrity. She has a massive fan club that idolizes her every move, calling her an angel. But with that fame comes a darker side: obsessive, creepy fans lurking in the shadows. Her friend reminds her of a terrifying incident just days ago, pleading with her to be more careful. Seun just offers a placid smile, while her friend can't help but feel a little jealous of all the attention. As the girls walk off, discussing Seun's recent interview, they remain blissfully unaware they're being watched. From the shadows, two mysterious figures emerge, confirming that the young celebrity is their target. The woman is fascinated by her phone, amazed by the sheer volume of information in this modern world. Her companion is just as shocked, admitting he thought locating their target would require a year's worth of his chi. He quiets his partner, his gaze fixed intently on Seun as he prepares to act. But before he can make his move, a sudden, piercing scream cuts through the rain. An umbrella falls to the wet pavement, abandoned in a moment of panic. Seun and her friend find their path blocked by two men who have suddenly appeared before them. They reveal themselves as creepy fans, asking for a private photo and a hug before their military enlistment. But while her friend trembles in fear, Seun's expression twists into a wide, unnerving grin. Her voice drips with condescension as she asks if they can really handle what they're asking for. From a nearby rooftop, the two observers are completely baffled by this bizarre turn of events. The long-haired man's expression darkens, His instincts tell him something is very wrong here. His mind is suddenly pulled back into a memory, a single, fragile dandelion. It reminds him of his lady, who he felt was just as delicate and easily broken. A woman born to wealth, yet she was so sensitive and cried so often. And whenever she fell ill, she would become terribly, frighteningly sick. That memory is all it takes. He decides Seun must be protected, and leaps from the roof. But down below, one of the creeps makes his move, grabbing Seun in a disgusting, forced hug. His partner can only watch from above, stunned that he would abandon their mission to interfere. But his memory was mistaken. His lady was anything but delicate. In the present, Seun proves it, standing over the unconscious creep in the pouring rain. The fierce look in her eyes is identical to his lord's. Just then, the watcher lands softly on the rain-slick street. Seun and her friend turn, stunned by his sudden arrival. He walks towards them with purpose, his steps rippling through the puddles. He offers a silent apology in his mind, realizing his error. He wasn't too late to save her, but too late to see the truth. It is his lady. Seeing her in the cold, he takes off his jacket and offers it to her. But her response is a furious stomp, sending a sheet of water splashing upwards. With a sudden shove, she violently pushes his offered jacket away. The watcher stares, completely stunned, the words echoing in his mind. "My lady?" A chilling smirk spreads across her face as a different persona seems to surface. She tells him it's been a very long time, confirming his deepest suspicions. But then the moment breaks, and Seun snaps back, demanding to know if he's another stalker. His mind reels from the sudden shift. He simply cannot believe what's happening. He desperately asks for her name, wondering if she could have lost her memories. Seun is just confused, asking why a fan wouldn't already know her name. But her genuine bewilderment leads him to a stark realization: it isn't amnesia. He understands now that she is subtly different from the woman he knew, and he apologizes. He finally understands. This girl only resembles the woman he knew, but she is a completely different person. Realizing his mistake, he bows deeply, apologizing for his aggressive confusion. But before he can explain, two men grab him, shouting that they'll handle this Sasang. They struggle to move him, shocked by his strength, and yell for Seun to get away. Seun, however, recognizes them as her managers, and realizes the true stalker is the one already knocked out. As her managers deal with the situation, her friend pulls her away from the commotion. Yet Seun can't help but glance back, intrigued by the mysterious man with the long hair. He stands alone, watching her go, a somber look overtaking his face. She was right. He is someone with a story, and it seems to be a very sad one. A lone magpie lands on a nearby branch, a silent witness to the fateful, confusing meeting. Elsewhere, in a quiet, sun-dappled grove, stands an old forgotten tomb. The long-haired man arrives with a female companion, asking if this is the place they've been searching for. She confirms it is the tomb where her lady was buried long ago. She can't help but notice how shabby it's become, a stark reminder of the centuries that have passed. In a flashback, we see they confirmed this information with a top historian, an expert introduced by the president. According to the official records, the lady of the Min family died during a rebellion. Even her belongings were found inside, seemingly cementing the historical account as fact. But back in the present, the woman's eyes suddenly widen in sheer disbelief. Her companion, Cheokryujeom, collapses to his knee, gasping in agony. His entire being seems to glitch and disintegrate, overwhelmed by an unseen force. A voice echoes in his mind, mocking the pained expression on his face. He's thrown into a vision of the past, seeing his ancestor defeated by the silver-haired man, Okyeon. His desire to protect someone he cherished led him to break an unbreakable rule. He sees her face once more, the lady he failed, her memory a fresh wound. Back in the present, Cheokryujeom's hand claws into the earth, his body racked with agony. He couldn't protect her then, and the weight of that failure crushes him now. Gritting his teeth, he feels nothing but disgust for the life he's lived since. The self-loathing is absolute, a torrent of resentment for his own weakness. As his power surges uncontrollably, the female watcher feels the very mountains tremble around her. She realizes with certainty that her lady is gone, and her duty now lies with the child who resembles her. And so, a young girl in a school uniform makes her way up a run-down staircase. She bursts through the door with a confident smile, announcing her grand arrival. But the office is a total wreck, and she wonders if the agency has gone bankrupt. A voice from the couch stirs, and she's shocked to find her boss passed out amongst empty bottles. He claims he'd never abandoned the company, but she points out he clearly abandoned his home to sleep here. Unfazed, he introduces himself as Im Shideok, CEO of an agency with exactly one employee. Having established his authority, he immediately orders her to go cook him some ramyeon. She snaps back, reminding him that she's the company's only celebrity and hasn't even debuted yet. He ignores her complaint, stretching his sore neck as they both turn their attention to the TV, looking for any updates. She's buzzing with excitement, asking about the news, as her interview about the Han River incident plays on screen. Shideok tries to placate her, insisting she just needs to wait a little longer. But Mindula is already losing hope, wondering if a simple school audition would be a faster route to fame. His phone rings again, and his demeanor instantly shifts to one of groveling servitude, confusing her completely. Then, with a triumphant and slightly unsettling grin, he announces he's secured a meeting with a major drama production company. Her skepticism vanishes in a flash, replaced by wide-eyed excitement at the massive opportunity. The decision is obvious, of course. She'll go, and the scene shifts to a secluded, traditional building that night. A lone fly on a paper screen seems to be the only witness, setting a strangely ominous tone. Mindula arrives alone, feeling a growing unease about having a meeting in such a private, bar-like establishment. She tries to rationalize it, trusting the company's big name, just as someone from inside waves her over. Stepping inside, a drink is poured as an unseen man welcomes her by name, his tone sending a slight chill down her spine. The man, who is none other than the famous actor Yu Yanwoo, pushes a cup towards her, insisting she have a drink. Mindula is completely caught off guard, explaining that she can't possibly drink, since she's still a minor. Yu Yanwoo just laughs it off, claiming the mood was simply too good, and tells her to just get herself some water. Despite the growing unease, she steels her resolve, determined to make the most of this massive opportunity. But the actor's friendly tone vanishes, replaced by a chilling question, asking if she understands what he's really saying. He then leans in far too close, his hand landing on her shoulder as he talks about forming a close relationship. The horrifying realization finally dawns on her. This was never about an acting role. His grip tightens as he condescendingly tells her she'll be able to earn pocket money and have an easier life now. But she is absolutely not having it, shoving him away with disgust and fury, shouting that she'd never agree to this. In the peak of her rage, however, a strange, disorienting sensation warps her vision, making her world glitch. The scene shifts to Yu Yanwoo and his associate, casually sharing a drink. The associate nonchalantly asks if drugging Mindula was really necessary as she lies paralyzed on the floor. With her last bit of strength, she realizes with horror that they spiked the water. Yu Yanwoo couldn't care less, instead mocking some poor guy named Shideok for being played so easily. And we see that very man, Shideok, completely oblivious as he happily reviews the script he thinks he earned. But Yanwoo's associate is already thinking ahead, noting that ambitious kids like her don't just give up. That, he explains, is the entire point. They'll use her own dream to trap her. With the girl unconscious, the associate reports on the phone that their plan is proceeding smoothly. He promises to send the file over soon, the blackmail now secured. The chilling final reveal shows where that call is going, the president's residence itself. And elsewhere, under the cold night sky, a lone warrior stands vigil. Chakrijim looks to the moon, his heart crying out to his lost lady. He finally understands that the only thing he has left in this world is revenge. His eyes fall upon photos of his target, the celebrated actor, Yu Yanwoo. A dark aura explodes around him as he vows to destroy everything that man has, even if they die together. But his moment of solitude is broken by a calm, familiar voice. A woman in a sharp suit approaches, remarking that she's come with interesting news. He's not in the mood for games and dismisses her, but she insists that he listen. She tells him it's about the girl who so closely resembles the lady, the one with no memories. The woman drops a bombshell. The girl's name is Mindula, and she's from the very same family as the lady. He takes in this stunning revelation, his face a mask of stone. She confirms that this girl carries the blood of the woman he once served. The woman explains she'd been keeping tabs on her, but now the girl is in grave danger. A dark understanding dawns on him, but it's not the one she was hoping for. And with a chillingly casual, "So what?" he turns and walks away. He mocks her for wasting her time, questioning why he'd care about a mere descendant. His eyes glint with a cold fire as he prepares to shatter her assumptions. He makes it painfully clear. That child is not his lady. Fine, the woman scoffs, revealing she already knows the girl's location anyway. She turns away, her expression hardening with resolve, ready to act with or without him. Just then, her phone buzzes with the intel she needs. A quick glance is all it takes. Her next move is decided. With a sigh, she dismisses him as utterly boring. She leaps away, calling out his heartless indifference towards the girl's fate. If the descendant is so meaningless, she taunts, then he should just abandon her, leaving a note wedged in his door. Now alone, Chokryojim sits in silence, the weight of that decision before him. His thoughts drift back to another time, to the warm, smiling face of the one who mattered most. He recalls her playful teasing, a fond and painful memory, how she could laugh even as disaster loomed on the horizon. But that memory ends in tragedy, with her final moments ticking away as voices begged her to escape. Her final request echoes in his mind, asking him to do her one last favor, a promise that whenever she looked back, he would always be there for her. But the image of her face tragically overlaps with that of the girl he's meant to protect now. He slams his hand down, rejecting the connection entirely. This girl, he tells himself, curled up in his room, is not her. He checks the note again, Mindola, a complete stranger. She has nothing to do with him. He closes his eyes, trying to convince himself he has no reason to worry about her fate. Surely, she must have someone else in her life to protect her. Elsewhere, a young man named Du Baeksu introduces himself for a manager interview. The CEO immediately hires him on the spot, simply because his resume said he wanted to work like family. The CEO sends his new employee, Du Baeksu, home with a smile, promising to start training tomorrow. But once the kid is gone, he reveals with a smirk that Baeksu is literally the only employee here. He then pulls out his phone to call Mindola, saying her surprise is ready. Meanwhile, Im Shideok receives an incoming call from his boss, and he does not look pleased. He answers, his expression darkening with confusion and irritation. Returning from the bathroom, he finds the room completely trashed and his associate on the floor. His subordinate, nursing a bloody nose, admits he was completely outplayed by the girl. Im Shideok flies into a rage, kicking a table and screaming about the risk of her going to the police. His associate tries to calm him, insisting she's still high and couldn't have gotten far. And he's right, Mindolo is just down the hall, desperately trying to escape before she faints. She curses herself for dropping her phone, her one chance to call for help. But the drugs are dragging her down, making the hallway feel impossibly long. Behind her, she can hear the pounding footsteps of Im Shideok and his associate gaining on her. Her legs tremble, threatening to give out with every desperate step. Still, a fierce determination burns in her eyes. She refuses to give up. She finally reaches a door, her hand closing around the handle so close to freedom. But just as she's about to turn it, a heavy hand slams down. They've got her. Im Shideok and his goon grab her arms, her escape coming to a dead end. The associate raises his hand to strike her for the trouble, but his boss calmly waves him off. He says he's lost his appetite anyway, as Mindola's face sinks in utter defeat. Im Shideok has to admit, the girl's mental fortitude is impressive for holding out this long. As they drag her down the hall, his associate mutters threats, promising payback for her resistance. Suddenly, the goon stops, feeling a faint tremor and asking if the ground just shook. He isn't imagining things. The vibrations are getting stronger, and he looks down in confusion. Then, the entire building lurches violently, throwing the three of them off balance in a chaotic scream. Even Mindole looks up from her despair, wondering if this is a real earthquake. The hallway lights flicker and die, plunging them into darkness. But a door at the far end is now wide open, and standing in the light of that doorway is a new figure, a man with long, dark hair. In his hand, he casually holds a small, folded piece of paper. The man simply looks down at the note, as if questioning the very reason he's even there. He considers his options, knowing he could just abandon the girl to her fate. It would be so easy to pretend he never saw a thing, to just walk away. And yet, he finds himself here, questioning why he would risk getting involved. As his hand closes on the door, he realizes the answer is actually quite simple. He's here to do a good deed, and his first command is for them to let her go. The two kidnappers and Mindola are frozen, staring at the figure who just appeared. Im Shideok, startled, demands to know who the hell this newcomer is. But his tough guy act evaporates when he feels the violent tremors start up again. Without moving an inch, the watcher lifts a hand, and the associate is yanked into the air by an unseen force. A split second later, the goon is slammed into the ground with bone-shattering impact. Im Shideok is still reeling, the watcher's simple command not quite registering. The mysterious man repeats his order to let the girl go, his tone dropping dangerously low. A strange, unfamiliar rage begins to boil within him. His eyes narrow, glowing with a cold fury he can't quite explain. With a silent gesture, he sends Im Shideok flying backward with terrifying force. Mindule watches in absolute disbelief, unable to process what just happened. Shideok finally understands. This man tossed his partner like a toy. Scrambling into his car, his trembling finger jabs at the engine start button. He slams his foot on the gas, his mind screaming for him to get away. But the car screeches to a halt, lifted clean off the ground by that same invisible power. The tires smoke and squeal, but the car remains frozen in place. Inside, Im Shideok stares forward, bloodied and paralyzed by sheer terror. The mysterious man calmly informs him that he never gave permission to leave. Dragged out onto the pavement, Shideok weakly insists the girl just overdosed. But his captor's eyes are ice, He sees this as a non-answer. He sends the car flying down the parking garage and asks if he should just kill him now. Kneeling beside Mindula, he asks again, was she poisoned? The other accomplice, the creepy fan, scrambles over, insisting she's just high on drugs. This pathetic excuse is met with a swift, bone-crushing stomp on his leg. The man leans down, his voice a low threat, promising to break his neck if he's lying. Trembling on the ground, the accomplice is told to get lost. But before he can even process it, a squad of men in suits barrels down the ramp, shouting to get their target. A polished dress shoe steps into the scene, signaling a new, more professional kind of trouble. The leader introduces his men as an emergency security team, advising the stunned accomplice to flee. Meanwhile, the man with long hair kneels beside the unconscious Mindola, ignoring the commotion. The security leader looms over them, coolly announcing that they will be taking the girl. When asked who he is, the leader simply says it's none of his concern. He demands she be handed over immediately, threatening to use force, but is met with a calm invitation. Use your force. The protector looks up, a slight smirk on his face, promising he won't just stand by. His eyes narrow, challenging the security team with a silent, unwavering defiance. A brief memory flashes through his mind. This isn't the first time he's protected someone. He recalls his simple creed. If he decides to help, he must take responsibility. And in the present, holding the unconscious girl, that conviction is absolute. He looks the security team dead in the eyes, declaring himself her manager. Just for today. The leader is taken aback, his intel clearly stating she didn't have a manager. With his authority questioned, he demands proof, threatening to take her if none is given. But her protector calmly turns it back on them, asking how they can prove she'll be safe. His instincts are screaming. He doesn't like their faces and won't hand her over. The security leader sighs, realizing this has become far too troublesome. Deciding words have failed, he lunges forward to end this standoff with force. With a simple, almost gentle push, he decides he has no choice but to use force. The security leader is sent flying backwards, completely unprepared for the raw power. As the man crashes to the ground, the protector knows it's time to leave this place. The downed leader can only stare in disbelief, wondering if that overwhelming strength was real. Recovering, he scoffs at the protector's claim and orders his men to stop spectating. The entire security team rushes in, a wave of black suits intent on overwhelming him. But their target moves with impossible grace, meeting the first attacker with a vicious kick. The blow connects with a sickening crunch, sending a spray of blood from the man's nose. As he deals with the first, another goon foolishly tries to grab Mindula from his arms. A quick, precise palm strike to the shoulder is all it takes to neutralize the threat. A swift, brutal elbow to the chin is all it takes to put the leader down. The man's head snaps back, consciousness fading before he even hits the ground. With the trash taken care of, the protector stands over the fallen bodies, completely unfazed. He calmly steps over the mess, intending to finally leave this place. But first, he offers a mocking apology for having to rough them up a bit. As he turns to go, however, he sees the remaining security team has regrouped to block his path. Their leader rises, dusting himself off and declaring that now, he'll have to get serious. The protector can't help but look a little bored by this empty threat. At that exact moment, Mindula stirs in his arms, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. He notes her perfect timing and asks if she happens to know these persistent gentlemen. Dazed and confused, Minduli finally asks the stranger holding her who he is. Without even looking back, he simply tells her to close her eyes for a moment. The security leader has had enough, ordering his men to take out the protector and grab the girl. He begins to count, but as the word one leaves his lips, his entire world flips upside down. In a single, explosive movement, the whole team is sent flying as the protector effortlessly leaps away. Still held tight, a bewildered Mindula can only stammer in confusion, trying to make sense of the blur. But as she gets a clear look at him, the realization of his overwhelming strength leaves her stunned. Sometime later, she's safe on a couch, wrapped in a blanket but still processing the chaotic rescue. The company's CEO stands before her, having just heard the entire story of her ordeal. He's furious with himself, realizing he was too complacent and never should have sent her there alone. Mindula looks on, her eyes wide with shock, as her boss simmers with rage, thinking about the monsters who did this. The CEO knows he was a fool to think this was a good opportunity. It nearly ended in total disaster. Suddenly, he stands up and starts walking toward the door, leaving her to wonder where he's going. With a face like thunder, he declares his intent to kill them all, stating that they were the ones who crossed the line first. She asks if he seriously plans to wage war against a massive corporation all by himself. His hand clenches, crushing a cup as he admits he'd love nothing more than to expose their crimes to the world. But a calm voice cuts through his anger, as a woman points out the harsh reality. They are simply too weak. She pleads with him not to go, urging him to see reason and not throw his life away. It would be a meaningless fight, she insists, and he knows deep down that she's right. But then her expression shifts to a predatory grin, promising that they'll fight later, properly, and make them pay back everything 1,000-fold. The CEO, now composed, turns to Mindula, lecturing her that they should start by showing some gratitude. The long-haired warrior who saved them quietly sips his drink, acknowledging that they do, in fact, owe him. The CEO admits to the woman in the pantsuit that she's more composed than he is, but she's just happy to get another sweet drink. Seeing an opportunity, Mindole enthusiastically suggests to her boss that this skilled fighter would make a perfect manager. She then leans in to playfully tease the warrior, who can't help but think she's more frivolous than he first judged. But her playful expression freezes, her eyes widening as a sudden thought strikes her. Before she can speak, the CEO cuts in, asking the warrior what he does for a living and looking pleased to hear he's jobless. He frames them both with his hands, declaring that they fit perfectly into the picture he's forming in his mind. Then comes the offer that shocks the quiet fighter, a job as his new manager. The scene suddenly flashes back to a darker time, with a young Mindula being cornered by a bully's menacing congratulations. Mindula recalls another moment, glad she never told her friend Seun about that particular meeting. She remembers feeling faint, and how Seun would have burst into tears worrying about her. Trying to change the subject, she had playfully asked the popular girl for some acting secrets. For a brief second, she worried she had been too forward. But Choi Seun just smiled warmly, thinking nothing of it. To Mindola, she was a true angel. She was about to generously offer any help she could when a voice cut through the air behind them. Another girl steps in front of them, telling them they're blocking the way with an icy stare. It's the Jinil gang, and they immediately start insulting Seun, calling her a fake country girl. Suddenly, a large man looms over them, demanding to know who they're calling a hypocrite, but the leader isn't scared. She dismisses the man with a sigh, finding the whole situation just plain annoying. As the group walks away, Seun reflects that it's probably time for her to get a proper manager. Her friend agrees, adding that it's not about physique, but about finding someone reliable. The word dependable makes Seun pause, her mind zeroing in on one particular person. She thinks of him, she supposes he's not a bad choice at all. The scene transitions to that same man, high above the glittering cityscape at night. A woman lands before him, and he greets her with a cold remark about being late. She rises, retorting that he shouldn't treat her like a slave. She has a schedule too. He asks what kind, but she dismisses the question, demanding to know why she was summoned. He turns to face her, his request completely out of left field. Explain the role of a celebrity manager. Her sharp eyes narrow, thrown off by the sudden and bizarre line of questioning. She explains the job is essentially a protector, not unlike an escort warrior. Now that she's answered, she demands a real reason. He simply tells her he got a job. The male watcher then drops the bomb. He's now the manager for Mindula. She's instantly furious, accusing him of changing his mind, which he shamelessly confirms. Elsewhere, a stern-looking security team leader stands in a bathhouse, listening. One of his men reports his failure, admitting his opponent was no ordinary fighter. The leader listens silently as his subordinate rises, the sting of defeat still fresh. Back on the rooftop, the male watcher continues, explaining he fought some people while helping her. He recalls facing down a team of men, their fighting spirit feeling strangely out of place in the modern world. And in that bathhouse, that same defeated fighter trains relentlessly, proving his strange dedication. His boss slams the ground, demanding to know what's wrong, and realizing his men fought no ordinary people. He paces beside the bath, his voice dripping with frustration over the embarrassing and critical mission failure. The defeated fighter says nothing, just dipping his foot into the water as he replays the battle in his mind. Back on the rooftop, the male watcher remarks that while they are used to this, people of this era are not. The fighter's thoughts spiral, trying to reconcile what he experienced. This is the modern world, a place where martial arts chi shouldn't even exist. He rises from the water, his opponent, the long-haired man, firmly in his sights. And as the fighter recalls the feeling, the male watcher confirms it aloud. He could sense traces of chi from them. The female watcher is absolutely floored, her eyes wide with disbelief at his casual bombshell. She demands to know if he's sure, but he just coolly asks why she's making such a big deal out of it. She presses him, demanding to know if he's holding something back. Her mind races, refusing to even consider the possibility. She remembers being told that internal chi was completely extinct in this era. The memory is of a harsh lesson from the man known as Okion. He had explained to her plainly how much the world had changed. Over the centuries, the entire ecosystem of the planet had transformed, and with it, the human body had lost its innate ability to cultivate chi. This new age was one ruled by science, not the martial arts she once knew. Okion looked back with a confident smirk, praising the power of this new world. He was absolutely certain that chi was an obsolete power, completely unneeded in modern times. Okion had been so certain of his new world, completely dismissing the old ways. But his logic leaves the female watcher with a single, burning question for her companion. If chi was truly gone, how on earth did he manage to survive? He tells her this power isn't simple chi, and now he must investigate Okion's circle. She suspects he's scheming something, but he's already turning to leave, his mind made up. A painful memory of past failure flashes through his mind, a moment of utter weakness. But that humiliation now only serves to fuel his resolve as he rises to his feet. He makes a silent vow to utterly crush Okion and everything he has built. The scene then shifts to the gates of an elite high school, bustling with activity. Two students can only gawk at the parade of expensive foreign cars lining the street. This is Yongjun High School, the most prestigious school in the entire country. A government-funded institution known for producing society's most famous and powerful. And one of its students, Min Dule, reflects on her unlikely attendance here. But her thoughts are cut short by a well-aimed kick from a group of arrogant bullies. They sneer, asking why she was standing in their way with a fake apology. As she hits the floor, she knows exactly why they target her. She's a special admission case. Her friend, Choi Seun, quickly rushes over to help her up, asking if she's all right. The bullies mock Seun, calling her disgusting for pretending to care about a beggar. Seun tries to de-escalate, telling her friend to just ignore them for now. But then her eyes widen in utter shock as she sees something unbelievable. The leader of the bullies gets right in Seun's face, his voice a low threat as he challenges her. He walks away with his lackeys, scoffing at how easily she was scared, and deciding she's too weak to be a problem. Changing the subject, he mentions a rumor he heard that a transfer student is arriving today. Just then, the teacher bursts into the classroom, telling everyone to get in their seats immediately. He confirms the news about the new student, and the class starts buzzing, hoping it's a pretty girl. But as the door slides open, an unexpected presence enters, and the entire room falls silent. A pair of pristine white sneakers steps confidently onto the classroom floor. The teacher prompts the new arrival to introduce himself, and a confused Seun looks over with the rest of the class. The new student offers a simple greeting, and the calm confidence behind it leaves everyone completely stunned. Then, with a slight smile, he brings a finger to his lips in a simple gesture that commands absolute silence. He introduces himself as Chio Kryujium, and the class can't believe this is the transfer student. The scene flashes back to the president, who recalls the moment this all began, with one strange request. He had asked Chokryujium for the reason behind his unusual desires. The ancient being simply explained his growing curiosity about the modern world. Chokryujium then questioned if even the president couldn't make it happen. A thoughtful, calculating look crosses the president's face. He realized it wasn't impossible, especially with the help of the Director of National Intelligence. And so, back in the classroom, Chokryujium is immediately surrounded by his new classmates. They chatter excitedly about his long hair, asking if he's some kind of celebrity in training. But Chokryujium stays quiet, observing them as they wonder if he's just shy. But the friendly atmosphere is cut short by a student telling him to get out of the way. The well-built kid, Oh Jin-il, leans in, impressed by Chokryujium's physique, and asking for his routine. Chokryujium stares back, completely unfazed by the question. He calmly explains that his body simply grows stronger as he slashes people. The strange answer hangs in the air, and one student with glasses begins to sweat bullets. The rest of the class just laughs it off, thinking he's just playing some weird, edgy character. But the nerdy kid isn't laughing. He's having a flashback, realizing this is the monster from before. The terrifying memory hits him this destructive force is his age, and now he's right here in the classroom. As if sensing the student's terror, Chokryujium's head snaps to the side with a predatory gaze. The sheer intensity of his stare makes one of the girls recoil in sudden fear. A slight, knowing smirk crosses Chokryujium's face as his attention is drawn elsewhere. It's Choi Seun at the classroom door, furiously gesturing for him to come out. She drags him into the empty hallway, demanding he explain himself. Her mind reels with the revelation her manager Ajusi is posing as a high school student. She's furious he kept it a secret, but he calmly states she never bothered to ask. He recalls Kangjikan's words, a strict order to conceal his identity and follow a script. So he tells her the simple, pre-approved lie. He's a student on special admission. He clarifies that he's still her bodyguard manager, a job not so different from what he's always done. A memory surfaces of him carrying her through a crowd, vowing to protect her from the chi that hunts her. And now, he declares that staying by her side as a student is simply the most efficient way to do it. Seun stammers, trying to get another word in as he begins to leave. She lays down the law. At school, they are to act like complete strangers to avoid rumors. With a confident smirk, she clarifies that she's not a celebrity yet. But when she turns back, he's already vanished, leaving her stunned by his sheer speed. Elsewhere, the class president stumbles, and a wad of cash spills across the floor. He's immediately cornered by Oh Jin-il and his crew, demanding the class fees. The president glares back, boldly accusing them of trying to pocket the money themselves. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the tension with a single command. Move. Before anyone can react, a fist drives deep into one of the bully's guts. As the lackey's glasses fly from the impact, Chio Kryugyum calmly addresses the class president. He asks the boy if he seriously thought the whole class was oblivious to the extortion. We flash back a moment, seeing him and Choi Seun drawn to the commotion. She felt it too, a tiny, fleeting pulse of energy that just blinked out of existence. Back in the classroom, Oh Jin-il sneers, annoyed by the president's defiance. The president explains that Oh Jin-il runs this school, his money and strength intimidating even the teachers. In other words, he's the king here, a title Chio Kryugyum finds almost laughable. The self-proclaimed king flashes a smug grin, basking in his own perceived glory. Chio Kryugyum looks over, utterly unimpressed that this fragile little punk is considered royalty. His cold, dismissive glare finally catches the attention of the other lackeys. The class president realizes with dread that this quiet transfer student is about to start a war. The lackeys are stunned, demanding to know who he was just insulting. Chio Kryugyum offers a fake apology, claiming he wasn't trying to provoke them. He dissects their little act, asking if this is all just a performance to rise in the school hierarchy. But even if it is, he seems confident that he alone is enough to handle them. A flicker of amusement crosses his face. He finds this whole situation pathetic. Oh Jin-il tries to laugh it off, boasting that he has nothing to lose anyway. He grins, practically begging for a fight, and telling the transfer student to take the first shot. Chio Kryugyum's gaze turns cold as he asks a simple, chilling question. Do you plan to die? The bully's bravado cracks for just a split second. Then, rage takes over, and he throws a wild punch, screaming at the show-off. But just as the fist flies, a student peeks out, shocked that the transfer student is already being targeted. The fight is broken up at the last second by a teacher, who was apparently called by the class president. Oh Jin-il scoffs in disappointment, complaining that it was just starting to get interesting. Chio Kryugyum, on the other hand, seems completely unbothered, almost amused by the whole situation. As the crowd begins to disperse, the class president sinks to the floor, relieved that he managed to stop a huge fight. But the bully isn't finished, giving a smug look and vowing to teach the new guy his place. Chio Kryugyum barely even registers the threat, giving a slight, confused glance in his direction. With the confrontation over, the scene shifts to the school cafeteria later that day. The class president and his friends are trying to enjoy a peaceful lunch, putting the morning's drama behind them. But their quiet meal is suddenly interrupted by Chio Kryugyum, who walks right up to their table asking to sit. The students practically leap out of their seats as Chio Kryugyum approaches with his lunch tray. Unfazed by their reaction, he calmly looks them over. He asks if he can join them, and the class president nearly drops his food, recognizing the guy from the morning's incident. After sitting down, Chio Kryugyum wonders why everyone's attitude has changed, so the president explains that he's been marked. He warns that Oh Jin-il is the undisputed king of this school, and irritating him is a one-way ticket to a miserable life. The memories of the bully's past victims flash through his mind, students humiliated, beaten, and forced to leave. That's why everyone is ignoring Chio Kryugyum now. They're all terrified of being caught in the crossfire. But the class president is curious, asking why Chio Kryugyum let the bully off so easily when he seemed strong enough to win. He admits he thought Chio Kryugyum was unusual from their first meeting, and jokingly asks if he's some kind of superhuman. Before he can answer the president, a teacher suddenly pulls Chio Kryugyum aside for a talk. Walking down the hall, the teacher asks a simple question. How does he feel about the school? Chio Kryugyum thinks back on his experiences and gives a cold assessment. The teachers here are distasteful. He dismisses the flimsy pretense and asks why the teacher really wanted to see him. The question triggers a memory of a different conversation with a woman named Yoonun-hee. She had been incredibly direct, revealing that she had sensed someone with chi in this very place. Chio Kryugyum admits that at the time, he had no idea who it could possibly be. But now, in the present, he reveals his plan. While he couldn't confirm it then, he had his suspects. The chi was too subtle to track, so he created a situation this fight to force the hidden user to finally show their hand. He admits that while it was a good opportunity, there were constraints that kept him from acting as he wanted. Even so, his gambit wasn't a total failure. It confirmed a different, crucial fact. The scene flashes back to a pair of glasses lying shattered on the floor. His plan proved that martial chi is indeed being employed, even in this modern world. We see the bully, Oh Jin-il, towering over his victim, questioning his defiance. He orders the boy to strip, revealing the painful bruises hidden beneath his uniform. But the torment continues as Oh Jin-il offers a twisted kind of fairness, telling the boy it's his turn to hit back. The victim, whose name is Junho, tentatively approaches, preparing to strike his tormentor. Oh Jin-il just smirks, coolly asking Junho why he looks so tense. But the offer was just a cruel joke, as Oh Jin-il lands a vicious punch, claiming it's all just a game. His cronies gossip nearby, mocking how Junho was crazy for trying to cozy up to Chio Kryugyum. The humiliation only escalates in front of the silent, watching eyes of the entire class. Just as it's about to get worse, a hand stops him. It's the class president, Chio Kryugyum. He stares down the bullies with a dead serious expression, telling them this has gone far enough. But one of the onlookers just scoffs, disappointed that even the class president appears to be caving. To her, this calm intervention looks like just another form of surrender. And then Chio Kryugyum does something unexpected. He looks at the bully and offers an apology. Oh Jin-il smirks, but the apology isn't what he thinks. Chio Kryugyum is sorry his plan for a peaceful school life has to end today. Oh Jin-il realizes the apology wasn't for him as the student with glasses squares up, declaring his patience is finally gone. His eyes narrow with cold fury, fully prepared to throw down. But before he can act, a hand intervenes. It's the transfer student, Chio Kryugyum, stepping between them. He calmly takes in the scene, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. His mind flashes back to a previous encounter with this same bully, who had stripped and humiliated another student. He remembers the fight that followed, with Jin-il's lackeys already on the ground and the bully spoiling for more. A name echoes in his memory, Mr. Chio Kryugyum. It was a name tied to a stern warning from a man in a suit who told him to stay out of trouble. But that was a promise he chose to break, smashing his fist into the face of a deserving punk. Later, a student with glasses approaches him, wanting to ask him something. Chio Kryugyum is quiet, wondering why this kid would try to get close, knowing the trouble that follows him. His personal code flashes in his mind. The strong are meant to protect the weak. The student astutely points out that while Chio Kryugyum is strong, he's weak when it comes to fitting in at school. He then smiles sheepishly, admitting he's no different. He just couldn't bring himself to ignore the situation. The memory of the fight comes crashing back. One of the bullies recoils, his hand likely broken from the attempt. Chio Kryugyum grabs the fool by the face, knowing his true nature is about to show. He smashes the lackey into the floor, acknowledging that his original self is weak against this kind of injustice. It all started because he couldn't stand by and watch the ringleader stomp on a helpless classmate. The bullied student and his classmates look on, utterly shocked at how quickly the transfer student dismantled his attackers. With the two lackeys already unconscious on the floor, Chio Kryugyum turns his attention to the ringleader. A smirk plays on his lips as he sarcastically reminds the boy of his self-proclaimed title as the king. The bully, Oh Jin-il, tries to regain his composure, stepping up with a menacing glare and demanding to see Chio Kryugyum's best. But Chio Kryugyum is completely unfazed, letting out a small, almost bored ho. He casually cracks his knuckles, asking the bully if he's really curious to see what he can do. Then, with a twisted grin, he promises to show him by sending him straight to the afterlife. Jin-il braces himself, but instead of a fist, he sees two fingers approaching his face. The ultimate disrespect. His opponent is preparing to end this with a simple forehead flick. With a single, contemptuous flick, Chio Kryugyum sends the school's king flying. He watches the bully fall, his expression ice cold, finding the boy utterly pathetic. Oh Jin-il crashes to the ground, completely broken, and unable to even comprehend his defeat. The other students are paralyzed, their minds struggling to process the one-sided beatdown. It's clear to everyone now who the real powerhouse in this room is. But Chio Kryugyum's victory celebration is cut short as he senses a subtle interference. He realizes someone else secretly intervened, deflecting the excess force from his attack. A flicker of interest crosses his face. He's found someone trying to hide their power. His gaze locks onto the class president, Park Min-guk, who's sweating nervously, caught. Ignoring the unconscious bodies, Chio Kryugyum confronts the class president, Park Min-guk. The president tries to deflect, bringing up Chio Kryugyum's status as a transfer student. He leans in closer, trying to flip the script by demanding to know what Chio Kryugyum is hiding. The other students watch from afar, whispering nervously, unable to hear the tense exchange. Among them, a girl named Choi Seun can only see that the new guy is a magnet for trouble. The rest of the class is still fixated on the aftermath, worried about the powerful family Chio Kryugyum just angered. But Seun feels a shift in the air, her attention drawn back to the two at the front. She realizes their quiet stare-down is far more significant than the brawl that just ended. Cheokryujiam gives a sharp, knowing smirk, a silent confirmation that he's found his target, and in that moment, Seun's eyes widen in shock as she finally understands what's truly happening. Cheokryujiam walks away, leaving a trail of whispers and stunned onlookers in his wake. Back in the classroom, one of Seun's friends finds the whole situation fascinating. She remarks on how strange it is for someone with his mature face to be a high school student. Still, she's glad he's here, believing the school might finally get some peace. After all, Ojinil's reputation is now completely shattered, leaving him broken in the infirmary. But his defeat has only angered his allies, who are already plotting how to make Cheokryujiam pay. A flash of a much darker, more menacing grin reveals the true predator hiding in their midst. Seun can't help but feel that something about the new transfer student is just different. Her friend agrees, calling him peculiar and suggesting it might be a good idea to get closer to him. But her private thoughts betray her innocent act. She already knows him as her manager. Her friend decides there's no choice but to finally let Seun in on the secret. Leaning in, she whispers the shocking truth. The new transfer student is her manager. As they walk down the hall, Seun promises to keep the news to herself. She starts rationalizing, noting that if he's a high schooler, he won't have any real work experience. But her friend seems uncertain as Seun proposes they could just build that experience up together. Besides, Seun thinks to herself, he already seems far more reliable than her current guy. Elsewhere, Cheokryujiam sits alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, another student gets uncomfortably close, demanding to know what he's hiding. He gets straight to the point, asking when Cheokryujiam first manifested his qigong. Cheokryujiam plays dumb, asking what qigong even is, feigning total ignorance. The student with glasses mocks his denial, refusing to believe the act. He flashes back to the fight, remembering how easily Cheokryujiam took down his opponent. He leans in, questioning if the transfer student is truly so dense he doesn't recognize his own power. Cheokryujiam closes his eyes, letting the accusation hang in the air for a moment. He thinks back to the fight, to the strange energy that surged through his fist. It was a power that felt both familiar and strangely alien at the same time. The memory shifts to the teacher's office, where he was being screamed at after the incident. His new homeroom teacher was livid, questioning his audacity for starting trouble on his first day. He was told his guardian had been called, and that he would be held responsible for everything. But Cheokryujiam simply looked back with pity, telling the enraged teacher to be ashamed of himself. Just then, a sharp knock echoes from the office door. A man in an expensive suit walks in, explaining he rushed over after receiving the call. He and his entourage stand behind Cheokryujiam, calmly announcing he's the guardian. The teacher's blood runs cold when the man introduces himself as the director of the NIS. The director places a hand on the student's shoulder, telling Cheokryujiam he is free to leave. With a completely insincere apology, Cheokryujiam strolls out, leaving the terrified teacher behind. Later, on a rooftop, a female associate asks him if the little problem at school was resolved. He approaches as she confirms she acquired what he asked for, completely undetected. She holds out a folded document, her part of the mission complete. He takes the papers with a knowing smirk, finally holding the intel on the student with qigong. Cheokryujiam examines the file on Park Min-guk, asking his associate if she found anything peculiar. She reports that on the surface, he's quiet, diligent, and almost painfully ordinary. The only strange thing about him is an almost obsessive passion for his school life. He wonders if this power is something inherited, a family secret passed down through generations. But his associate immediately dismisses that possibility with a firm look. The family records are stark and clear. Park Min-guk doesn't have any parents. He only has an older brother, deepening the mystery of where his qigong came from. Cheokryujiam realizes this is going to be far more difficult than a simple background check. His mind races, questioning if the class president is somehow connected to a shadowy organization. At the same time, the entity possessing Yu Yunwu reflects on how qigong is, for all intents and purposes, an extinct art. The entity recalls searching for traces of qigong now and then, but finding nothing. The scene shifts to the very person under investigation, Park Min-guk, as he walks home from school. He makes his way up the stairs to his apartment, the evening light casting long shadows. He announces his return, but his face is stone cold, a stark contrast to a normal school day. Suddenly, a sheet is pulled down from a clothesline nearby. His older brother, face hidden by the laundry, asks a simple question about dinner, but he senses the tension, immediately asking if anything happened at school. The brother's hand clenches the fabric, his concern growing with the silence. He presses again, his voice now laced with worry, wanting to know what's wrong. Min-guk stops dead in his tracks, turns, and looks ready to finally reveal the truth. Min-guk finally reveals the source of his anxiety. He saw someone at school using the exact same power as him. He explains that a new transfer student used that very power to instantly deal with the school's bullies. To make things worse, the student seemed to know about Min-guk's own abilities, though he played dumb. But his brother's reaction isn't skeptical at all. Instead, he asks for a description of this mysterious person. Min-guk begins describing him tall, with unusually long hair before a sudden thought stops him mid-sentence. His eyes widen with a jolt of shocking realization. He spins around to face his brother, but the sheet is empty, and the man is gone. In a dark office somewhere else, a phone suddenly starts to ring. It's his brother, who calmly answers the call while his cat rests on the desk. The truth is revealed as Min-guk reports directly to his boss, confirming he's found the man from their past. The boss is surprised to hear their elusive target is just a high school student. On the other end of the line, he calmly strokes his cat, recalling a past failure that still irritates him. His subordinate quickly asks what he can do to earn back his favor, but the boss's patience has run out, his voice laced with a cold, clear threat. In a surge of frustration, the man slams his fist hard against a tree. A moment later, that anger twists into a dark, knowing smile. He understands his orders now. This is Park Daehan, a security leader for CK Shielders, and he vows to bring their target's neck to his boss. The scene then shifts to a seemingly peaceful high school campus, the eye of the coming storm. Inside a classroom, students are buzzing with the latest gossip, completely unaware. Word is spreading that a certain transfer student is finally returning. The students are still reeling from the fallout, especially now that Cheokryujim has returned the money Oh Jin-il extorted. They can't believe Oh Jin-il even has the nerve to show his face at school after such a public beatdown. The girls whisper amongst themselves, wondering if this makes Cheokryujim the new king of the school. But one classmate with glasses insists he's not what he seems, claiming the intimidating transfer student is actually kind. Outside, that same classmate struggles with the trash, baffled by how calm Cheokryujim is after shaking up the school on his first day. He offers to be Cheokryujim's guide, to explain everything he needs to know, but gets immediately shut down. Cheokryujim says he doesn't need a guide, because he'll figure everything out by observing him instead. He then demonstrates his profound knowledge of recycling by stating that cans go with cans, and paper goes with paper. The classmate is left speechless, wondering just what kind of alien has transferred into their school. But hidden away, Park Min-guk watches, convinced that this strange new student is far more dangerous than he lets on. Park Min-guk immediately grows suspicious, thinking Cheokryujim is trying to get close to him. He decides to keep his distance, convinced he can figure things out on his own. But Cheokryujim's casual observation that they're now alone sends a jolt of fear through him. Standing by the recycling bins, Park Min-guk's paranoia spirals. Is he planning to attack right here? A hand suddenly grabs his shoulder, and he instinctively braces for the worst. He flinches, his mind racing, refusing to believe he'd just stand still and get ambushed. But the hands belong to a female classmate, who has grabbed both of them with an annoyed look. She eyes them suspiciously, interrupting what she thinks is another one of their secret conversations. Panicked, Park Min-guk insists he was just teaching the new guy how to sort trash, internally relieved he avoided a fight. With a smirk, she points out they're all special admission students, and since they're friendless, she has an idea. She boldly suggests they just become friends, an idea that makes Park Min-guk recoil in absolute disgust. The scene then cuts to a man in a suit, who we learn is Park Min-guk's brother, asking if everyone is present. It's just the girl and Cheokryujim, who eagerly confirms they're ready, and demands to know why they were called. A spark of realization hits her. This must be about the job she has been waiting so long for. Her boss, looking incredibly stressed and tired, confirms it's work, much to her surprise. He explains that a junior of his is filming a web drama and needs someone for a student role tonight. The only catch is the location is far, so he asks Cheokryujim if he can handle the driving. He casually tosses him a beat-up car key, noting that the old vehicle still runs. The girl protests, questioning the plan when Cheokryujim is just a high schooler, which leaves her boss completely baffled. Cheokryujim dangles the key, calmly explaining he attends her school, a detail he never shared because nobody ever asked. Slumped over in defeat, her boss mutters about the unsigned contract, clearly out of options. The girl, sensing the urgency, asks what they should do, and insists they need to leave now. With a deep sigh, he flicks a credit card their way, a last-ditch effort to fund the mission. On the bus, he had one simple request: be frugal with the money he gave them. A request she seems to have completely ignored, her cheeks stuffed with pastries. Cheokryujim calmly calls her out, telling her to wipe the cream from her mouth before lecturing anyone. Changing the subject, he notes how close she seemed to the class president, Park Min-guk. She begins to explain their history, a flashback showing them as new students at Yongjun High. They were both special admission students, a program for the financially disadvantaged, creating a bond between them. But she reveals only they remain, the others bullied out, and that Min-guk's resilience comes from his intimidating brother. She huffs, wondering why he's so interested in Min-guk instead of her. But Cheokryujeom gives her the silent treatment, instantly pretending to be asleep. He cracks an eye open, his mind latching onto her mention of security. Their conversation is cut short as a film crew member yells for everyone to gather. As she prepares to leave, Cheokryujeom senses her reluctance for him to follow. She bluntly tells him he stands out too much, and she can't stand the extra attention. Pointing to a nearby bus, she instructs him to wait there for her to finish her work. He complies without a word, taking a seat alone as she departs. Left with his thoughts, he connects the dots, and a sudden suspicion hits him. He realizes the story about Park Min-guk's supposed security might have been a lie. He recalls the name he'd heard before, Park Daehan. Just then, the bus door hisses open, and an unwelcome guest steps aboard. A whole crew of gangsters files in, led by a man with a goatee who seems to recognize him. The leader sizes him up, commenting that they've both come a long way since their last meeting. He strolls down the aisle, offering a deal, answer his questions, and things will stay civil. But Cheokryujeom, completely unfazed, asks a question of his own. Are they here for him or the actress? The gangster pauses, his composure slightly rattled, before deciding to press on with his own agenda. He leans in and asks the one question that confirms all of Cheokryujeom's suspicions. Then, breaking his own word, the gangster throws a heavy punch, telling him to stay down. But the fist stops dead in its tracks, caught effortlessly in Cheokryujeom's hand. The gangster seems almost intrigued that his punch was stopped. He warns Cheokryujeom not to cause a scene, completely misreading the situation. A smug grin spreads across his face, certain that a little more power is all he needs. With a sharp tug, he frees his fist, preparing to get serious. He launches himself forward, screaming as he puts his maximum power into a single, glowing punch. His own men begin to panic, more worried about the collateral damage than the outcome. With his pride on the line, the gangster unleashes the full force of his attack, but his fist smashes not into a person, but into the hard metal of a bus fixture. He stumbles back, his hand completely shattered, brought down by his own reckless power. Cheokryujeom calmly notes how useful the bus equipment is, dryly mocking the unnecessary destruction. Picking up the small emergency hammer, Cheokryujeom remarks it's a much better weapon than his fist. But the gangster's underlings aren't done yet, rallying to charge forward and avenge their boss. He easily parries the first punch, noting their strange power only seems to manifest under pressure. It's a pattern he recognizes from Park Min-guk, and he moves carefully, dodging their wild swings. A quick kick sends one man flying, as he reflects on not wanting to involve the kid in this. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the hammer spinning through the air. It connects solidly with another thug's face. This artificial qigong is just a sloppy imitation. In the blink of an eye, the hammer is returned perfectly to its wall mount. He looks back at the bus, now filled with the silent, unconscious bodies of his attackers. But the fight isn't over. As a new figure steps into the scene, one who feels completely different. This new arrival steps out of the bus with an intimidating calm. With a simple wave of his hand, the mangled bus door dissolves into dust. Another man appears, glancing at his watch and noting the fight took a pathetic 57 seconds. He sighs, annoyed that he's always the one stuck cleaning up after such useless grunts. He confronts the long-haired man, asking if he's Park Daehan, but gets a question in return. Who are you? The man in the suit just gives a condescending smirk, as if his identity should be obvious. But the stranger's reply is completely unexpected. He claims to be his ancestor. For a second, the suited man is genuinely stunned by the bizarre declaration. Then, he just bursts out laughing, absolutely amused by the sheer audacity of the claim. He pats the man's shoulder, apologizing for his reaction to such an unexpected answer. The suited man continues his condescending analysis, noting that the two of them are both similar and different. Cheokryujeom's expression hardens as he reveals a hidden connection. He knows his younger brother. With a sharp grin, the suited man confirms it, mentioning the name Park Min-guk. And just like that, the conversation ends as he drives a brutal elbow straight into Cheokryujeom's face. His friendly facade drops completely, replaced by a cold fury as he demands to know who he's really dealing with. But Cheokryujeom just casually leans against a street sign, barely fazed, and asks if he really wants to know. He adds that the curiosity is mutual, before effortlessly ripping the entire metal pole from the concrete. The heavy sign slams into the ground, shattering the pavement, and proving this is no ordinary man. With the sign now resting on his shoulder like a weapon, he suggests they find a better place to talk. The two now stand in the middle of a wide-open lot, the stage set for a battle far beyond what the agent expected. The suited man calmly adjusts his collar, a smirk playing on his lips as he admits he's dying of curiosity. He unleashes a surge of energy, demanding to know who on earth he's facing to possess such power. Ryugyum simply reminds him of the condition he already set. He makes it clear. Only the one who wins this fight will get any answers. With a quiet hey, he draws his opponent's full attention. The agent scoffs, telling Ryugyum to drop the elder act as he explodes forward with impossible speed. But his lightning-fast punch is met with a simple, casual block that shatters the ground beneath them. The agent's cocky expression melts into pure shock, his mind racing to understand how he was stopped. He can't believe Ryugyum responded to that kind of velocity, realizing this man is good. Before he can even process it, a single kick from Ryugyum sends him flying helplessly through the air. He recovers instantly, launching himself back into the fray. But the damage to his pride is already done. It clicks in his mind with dawning horror. This man is reading his every attack. He throws a desperate combination, but each strike is effortlessly parried away. The grim realization sets in as he analyzes his opponent's movements. This long-haired stranger is at least his equal, if not terrifyingly far beyond him. Driven into a corner, he decides there's no other way. He has to use his trump card. Ryugyum just watches, his expression unreadable, as the agent begins to power up. Energy gathers around his arm, manifesting the spectral claws of the silent tiger fist. He rockets forward, putting every ounce of his strength into this final, decisive blow. And yet, this ultimate technique is stopped dead by a single, casually raised hand. But the agent refuses to accept defeat, stomping forward to continue his assault. He unleashes his second technique, a brutal strike aimed right at his opponent. Power flares in his eyes as he channels his internal energy. He pours everything he has into a relentless, desperate combination. His third form manifests a phantom tiger, ready to tear his enemy apart. The blow seemingly connects, sending Ryugyum flying backward. The agent plants his feet firmly, preparing for the final, decisive blow. His fourth technique rains down, a flurry of strikes meant to overwhelm and destroy. Believing he has him cornered, he roars, throwing the punch that will end it all. But his fist smashes into empty air. His target is completely gone. A voice suddenly names the technique he just used, the silent tiger fist. The agent's eyes widen as Hez asked if he even understands the art he's wielding. The key word, as Ryugyum explains, is silent. It's meant to be as quiet as a tiger's paw stalking its prey. He appears right behind him, mocking his loud and clumsy imitation of the qigong. And then, as Ryugyum unleashes the true technique, the entire world goes still. A single, perfect blow connects with blinding speed. The unbelievable power of the strike sends the agent reeling backward. In a flash, he understands that their skills are on completely different levels. This isn't just a gap in power. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of the art itself. He finally grasps the terrifying, original strength of the technique he just faced. But Ryugyum isn't done, informing him that was only the very first strike. Elsewhere, a young woman named Seun is left utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Kangjikan and Ryugyum offer her a ride home, having already handled everything else. Sometime later, in a quiet room, the sun shines brightly. A young man, Park Min-guk, lies unconscious in bed. Suddenly, the illusion of peace shatters as he begins to stir. He jolts awake with a gasp, confused and alarmed to find himself in an unfamiliar place. Ryugyum calmly explains that he's in his own home and, thankfully, his brother isn't around. Now composed, Min-guk asks if Ryugyum will uphold his end of the bargain and start talking. Ryugyum begins, explaining that while Min-guk was out, he confirmed a few things. He had examined the young man's body and found it completely empty, incapable of manifesting qigong. So he had been wondering just how Min-guk was able to handle qi at all. A cold sweat drips down Min-guk's face as he braces for the reveal. And there it is. Ryugyum presents several golden ampules he found in the house. Min-guk recognizes them instantly. It's a top-secret project from the company. Their purpose is chillingly simple: to artificially implant qigong into a subject. The revelation hits hard, explaining his brother's sudden and immense power. Ryugyum holds up a photo of the two brothers, noting they're clearly sharing the drug. But he delivers one final, ominous truth. Min-guk doesn't know the most important thing about it. Furious and confused, Min-guk grabs Ryugyum, demanding an explanation he can actually understand. Ryugyum's response is chillingly calm. If things go wrong, this secret could very well kill him. The warning stops Min-guk cold, who can't fathom what this man could possibly want from him. He explodes in frustration, shouting about what on earth his brother, Park Daehan, was thinking. Why would Daehan risk his life to spread this artificial qigong, and even give some to him? Cryogium questions if the world means so little to Daehan that he'd resort to such measures. He then gives Min-guk a final, stark warning. To protect his brother, he must stay away from the group known as OK-yan. But just as the name is spoken, a sudden, powerful presence washes over them both. Startled, Min-guk looks over, asking if Chokryugeum felt that immense pressure too. A single drop of sweat rolls down Chokryugeum's face. He felt it, and he knows exactly what it means. This new pressure is so intense it feels like it's drying the very air they breathe. Elsewhere, a crowd of reporters and fans erupts as their target finally arrives. The source of all this commotion is the famous actor, Yoo Yeonwoo. He's greeted by a woman who bows deeply, a woman he calls Eunhee. Yeonwoo casually remarks that she seems to be doing well, and she claims to have adapted. But her sharp gaze tells a completely different story, a silent and fierce contradiction. And in that instant, a strange force emanates from them. The entire terminal freezes, the frantic crowd suddenly caught in suspended animation. Drinks spill in slow motion, hats hang in the air, every person locked in place. At the center of this silent, frozen world stand only two people, completely unfazed. His eyes glow with a menacing green light, a memory surfacing from the depths of his being. It's a vision of a fatal encounter, a hand snapping tight around a woman's throat. He recalls asking his victim a simple, chilling question. Why was she still alive? Back in the present, the woman posing as Eunhee is drenched in a cold sweat. Absolute panic sets in. She realizes he must have seen through her disguise as he gives a simple command to strip. At his word, her facade literally crumbles away, the dark blazer dissolving into dust at her feet. Revealed as a woman with a large, intricate tattoo, her face a mask of pure disbelief. She had tried to suppress his energy beforehand, but now understands she completely underestimated his power. Yeonwoo simply smirks, wondering how this entity ever thought she could hide from him. His hand begins to disintegrate as he reaches for her, telling her that her suffering is finally over. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she finally understands. She realizes the green aura is Okyeon's internal energy, and possessing it must have been agonizing for him. But Yeonwoo just casually drapes his jacket over her, telling her not to be angry. He reassures her that he never planned on abandoning her, his voice deceptively gentle. Suddenly, an intense, crippling pain shoots through her body, and she can barely stand. He feigns concern, but his sharp gaze sees right through her attempt to hide the agony. A cold, knowing smirk spreads across his face. This was his plan all along. Meanwhile, at the airport, the press and his own manager are left wondering where he disappeared to. A faint wisp of energy streaks across the sky, a silent escape. Elsewhere, his manager tries to calm his nerves with a cigarette, feeling the dizzying weight of the situation. A different man, Park Daehan, takes a drag from his own cigarette, pondering a life-or-death question. His mind flashes back to a tense confrontation, remembering his own deep-seated doubts about the organization. Back in the present, he exhales a plume of smoke, a wave of frustration washing over him. He stubs out the cigarette on the rooftop ledge, just as his younger brother, Min-guk, arrives. Daehan turns with a hardened smile, welcoming him back, knowing he has to see this through. Min-guk nods in agreement, his own resolve firm he's doing this for his brother. Later, at home, the domestic scene belies the tension as Daehan prepares a toothbrush for him. While brushing his teeth, Min-guk notices his older brother staring and questions him playfully. But Daehan's next words wipe the smile from his face, leaving him frozen in disbelief. The supply of ampules has been cut off. A company crackdown means they're for members only now. Min-guk is completely blindsided, protesting that this is horrible timing with an important evaluation right around the corner. His brother Daehan watches him, thinking to himself that despite the setbacks, he can't afford to take any chances. But in that moment, Min-guk feels a trickle of blood from his nose. Daehan immediately rushes over to him, demanding to know why he's suddenly bleeding. His concern quickly turns to panic as he grabs his brother, yelling at him not to hide it if he's feeling sick. Min-guk calmly pushes him away, asking why he's being so dramatic. He tries to dismiss it as a normal thing for a student, leaving Daehan to stare doubtfully as blood drips into the sink. The scene then cuts away to a lavishly prepared meal, clearly for someone of high status. A team of suited men stand by respectfully as they serve their leader. And there he is, the boss of CK Shields, enjoying his dinner with a cat on his lap, the very man at the center of the brothers' crisis. His voice, cold and shadowed, gives the order to begin the demonstration. The subject is revealed. A man in a wheelchair, hooked up to 4 drips, surrounded by suited figures. His subordinate gives a crisp nod, ready to proceed. He explains that this new ampule is a far more potent formula than anything they've used before. With the order given, the men in the room close in on the director. As the test starts, the boss calmly swirls his glass, completely unfazed. His subordinate notes that these opponents are already enhanced users of the previous formula, but it makes no difference. They are all left unconscious on the floor in an instant. The director, Cha Jeon-il, smirks, realizing this new power will elevate CK shields to another level. His subordinate looks on, hoping the others will adapt to the new drug just as well. With business concluded for now, Cha Jeon-il praises his subordinate's impressive adaptability. He can't help but smirk as he hears that sales for their new drug are steadily increasing. The subordinate explains that with guaranteed results, the number of sellers is growing daily. The drug has even infiltrated the medical field, cleverly disguised as a simple vitamin injection. But the true boss, petting his cat, knows there's still one problem amidst all this success. He turns his attention to another subordinate, a man named Park Daehan. The boss asks what happened to a certain individual, and Daehan's confident expression vanishes. His mind flashes back to a brutal, one-sided beatdown at the hands of the suited man. The sheer shock of that memory causes his eyes to widen in fear. Suddenly, the calm atmosphere of the dinner meeting is shattered, the tension spilling over. Another young man, however, casually eats his meal, completely unbothered by the drama. Park Daehan, drenched in a cold sweat, insists he personally handled the situation. His boss seems to accept this for now, patting him on the back and telling him to head inside. The scene then shifts, taking us to the sterile, quiet halls of a high school. A student walks with purpose, his steady pace echoing through the corridor. His expression is one of pure annoyance, as if he's dealing with a persistent headache. Suddenly, he's confronted by the long-haired student, who demands to know why he's being followed. The student with glasses scoffs at the accusation, retorting that they're just walking in the same direction. But as he walks away, the long-haired student analyzes him, sensing no trace of energy but remaining deeply suspicious. He watches the other student go, but a sudden realization makes him stop in his tracks. And we see why he wasn't being followed. He was being ambushed by a bully named Oh Jin-il. The bully mocks him, asking if he really thought Chio Kryujeom would magically make his school life better. Without waiting for an answer, he slams the poor kid's face into the ground. He yanks him up by the collar, telling him he's an idiot for believing in false hope. This, Oh Jin-il snarls, is his one and only reality. His two lackeys just stand by and watch, completely unfazed by the violence. But just as he's about to deliver another blow, a casual sneaker steps in, stopping his attack. The goons are stunned, turning to see who would dare to interfere. A female classmate stands there coolly, asking if she scared him, or if he mistook her for Chokryujeom. And from the sidelines, the long-haired student watches this new development with a flicker of shock. Another figure approaches, calmly telling the bully that his little act is over. But Oh Jin-il, feeling bold, sneers and raises his fist, daring the newcomer to stop him. In an instant, a blur of motion cuts through the air. The long-haired student is now behind Jin-il, holding him fast and asking if he's sure he wants to test him. All the arrogance vanishes from the bully's face, replaced by the cold sweat of pure fear. He and his goons don't need to be told twice, scrambling away from the terrifying presence. The female classmate chides the newcomer for being late, and he admits it was a close call. Her words linger in his mind. He knows he was almost too late to intervene. As she helps the fallen student, Chokryujeom worries that he can't keep watching over her, now that he knows about the ampoules. His thoughts flash to the dangerous men in suits, wondering what will happen if they make a move when he's not around. A wave of loneliness washes over him as he recalls the comrades who once fought by his side. The girl warns that the bully, Oh Jin-il, will only keep coming back whenever he's not around to stop him. She's right, hell be even crueler now. But as Chokryujeom watches them, a new idea begins to form. He turns away, a sudden realization hitting him. There might just be a solution. The plan is simple and brutal. They must humiliate the bully so completely that he's left utterly broken. He turns to them with his shocking proposal. The victim, Moon Junho, must defeat Oh Jin-il himself. Both students are stunned, but he points directly at the boy, confirming the insane request. He challenges him directly, asking if he has what it takes to see it through. If he has no colleagues in this new life, he'll just have to create one, vowing to give the boy strength. With this pact, he promises to help him completely and totally end the bully's world. The mysterious classmate watches from above, completely shocked by the sudden change in Moon Junho. She turns to Chokryujeom, pointing out the crowd gathering to watch the boy fight Kim Chong-won. The fight begins with a brutal punch, as Moon Junho lands a clean hit right on the lackey's jaw. Oh Jin-il and the rest of his crew can only stare, mouths agape, at the unbelievable sight. Chokryujeom, however, remains perfectly calm, his expression revealing nothing. The girl asks if Moon Junho can win, but he simply replies that of course, he can't. But down on the classroom floor, Moon Junho's eyes burn with a cold, terrifying fire. Hez not just fighting back anymore, Hez there to fulfill a promise. From their vantage point, the classmates still can't process that this is the same timid boy she knew. Her anxiety grows as she questions Chokryujeom, wondering if this insane plan is really going to work. Chokryujeom calmly clarifies that of course, he can't win. Not yet. Anyway, his acupuncture points haven't been fully unlocked. The lackey, Kim Changwon, gets to his feet, scoffing at how ridiculous this all is. Moon Junho throws another punch, but Changwon deflects it with ease. He counters with a vicious blow to the gut, completely overpowering the smaller boy. As pain shoots through him, Junho realizes something feels deeply wrong. Another punch slams into his face, and he wonders why he's the only one taking hits. From his wheelchair, Oh Jinil smugly tells Changwon to take it easy on him. Changwon stomps down hard, asking if he's come to his senses yet. He grabs Junho by the collar, but sees a fire in his eyes that says it's not over. A memory flashes through his mind, a classroom scene of him being relentlessly bullied. Even now, pinned down by Changwon, he asks himself if he's still that same scared kid. But through the blood and pain, a defiant snarl forms on his face. Elsewhere, a classmate furiously confronts Chokryujeom, demanding to know why he lied to Junho. Chokryujeom just smirks, calmly explaining that courage and fear spring from the very same source. That source, it turns out, is belief, and Junho unleashes it with a thunderous blow to Changwon's gut. The bully flies backward, utterly stunned by the sudden explosion of power. A primal roar escapes Junho as he feels himself shatter the limits of his fear, realizing his own strength. With a final, devastating kick, he sends Changwon crashing to the ground, out cold. The entire crowd is frozen in shock, unable to believe that Moon Junho just won. But some onlookers refuse to accept it, writing off the win as a fluke. They convince themselves it was just a lucky shot to the chin, nothing more. Junho, however, is feeling the fire, his eyes already searching for the next opponent. He doesn't have to wait long, as a shoe suddenly smashes into his face. Oh Jinil flies through the air with a brutal kick, revealing he was never weak to begin with. Junho's body slams against the hard floor, his brief moment of triumph utterly erased. Jinil casually stands over him, telling his goon to get rid of the trash. But he stops, noticing that his victim is somehow still moving. He scoffs at Junho's foolish tenacity as the boy struggles to get back on his feet. Despite the overwhelming pain, Junho isn't finished yet. Fueled by pure rage, Junho roars that he won't be looked down on and throws a desperate punch. But his defiance is met with another swift, contemptuous kick that sends him flying. Jinil looms over him, mocking his victim for forgetting his place, a lesson he should have learned years ago. He grabs Junho by the hair, viciously slamming his head against the metal lockers. The bully keeps taunting him, wondering why he's suddenly trying to fight back now. Watching from the sidelines, even Kim Changwon is stunned silent by the sheer brutality. The other students can only watch in horror, whispering for someone to make it stop. Just as Jinil raises his fist again, a hand calmly catches his arm, stopping the assault cold. Chokryujeom has finally intervened, quietly telling the broken Junho that this is enough. He explains that Jinil isn't an opponent he can beat yet, but Junho refuses to believe it. Hunched over in pain, Junho finally realizes the truth and calls Chokryujeom a liar. He looks up, the betrayal clear on his battered face. The acupuncture was all a lie. Jinil watches, completely bewildered, as Junho mutters about how much the beating actually hurt. But through that pain, Junho has come to a new realization. He pushes himself to his feet, telling his savior that there was always a chance for him to change. He asks for just a little more time, a request that earns him a faint, approving smile from Chokryujeom. Staring down his bully, Junho clenches his fist, knowing you can never win if you don't even try. He raises his guard, declaring that he's not done yet, this is his fight. Chokryujeom gives his shoulder a firm squeeze, silently urging him to believe in his own strength. Jinil can only scoff, utterly unimpressed by this sudden and pathetic show of courage. One of Jinil's lackeys realizes the situation has gotten weird. It looks like a real fight is about to break out. But before anyone can process it, Junho closes the distance and lands a solid punch right across Jinil's face. His own face is a wreck, but his spirit is on fire, already calculating his next move. Enraged, another lackey lunges forward, throwing a haymaker meant to put Junho down for good. Chokryujeom watches the sloppy attack with disdain, already knowing it's a foolish move. But it was a trick. The punch was just a feint to set up a vicious kick Junho doesn't see coming. The blow connects with a brutal thud, snapping his head to the side. The other students gasp, stunned by the sound of the impact. Yet, the attacker just stands there, hunched over and motionless, leaving everyone confused. He looks up, dazed, as blood starts dripping from his own nose, completely baffled. Because it wasn't Junho who fell, but the attacker himself, who now grabs Junho from behind in disbelief. Fed up, Oh Jin-il unleashes a vicious kick, furious that this weakling seems to be hiding his true strength. He glares, completely baffled and annoyed by Junho's unexpected resilience. Junho stumbles back, equally confused the attack hurt, but somehow it feels completely tolerable. In fact, his entire body feels strangely light, almost weightless. His eyes dart toward the back of the classroom, and a wild thought enters his mind. Did Chokryujium give him this power? The ancient warrior just watches him with a calm, knowing smirk. But this newfound strength is useless without experience, a fact Junho realizes as another punch flies at his face. He looks up, defeated, as a voice seems to echo in his head, asking if he truly doesn't understand. He doesn't, and all he can do is brace for impact as Oh Jin-il lands another clean hit. But then, as if possessed, Junho's body moves on its own. He unleashes a flurry of blows, perfectly mimicking a move from a manhwa. He stares at his fist, his mind reeling. Did that actually work? Even Chokryujium and the mysterious girl are stunned into silence. In that moment, Junyo realizes what he has to do. He has to try the things he never could before, the things he's only read about. Oh Jin-il clutches his now bloody nose, absolutely furious. Junho's mind flashes back to all the action scenes he's devoured. He's imagined this moment not 1,000, but 10,000 times. Has been studying, preparing, and now it's finally time for the real thing. And with a final, brutal follow-up, Junho lands another devastating blow. He grabs Jin-il by the head, channeling every bit of his newfound power. With a resounding crash, he slams the bully into the unforgiving floor. The onlookers are completely stunned, questioning if this is the same weakling they've always known. Oh, Jin-il lies there, completely broken and unconscious. Kneeling over his fallen foe, Junho realizes it wasn't strength he lacked, but belief in himself. A victorious roar finally erupts from him, a declaration of his new beginning. Later, patched up and feeling the ache, he reflects on the fight's painful toll. He's on the rooftop now, waiting for someone who seems to be running late. But a sudden voice from behind catches him completely off guard. It's the long-haired student, and Junho immediately declares him his new master. The student, Chokryujium, seems completely unfazed by the sudden title. He calmly notes that the technique Junho used earlier looked like some kind of qigong. Junho sheepishly admits he was just copying some cool moves from a manhwa. Standing together, he thanks Chokryujium, having realized the power was only temporary. A slight smirk appears as Chokryujium seems impressed that he figured it out. Junho looks down at his hands, disappointed as he feels the borrowed strength fading away. He explains that after tasting victory, anyone would crave that kind of power. And then, Chokryujium makes an offer that leaves Junho utterly speechless. He can have it. The power can be his permanently, but on one condition he has to help him. Chokryujium dismisses the gravity of his request, calling it nonsense. But Junho is all in, laughing as he eagerly accepts what he believes is the duty of a disciple. With a simple question, the master confirms his new student's resolve. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he vaults over the rooftop railing, telling Junho to follow. The boy is left completely dumbfounded, processing the insane command. His face trembles, caught between sheer terror and a desperate will to prove himself. But common sense wins out, and he sprints for the stairs, realizing this training will be brutal. The scene shifts to the next morning, where an egg sizzles in a frying pan. An exasperated young man flips his breakfast, shouting for someone to wake up already. He yells for Park Min-guk, who completely ignores him from under the safety of his blanket. The brother's yelling continues, complaining that it's already midday. Finally losing his patience, he storms over and yanks the blanket off the bed. But his anger immediately dissolves into wide-eyed shock at what he sees. At the same time, a man with long, flowing hair calmly answers a ringing phone. He listens intently, his expression unreadable as he takes in the news. He lets the person on the other end speak, simply prompting them to go on. After a moment, his eyes narrow, and he confirms he will cooperate. On the other side of the call, Min-guk's brother clutches the phone, desperate. He explains that he needs help, looking over his unconscious brother's tattoo-covered body. His voice trembles as he says Min-guk was fine a few days ago, but now he won't wake up. He pleads with the person on the phone, begging for their help. His voice cracks with emotion as he explains that his little brother is his entire world. The associate on the other end instructs him to call a specific number, a potential lifeline. He tells the desperate brother not to worry, a promise backed by a chilling sense of competence. The shirtless man sharpens a knife, vowing to do his absolute best to resolve the situation. Elsewhere, an exhausted-looking executive gets a report about the recent events. He leans over his desk, stunned to hear how things have spiraled out of control. The problem, he's told, started while dealing with a girl named Min Dula. He takes a slow sip of coffee, pondering just who this mysterious girl could be. The scene shifts to a powerful man on a golf course, being asked if his daughter ordered the hit. The man on the other end smirks, confirming he knows the girl is with them. Furious, the powerful man unleashes his frustration on the golf ball. His associate explains that he tasked Park Dae-han with the job, but was betrayed. But the ball rolls past the hole, a perfect metaphor for his loss of control. His companion is stunned as he yells into the phone, asking if she's gone nuts. He turns his back, essentially begging the associate to just look the other way. The associate calmly agrees but tells his boss to cheer up, because, as he stands in a massive, sterile room, he reveals something is finally complete. A case opens to reveal rows upon rows of glowing golden ampules. 100,000 newly developed doses are now ready for distribution. These new drugs are not only effective but also highly addictive, and they've already gone viral. With the product packed and ready for transport, it won't be long now. A convoy of black cars moves out under the cover of night, aiming to cover the whole world. The scene shifts to the massive, empty Yongjun High School gym hall. A man arrives, looking around the eerie space, questioning if this is the right place. He wonders why he was summoned here, but a sudden sound makes him whip his head around. His eyes narrow, his senses on high alert, realizing he's not alone. He scans the darkened bleachers, calling out to whoever is hiding there. But the presence isn't in the shadows. It's right behind his shoulder. A woman with a cold gaze reveals herself, telling him he's far more clueless than she expected. The man acknowledges she's the one who summoned him to this empty gym, but his tone is condescending, questioning what a mere woman could possibly do for him. She cryptically asks if he wants to dance, leaving him utterly baffled by the strange question. Suddenly, her aura flares, and he's shocked to realize this unassuming woman can also wield chi. She introduces herself as Yoon Eun-hee, and he begins to wonder just who he's gotten involved with. But then her expression shifts, her sharp eyes narrowing as she seems to sense something. Declaring she smells a familiar scent, she yanks his collar open, revealing a strange mark on his skin. He's stunned by the sudden aggression, as she places a glowing hand right on his neck. With a cold look, she confirms her suspicions the medicine he's taken is very real. She warns him to accept the consequences of his power, but he angrily tells her to shut up. His two colleagues wonder when Cheokryujeom will arrive, with the man cryptically stating he's fixing something. At that very moment, the sound of confident footsteps breaks the silence. A figure emerges from the doorway, his face hidden beneath the shadow of a deep hood. He pulls the hood back, calmly noting that everyone seems to be here. The other two are completely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. It's Cheokryujeom, who apologizes for his tardiness, explaining he was busy cutting his hair. With a sharp, modern look, he asks them if he finally looks like he belongs in this era. They can only stare in baffled anger, questioning why he'd suddenly go get a haircut. He turns his back, admitting that for the longest time, he believed this generation had nothing to do with him. But he's realized that to face OK Yoon and the others, he has to adapt to their world, just as they have. A flashback reveals his resolve, cutting his own hair with a knife to become familiar with this place. Back in the present, he warns them that a dangerous item is now spreading throughout the world. He assures them that despite their differences, they are a group united by the same purpose. With a faint smirk, he looks at his new allies and lays out their new, simple objective. It's time, he declares, for the three of them to save the world. But before they can get started, he turns to the woman with a serious question. He asks her directly if she sensed whether or not Okeyon has returned. She denies it, but says she did feel a familiar energy, asking if he encountered someone. Cheokryujeom just plays it coy, his vague response leaving her completely flustered. But the other man isn't having it, suddenly shouting for them to wait and demanding to know who that energy belonged to. Cheokryujeom cuts the argument short, insisting they need to hurry as he and the woman turn to leave. But the other man isn't focused on ancient rivalries. His only goal is to save his little brother. Cheokryujeom stops him cold with a casual bombshell, revealing that he's already met his brother, Minguk. The scene shifts, showing Minguk unconscious and covered in ghastly markings. As Cheokryujeom states his condition is incurable, he explains the original substance was tainted, mixed with other elements that have corrupted his body. The brother is horrified, realizing Minguk must have taken another, different ampule behind his back. The priority now, Cheokryujeom declares, is to figure out what those new elements are. The woman then adds crucial intel. She's heard about plans to mass-produce a brand new ampule. This new version has intensified effects, but the risks are far greater than before. A dangerous hope sparks in the man's eyes. If he can find that, he might save his brother, but he can't help but wonder if this kid is telling the truth. The older brother recalls his complete helplessness, how no hospital could ever help. But a sudden thought makes him pause. He stares in utter disbelief as a strange energy restores his own skin. Chio Kryujiam watches on, confirming with a confident smirk that this is only natural. All of the man's suspicion finally melts away into pure, unadulterated gratitude. He thanks the boy, not just for the healing, but for simply showing up in his darkest hour. His associate cuts to the chase, asking if they know how to find the new ampule. But the mysterious man explains that such intel is heavily guarded. He concludes that their only option is to go directly after the head of the operation. The woman, however, flatly rejects that idea, leaving him confused. Chio Kryujiam holds up the ampule, stating that their true objective isn't retrieval, but destruction. He explains that simply taking out the heads is pointless, as they could be working for someone else. The mysterious man agrees it's too reckless, but the woman stubbornly declares she'll figure out a way from the inside. She admits it will be a troublesome process, likely forcing them to climb the organization from the very bottom. But before they can finalize the plan, the man interrupts, revealing there's something else he failed to mention. The weight of his words hangs in the air, capturing their full attention. Chio Kryujiam's eyes widen, demanding to know what he's hiding. The scene suddenly shifts to a sprawling high school campus. Inside a classroom, a teacher slams his desk, furiously demanding to know where the class president is. A student reports that the president is absent, leaving the teacher utterly stunned. The news of Park Min-guk's absence ripples through the classroom, catching one girl's attention. Moon Junho adds that Oh Jin-il is also missing, snickering that he must be too embarrassed to show up. But the girl isn't focused on gossip. She finds Cho Kryujiam alone on the rooftop. She confronts him directly, demanding to know what's going on with their class president. He plays dumb, claiming to know nothing, but she sees right through the lie. He stops her short, turning to ask if she's really that worried about him. Then, with a knowing look, he calmly assures her that Min-guk will be back soon. Elsewhere, Park Min-guk himself is far from okay, convulsing violently in bed, drenched in sweat. The ordeal seems to pass as his breathing evens out, the strange tattoos on his skin still prominent. A single drop of sweat rolls from his chin as he exhales, having survived whatever that was. His brother watches over him, confirming the treatment worked but knowing it means Min-guk will be unconscious for months. Back on the rooftop, the girl relentlessly pushes Cho Kryujiam, demanding he spill what he knows. Without a word, he suddenly claps a hand over her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. He pulls her back, whispering urgently that someone else is here on the roof. Just then, the door swings open, and Choi Seun steps out, calling a name. She immediately spots the two of them together and stops in her tracks. Thinking fast, the mysterious girl pivots, clinging to Cho Kryujiam and claiming he told her everything. He seems surprised by her quick lie, especially when Seun asks if they're really that close. To double down, the girl grabs Seun, loudly declaring them the best of friends, much to Seun's confusion. Chio Kryujiam watches the chaotic display, then reaches out as if to test the fabric of her story. Instead of addressing the girl clinging to him, Chio Kryujiam coolly notes that this is the first time the two girls are greeting each other properly. Choi Seun is immediately flustered by the sudden attention, a blush creeping across her face. Her eyes dart around in confusion, completely lost as to why he's singling her out. She looks up at him, nervously asking him what he's talking about. He just stares back, his silent, intense gaze fixed squarely on Choi Seun. The scene shifts, cutting to a man who begins a somber confession about something he's kept hidden. With a heavy heart, he reveals it was his boss's order to target them, and someone named Min Dule. He explains to Park Min-guk's brother that he managed to stop it by filing a false report, a revelation that leaves the brother stunned. Whipping around, the brother demands to know the identity of this boss, and their reason for targeting a child. The informant's expression turns deadly serious. He doesn't know for sure, but he has a very good idea of who's behind it all. The narration reveals it was a favor he simply couldn't refuse. In a shocking move, Chio Kryujiam leans in and kisses a completely frozen Choi Seun. He pulls away with a subtle, confident expression on his face. Her eyes are wide with disbelief, the moment replaying in her mind. She stumbles backward, utterly flustered and confused by his actions. A protective classmate immediately confronts Cho Kryujiam, demanding to know what he said to her. But the girls are already sprinting away in a panic as the boy desperately calls out Seun's name. The scene then transitions to a rooftop where Cho Kryujiam is met by his female associate. She reports that yes, she has gathered intel on the boss he was asking about. He casually asks if the boss's last name is Choi, a question that stops her cold, wondering how he knew. She's completely taken aback, stammering as she asks how he could possibly know. But he just deflects, asking her instead if she remembers the name Choi Gyung. The name triggers a memory of pure, unadulterated power, a tree trunk snapped in two. An entire squad of warriors lay scattered and broken in a forest clearing. A lone, imposing figure turns his back on the devastation he single-handedly caused. This was the man they called the Beast, the infamous Choi Gyong. Back in the present, she confirms she knows the name. He was a subordinate of OK Yan. Chokryu listens as she explains the man is now the chairman of CK Shielders. He's living under a new name, Choi Jongwon, surrounded by his corporate lackeys. And we see him now, the once feared beast, reduced to a gluttonous chairman demanding food. And as the sun sets, we're pulled into a tense memory from his school days. Chokryu walks alongside a classmate, the atmosphere between them thick with suspicion. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, bringing their walk to an abrupt halt. He turns, asking if she's not going to tell him what's really on her mind. But she flips the question on him, demanding to know what he said to make Seun leave early. He offers a faint, almost dismissive smile, completely unfazed by her anger. He tells her that even if he explained everything, she just wouldn't believe it. She scoffs at his arrogance, tired of the games and insisting he tell her immediately. Instead of answering, he simply turns his back to walk away. Then he stops, finally calling her by name Min Dula, and bringing up all the harassment she's been suffering. He then drops a bombshell, revealing it was Seun behind all the torment she's endured. The revelation hits her like a truck. She can't even begin to process how that's possible. With a deadpan expression, he challenges her, asking how she could ever prove such a thing. This, he says, is exactly why he knew she wouldn't believe a word he said. After a long, heavy silence, she finally seems to grasp the cold, hard truth of the situation. Utterly defeated, she tells him she'll walk the rest of the way by herself. She finds a spot on some steps, slumping down as her mind drifts back in time. She recalls the memory of a familiar voice calling out her name in a quiet classroom. It was him, a younger Chokryu, extending a hand and asking to be friends. The memory is still vivid, her own shock and disbelief that he was talking to her. She remembers her own hesitation, wondering why he'd approach her, and thinking it would do her no good. But then, another girl had stepped in, linking arms with her and declaring that their happiness was all that mattered. From that day on, the two of them were inseparable, sharing meals in the cafeteria. They spent their days shopping, with Mindola happily taking photos of her new best friend. Their bond deepened over shared songs and carefree nights at karaoke. For a while, it was a simple and happy friendship, a world away from the troubles she felt around Chokryu. But now, sitting alone in the dark, that memory sparks a horrible, creeping doubt. A sudden realization forces her to her feet, her body moving on instinct. She stares off into the city lights, her mind connecting dots she never wanted to see. The look on her face shifts to one of dawning horror as a terrible truth begins to settle in. The memory is so vivid a moment when she and Chokryu were so close. He had asked her a question back then, one that seemed so simple at the time. Why did she hate Mindola with such a burning passion? In the present, she covers her face, overwhelmed by how twisted everything has become. Her regret quickly hardens into a cold, seething rage directed at those responsible. Elsewhere, her father, Choi Jongwon, is deep in a serious discussion with an associate. Their meeting is abruptly interrupted as the door swings open without warning. His associate turns, surprised by the bold intrusion. It's his daughter, lounging in the main chair with an air of complete confidence. With a tired sigh, Choi Jongwon dismisses his man, preparing to deal with his child. Choi Jongwon addresses his daughter, Seun, who listens with a cold, judging stare. He admits that he's made a serious mistake, his powerful demeanor crumbling before her. He begs her not to be too upset, assuring her that the situation will be resolved soon. After all, he's entrusted the whole mess to a man named Gyeon-il, who looks smugly confident. Elsewhere, another team is facing a crisis, their leader stating that they have no time to waste. He explains that distribution of a new ampule has started, but his team was excluded, which can only mean one thing. His associates realize their cover has likely been blown and ask what their next move is. The leader reveals there's another way, stating that not all trades need to go through official channels. There are always secret deals, he explains, just like the back alley trades for illegal drugs. His female colleague looks completely baffled by the slang, having no idea what he's talking about. The leader explains these trades happen on social media, using apps like Telegram. His student associate, however, looks at him blankly, having never even heard of it. Growing impatient, the leader spells it out. It's a messenger app, used on phones. But the entire team just stares back, hopelessly lost in this conversation about modern tech. He finally snaps, exasperated by their complete and utter cluelessness. The female associate demands he explain from the beginning, but he gives up in frustration. Just then, the student associate speaks up, a sly look on his face, saying he might know someone. He shows them a phone with an anonymous chat log for vitamin shots and their prices. He places an order for 2, and the dealer immediately sends back a meeting location. With the deal set up in seconds, their new plan is officially a go. And so, Moon Junho heads out, his mind focused on the one job he was given. Surrounded by his new associates, he knows he just has to close this deal. He remembers the student associate's instructions. It won't be hard, and he'll provide backup once the trade is done. But the kid also gave him a grim warning to be careful, because these dealers are dangerous. That thought alone is enough to make Junho break out in a cold sweat, suddenly desperate for an exit. Too late for that, though. As the train pulls into the final station, he looks up, his heart pounding. This is it, the meeting point. Alone in the now empty train car, he clears his throat, anxiously wondering where the dealer could be. Then, a door at the far end of the car slides open with a heavy click. An imposing man in a suit stands in the doorway, summoning him forward, and Junho realizes this is their guy. The man's face is a mask of cold impatience, and Junho can't help but think he looks absolutely terrifying. He approaches cautiously, realizing this is how a real underground deal goes down, far from prying eyes. Trying to rush through the fear, he shoves the money forward, just wanting the mission to be over. The cash is about to exchange hands, the deal a hair's breadth from completion. But suddenly, the dealer snatches his hand back, stopping the transaction cold. To Junho's complete disbelief, the man simply answers his phone right in the middle of their deal. The kid is left frozen, wondering what could possibly be so important to interrupt this. Then the dealer speaks, relaying a shocking order. They're to abort the trade immediately. The command apparently came from the director, leaving Junho in a cold sweat as his simple mission unravels. The dealer then turns his sharp gaze on him, demanding to know where his master is. The dealer beckons him closer, but Junho's mind is screaming that if he gets caught, he's dead. Fueled by sheer terror, he spins around and makes a desperate bolt for the exit. His pursuers are left momentarily stunned, not expecting the kid to actually try and run. But his escape is cut short as he finds the door blocked by more thugs, sending him sprawling to the ground. Trapped and out of options, the crushing realization of his mistake hits him hard. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the tension, telling him that it's all fine. He looks up to see a confident man standing over him, introducing himself as an ally. Junho stares in disbelief, a flicker of hope igniting as he thinks he might just be saved. Then he recognizes the man's face, it's Minguk's older brother. His eyes widen as he struggles to process this completely unexpected turn of events. Minguk's brother grabs the terrified Junho, casually asking the other thugs if this kid is the problem. Poor Junho is still completely lost, wondering how he ended up in this mess just from nodding off. He can only stare up at the man, his mind struggling to process the sudden turn of events. The dealer, however, knows exactly who this is, and he immediately bows, addressing him as the Team 3 leader. The team leader waves it off, clearly annoyed by the whole situation and the waste of his time. The scene then cuts away to Chokra Yujium, who finds himself standing alone in a busy subway station. He looks around, completely disoriented, and with no idea where he's supposed to go. Back with the thugs, the team leader gets to the real reason he's here, demanding the newly developed ampule. The dealer freezes, his expression revealing that he knows exactly what the man is talking about. One of his subordinates foolishly blurts out that Team 3's delivery is scheduled for tomorrow, spilling the secret. The team leader's lips curl into a confident smirk, seeing his opening. He leans in, pressing his advantage and demanding to know the exact location. The dealer stammers, completely intimidated, while his partner tries to justify giving up the information early. The team leader watches them, his plan falling perfectly into place, wondering if they're foolish enough to bite. But just as they're about to spill, a sudden notification chimes on their phones. They both glance down, their expressions shifting from fear to utter confusion. Something isn't right. A text from their actual boss warns them to be wary of Team 3's leader, Park Daehan. The game is up. Realizing he's been exposed, the man explodes into motion with a vicious kick. Both men are sent flying down the train car, completely overpowered by the sudden assault. He closes the distance, deciding that if they won't talk, he has no choice but to use his power. The dealer's desperate punch is met with a solid block, shattering his arm on impact. With his opponents refusing to cooperate, the team leader decides he has no other choice. He scoffs at the two fools now crumpled at his feet. A vicious blow to the gut sends the dealer flying, a painful lesson for his silence. But then, one of his own associates pulls out a strange ampule, questioning if this is all it takes to be a leader. With a sharp glint in his eye, the man in the hoodie prepares to use it. He believes this power is worth the risk, jamming the injector straight into his neck. The team leader watches in shock, realizing exactly what that device is. A sinister grin spreads across the associate's face as he confirms it's the upgraded ampule. In the next instant, the tables turn, and the team leader is sent flying backward by an immense force. The traitor scoffs, claiming he didn't even put any real feeling into that pathetic punch. He gloats about Team 2's adaptability, mocking how easily has wielding this new power. Just then, another player steps forward, the dealer surprised the team leader is even conscious. He smugly reveals his own ampule, taunting his rival about being left out of the upgrade. But before he can use it, the injector shatters in his hand in a blur of motion. The dealer is completely stunned. Someone moved faster than he could even see. Hiding behind a seat, a terrified student realizes a gap was closed in a mere flash. Park Min-guk's brother appears out of nowhere, declaring his people are stronger than both of them. He drives a powerful fist straight into the dealer's gut, ready to prove his point. But his arm is caught mid-swing by the traitor, who asks if that will still be true after this. Park Min-guk's brother scoffs at the warning, his leg already a blur of motion. He unleashes a devastating spinning kick that catches two opponents at once. The dealer and an associate are sent flying, completely overwhelmed by the raw force. Both men crash to the ground, out of the fight before they even knew what hit them. But another one of the team leader's men steps forward, unimpressed by the display. He boasts that with the new ampule, there's no need to strain, and lunges into the fray. Seeing this, the team leader quickly pulls the terrified student behind him for protection. He takes a steadying breath, realizing his own ampule's strength has already faded. Looking at his downed men, he understands the terrifying truth. They both had the new drug, and still lost instantly. He realizes if this continues, there's only one way it can end. But before he can even react, the two men he just downed are somehow behind him, landing a vicious blow. The impact sends him stumbling. His mind racing. Was that the effect of the new drug? He's met head-on by the third man, driving a fist deep into his gut. In an instant, the entire team swarms him in a perfectly coordinated assault. His own men close in, informing him that his little rebellion is over. But their victory is cut short by a deafening crash, as the train window shatters into a million pieces. Moon Junho stares out at the source of the destruction, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Yet even through all of this, the team leader refuses to fall, absorbing a two-fisted blow to the face and remaining on his feet. His two men get back into their fighting stances, deciding they'll finish him off no matter what. But the team leader simply flashes a confident, almost mocking grin. He reminds them that he is still their superior, revealing a hidden power he'd hoped to never use. With a sudden burst of energy, he launches forward, determined to end this rebellion himself. The traitors are caught completely off guard, their faces frozen in pure shock. A brutal impact sends both men flying backward, slamming hard against the train window. From outside, Moon Junho can only watch, utterly stunned by the overwhelming display. With his former subordinate slumped beside him, the team leader casually asks if the plan was a success. The scene then transitions, shifting far away to a quiet, mist-shrouded mountain range. In the dead of night, an owl watches from the trees, a silent witness to the scene below. The two traitors are bound to chairs, one already lamenting that he's definitely going to lose his job. The team leader stands with a new, mysterious associate and a nervous Moon Junho, getting chided for underestimating the mission. The mysterious man coldly suggests that if the captive is worried about his job, they can just kill him after getting the info. Moon Junho, completely terrified by this turn of events, meekly asks his master if he can leave now. But he's told to stay, since they share the same goal, and is dragged along to witness what comes next. The team leader steps forward, explaining they need to extract the information quickly before their captive's disappearance complicates things. He looks down at his former subordinates with a grim determination. He knows these men are loyal to their cause. Threatening them with a simple knife won't be enough to make them talk. The mysterious man smirks, assuring them not to worry because they have an expert. The click of high heels echoes through the room, announcing a new arrival. A woman enters, and he confidently states that no matter how determined the captives are, she'll make them talk. She walks past the others, who are wordlessly told to make way for her. With a startling lack of hesitation, she moves towards one of the traitors and sits right on his lap. The captive freezes, and she glances back with mock innocence, asking if they really want her to do this in front of everyone. The mysterious man explains she will use an illusion spell to dig out the information, a revelation that horrifies Moon Junho. With a sly, knowing smile, the woman agrees to the task. She leans in close to the terrified captive, whispering that it's time for them to have some fun together. Inside his mind, the captive steels himself, recalling his countless arduous training missions. He remembers running through hellfire with his comrades, all to protect his organization. This dedication was his creed, the foundation of his entire being. And back in reality, he grits his teeth, vowing to uphold that creed no matter what. But the woman's spell is already taking hold, and his bravado begins to crack under her sweet whispers. His eyes widen in shock as his world dissolves into a blur. Suddenly, he finds himself standing in a strange room, wrapped only in a towel, utterly confused. The illusion shifts again, and now he's lying in a bed, wondering if this is all just a dream. But then something moves under the covers beside him, and a cold dread washes over him. The interrogator emerges with a victorious smile, informing him that from now on, it's just the two of them. His mind reels, trying to grasp that this terrifyingly seductive scene isn't just a dream. The illusionist whispers in his ear, urging him to focus on the moment, on the feelings she's conjuring. She can feel his resolve melting as his blood begins to boil with manufactured desire. His eyes widen, his own will completely overwritten by the primal urges her spell has unleashed. With a confident smirk, she offers him a simple deal. Give her what she wants, and she'll fulfill his every fantasy. Meanwhile, back in reality, his teammates can only watch in confusion and horror. The man's face is a grotesque mask of pure bliss, his eyes glowing an unnatural green as he blushes like a schoolboy. The female associate explains to the others that once you tap into a person's deepest desire, the illusion does the rest. Now that he's completely enthralled, she leans in close and finally asks him where the ampule is. With a soft, breathy sigh, the broken man simply agrees, ready to spill every single secret. Having broken the man's will, the team leader leans in and asks the critical question. The captive, lost in his blissful illusion, begins to spill the beans about Director Cha's basement. With a smug, dreamy expression, he confirms the ampules are all stored there. This revelation shocks his captured teammate, who never even knew a basement existed at that location. The team leader then asks the obvious question. Why spread this stuff knowing it has side effects? The man smirks, revealing that everyone except their team is aware of the dangers, especially for minors. He then drops a horrifying truth. Minors are, in fact, the primary test subjects for this new ampule. His eyes glow with pure greed as he admits that to him. It's all just a big payday. His former allies recoil in disgust, calling him a complete and utter lunatic. The team leader can only stare, finding it impossible to understand the sheer depravity of this generation. And so, the illusion begins, with Park Dae-han licking his lips, believing he's about to get his twisted reward. He sees a beautiful woman in bed, seemingly offering herself up just for him. But the illusion is controlled by Yoon Eun-hye, and her cold, dead stare tells a very different story. His depraved laughter suddenly catches in his throat as the fantasy world around him shatters. Reality snaps back, revealing he isn't with a woman at all. He's looming over his bound and gagged captive. The dealer stares up in pure, unadulterated horror as the drool drips from his teammate's mouth. The other associates are disgusted, one even muttering that they should just kill them and get it over with. With the information extracted, the team leader decides the interrogation is over. He orders Park Dae-han to watch Yoon Eun-hye's back as she infiltrates their next target. When his team asks what he'll be doing, he simply smirks, ready to play his own part in the mission. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a seemingly ordinary high school, where a young woman named Choi Seun walks calmly down the hall, but her peaceful stroll is suddenly interrupted. A male student blocks her path, his expression intense and serious. He gets straight to the point, asking if the rumors are true that she is the child of the legendary warrior, Choi Kyung. His mind races, questioning how such a historical figure could possibly have a child in the modern era. A brutal vision flashes through his thoughts. The warrior kneeling on a bloody battlefield, arrows in his back, cradling a lifeless child. The intense moment is broken when another classmate, Kim Chong-won, casually invites Yoon to grab a bite to eat. She agrees, and the two walk off, leaving her interrogator to watch them go, his questions unanswered. The focus then shifts to a massive sports arena, the next location for the team's covert operation. Inside, a nervous-looking student named Moon Junho stands ready, stammering that he's prepared for whatever comes next. The team leader looks down at the nervous student, declaring that his training is about to begin. Their plan is simple: train relentlessly until the enemy finally makes contact. The scene shifts to night, where their operative, Park Dae-han, begins his infiltration. He gets a comms check from his support, a female associate right by his side, confirming he's ready to go. From a rooftop vantage point, the team leader gives his orders, telling Dae-han to move into position. Dae-han awkwardly tries to walk more casually, receiving a quick good from his commander. The team leader reiterates the mission. Their only goal is to visually confirm the ampule's location. For a moment, Dae-han can't believe this is his life now, but he quickly dismisses the thought. He reaches an elevator, noting how quiet it is and feeling confident this will be easy. His leader confirms his luck. Important missions have called all the executives away from the building. But just as he's about to step inside, a sharp weight crackles through his earpiece. The team leader's voice is urgent, ordering him not to look back under any circumstances. The reason for the alarm: two team leaders, Woo Sang-yuk and Jo Jinwon, are standing right behind him. His commander scrambles, telling him to just greet them naturally and step aside. But the executives don't move, instead asking why he's just standing there and not getting in. Daehan quickly bows his head, trying to play it cool by insisting they go ahead first. He's sweating, sensing that his simple mission has just gone terribly wrong. Before the doors can close, a hand slams against them, stopping his escape. Jo Jinwon grabs him, pointing to his ear, and asking why he's wearing a comms device when he's not on a mission. The man's eyes narrow as he demands to know exactly who Daehan is talking to. Daehan is caught red-handed, his earpiece pulled out for all to see. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as he scrambles for an answer. He can feel the immense pressure from the two executives looming over him. On the other end of the line, his commander is losing it, shouting into the comms. But a calmer voice cuts through the chaos, telling him to get a grip. It was all a diversion. The real agent, Daehan, reports he's now at the destination. He confirms the room is empty, but senses something is off. There's no way to the basement. His eyes land on a ceiling vent, the only possible route forward. But it's not him going in. Another agent starts the difficult climb. It's his female associate, complaining as she crawls through the tight, unfamiliar ductwork. Over the comms, her handler asks if she's close, but she's already way ahead of him. The vent cover clatters open as she drops down, confirming she's already inside the target room. Her handler, the man with long hair, smirks, ready to report their success to Cheo Kryojom. But before he can, she urgently tells him to wait, her tone shifting from confident to alarmed. The room isn't empty. She reports that something else is here instead of the ampules. The handler's eyes widen in disbelief, a chilling realization starting to dawn on him. A smug, unfamiliar voice cuts through the comms, remarking on his mysterious woman guest. And there, sitting in the dark, is Cha Jeon-il, looking right at her as she recognizes him with a jolt. Her handler is floored. Jeon-il calmly states he was expecting Park Daehan to be the one to show up. His composure finally cracks, and he desperately tries to call out for Daehan, realizing it was all a trap. Jeon-il's voice oozes with condescending amusement as he asks if the handler is paying attention. He explains that he sensed something was off during the man's report, and the long-haired associate breaks into a cold sweat. We see a flashback of the associate meeting with a student, the source of his intel. He had arranged a meeting with the boy at a fast food joint. The plan was simple: get the student to leave his phone unattended on the table. The associate then sat down, ready to execute his part of the plan. He thought he was being clever, sipping his drink while activating the wiretap. The software began installing, a digital Trojan horse that sealed their fate. Back in the present, the team leader curses his luck. The mission is a total bust without the ampules. He grimly gets on the comms, asking his agent if she can even get out of there alone. But her escape is cut short by a figure emerging from the shadows. With a flick of his wrist, Jeon-il sends her flying across the room. She lands on her feet, defiant, unleashing her own illusion magic and reminding him just who she is. He stands there, completely unfazed as her spectral blades harmlessly swirl around him. In fact, he seems almost amused, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, she's grabbed from behind by two men she recognizes instantly, her own team leaders. Jeon-il smirks, finding this whole situation quite interesting. One of the illusionary leaders holds her tight, ready to make his move. But then, a fist connects with the illusion's jaw, shattering the image on impact. It was Jeon-il who threw the punch, effortlessly dismantling her reality and showing her the true gap in their power. But just as she's put in her place, a new figure dramatically enters the scene. He calls out, grabbing everyone's attention with a simple yo. Straightening up, he casually calls them out for ganging up on a woman. The female associate now stands behind him, her backup having finally arrived. His arrival is met with praise, a voice calling him their reliable Daehan. Jeon-il, sitting casually in a chair, seems more curious than concerned, asking how they were found. The team leader smirks, revealing he just had to follow their long tails to this hidden spot. He then gets straight to the point, complaining that this whole situation feels like they're being cut out. His eyes narrow as he asks if they've already hoarded all the ampules for themselves. In response, Jeon-il's two guards pull out the vials, a clear sign that a fight is about to break out. Jeon-il, however, remains completely unfazed, warning his men that something is off about the woman. The team leader knows he's right. They're at a disadvantage and must now focus on escaping, but it's too late for that, as Jeon-il's guards explode into motion, rushing them down. One of them unleashes a vicious kick, aiming to take the female associate out of the fight immediately. She barely dodges, shocked by their overwhelming speed and ferocity. Her partner is also struggling, forced onto the back foot by the relentless assault. It suddenly dawns on her that this wasn't a random attack, they were targeting her from the start. And just as she realizes this, the team leader takes a heavy blow to the side of his head. Yet, through the pain, he shouts a single, urgent command for his partner to get down. A torrent of green energy erupts from the floor, blasting his attackers into the air. Watching from the sidelines, Jeonil seems thoroughly unimpressed, almost bored by the display. The team leader, bleeding from his mouth, desperately asks why his partner won't use her powerful illusion spell. She shuts him down immediately, her expression hardening with intense focus. Her technique, she explains, requires an enormous amount of energy she's already completely used up. His panic demands are clearly just a bothersome distraction to her. Taking this as nothing more than an excuse, he furiously charges back into the fight alone. He's immediately swatted down, crashing hard onto the unforgiving floor. Completely overwhelmed, he can only grit his teeth in pained frustration. And just as he's down, he realizes the fight is about to escalate. Two more of Jeonil's men step forward, one of them finally bringing out his long staff, ready for a real battle. The team leader recognizes the staff wielder as the true threat of Team 2. Unleashing his full power, Jo Jinwon swings his weapon down for a finishing blow. But with a single, calm word from Jeonil, the entire assault comes to a halt. The staff freezes inches from its target as Jeonil asks why he would try to kill his own family. He shifts his gaze to the defeated team leader, suggesting it's time to stop the jokes and talk. The room falls silent as Jeonil demands to know why Daehan, the team leader, made this choice. He reminds him of their history, of the close bond they used to share. Daehan remains stoic, as Jeonil offers him a chance to explain his betrayal. A memory surfaces of a younger Jeonil shielding two beaten-up students from the rain. Back in the present, Daehan's motive finally comes to light, asking if Jeonil forgot what Minguk meant to him. Jeonil calmly states that Minguk is his everything, that he treats him like a true little brother. His tone shifts as he reveals Minguk is suffering immense pain from ampoules he himself provided. The team leader looks down at the vials in his hand, recalling how he tried to stop Minguk. But Minguk found a new supply, and he insists he had no choice but to act to save him. Jeonil puts on a show of mock surprise, covering his mouth as if hearing a tragic story. For the team leader, however, the memory is a visceral one, his eyes widening with rage. He remembers Jeonil himself, casually dangling an ampoule and remarking on Minguk's weakness. Then came the chilling confession. Jeonil, with a twisted smile, admits he was the new supplier. Snapping back to the present, the team leader explodes, driving a furious punch deep into Jeonil's stomach. The force of the blow shatters Jeonil's smug composure, leaving him reeling in shock and agony. The blow sends Jeonil hurtling backwards like a rag doll. He smashes into the far wall, the impact shaking the entire corridor. The team leader's own men, Woo Sang-hyuk and Jo Jingwon, watch in stunned silence. On the floor lie the two syringes that started this whole mess. But the team leader rises, his body steaming with power, admitting he always had his doubts. Blood drips from his lips. He's intentionally overdosed to gain this strength. The female associate coolly assesses the situation, knowing his body will soon break down from the strain. He glares at his own subordinates, demanding to know if they were aware of this ticking clock. They just watch him passively, wondering if he can even finish the fight before he destroys himself. But before he can act, Jeonil is back up, driving a vicious counterattack right into his gut. The wall shatters behind the female associate as the aftershock ripples through the room. Still bleeding, the team leader scoffs that his foe is just showing off with some old drugs. She stares back icily, silently questioning his own desperate power-up, but Jeonil simply brushes back his hair, casually asking if she wants to try her luck too. At the same time, a new figure is sprinting through the city streets with purpose. He can't shake the terrible feeling that something has gone horribly wrong. A grim vision flashes through his mind, two figures on a bridge watching someone fall. Meanwhile, Jeonil's team is on the move, alerted by an urgent message from Park Daehan. But it seems the trouble has already started, as a powerful attack rips the ground apart. The runner pushes himself to the limit, realizing he needs to get there faster. Deep within a secure NIS laboratory, a powerful subject is under careful watch. He takes an urgent phone call, the casual robe doing little to hide his formidable build. The runner on the other end is frantic, declaring the situation has gone wrong, and he's moving to back up Yoon-eun-hee. He urges the man in the lab to come too, who quietly wonders if their superiors have found out. Miles away, the runner continues his desperate flight across the city skyline. He knows the distance is too great, and he has to get there immediately. With an explosive leap, he soars through the air, a blur above the traffic below. But in that moment, he senses a sudden, chilling shift in the atmosphere. A horrifying vision floods his mind, his own body sinking deep into the dark water. He sees himself looking up from the abyss, a cold premonition of absolute failure. His hand slips away into the depths, a single thought echoing in his mind. This can't be happening. He knows he has to get to Minguk, but his body is failing him, sinking ever deeper into the cold. A strange comfort washes over him as he falls, the will to fight back slowly fading away. The surface becomes a distant memory as he surrenders to the silent, suffocating abyss. His eyes lose focus, on the verge of accepting his fate in the crushing darkness, until a hand reaches down for him, a figure that in his days he mistakes for his father. But it's Kyokryugyum, pulling him back from the brink of a watery grave. Snapped back to reality on a rooftop, he breathes out his thanks to his savior. Kyokryugyum pauses, turning back to demand just what could have caused this disaster. The man's face hardens as he reveals the truth. Cha Jeon-il has finally appeared. Yes, Cha Jeon-il, the company's second in command, and a dangerously sharp adversary. The realization sends the man into a rage, slamming his fist against the railing in pure frustration. Kyokryugyum catches him, warning him not to push himself while in such a fragile state, but he can't stop shaking, furious with himself for relying on the very bastard who caused all this. His savior asks for an update, but the man has nothing to offer. He fainted before he could see anything. He can only hang his head in shame, admitting that his grand plan has utterly failed. Kyokryugyum decides they need a new strategy, and their first step is finding Yoon Unhai. But as he wonders where she could be, the scene shifts to the woman herself, held captive, and her captor, Jeon-il, sits across from her, mockingly asking if she's comfortable. He questions her motives, but she just scoffs, telling him she'd rather speak to his boss. Jeon-il smirks, correctly guessing she let herself get caught to meet his boss. He leans in with a sinister grin, curious about what she could possibly want with him. He throws out a wild guess, wondering if she and his boss share a dirty little secret. The question hits a nerve, and for the first time, her cool facade cracks. Seeing her reaction, Jeon-il knows he's right on the money, then casually remarks that she's lucky. A confident humming echoes from down the hallway as a large figure calmly approaches. It's the boss himself, strolling in as if he owns the world. The captive's eyes narrow. She recognizes that arrogant hum all too well. Jeon-il immediately snaps to attention, bowing deeply as his superior enters the room. The boss glances at their guest, casually mentioning he was just coming for a drink. The boss dismisses his underling, and with a smug little smile, Jeon-il dutifully agrees. The door clicks shut, leaving the dealer alone with his prize. As he pours a drink, he muses that Jeon-il is sharp, despite being an annoyance. He then gives his captive a chilling piece of advice. Be kind to the boy, because he's like family. But her defiance flickers to life as a single, glowing green butterfly appears before her. In an instant, the room is swarmed by the illusion, and her chair is suddenly empty. Before the dealer can even process what's happening, a green hand grabs him by the collar. He's helplessly pulled forward, caught in the mesmerizing storm of her power. She's free, her expression icy and unforgiving as she finally gets the upper hand. All he can do is grit his teeth, realizing he gravely underestimated his captive. He braces himself, caught completely off guard by her sudden, overwhelming assault. Complaining about her rough greeting, he tries to swat away the storm of glowing green butterflies, but the illusion is too strong, sending him stumbling backward across the room. He finally regains his footing, looking almost small in the now empty space. And there she is, free and crouching, remarking that his annoying humming is the same as ever. She rises, recognizing the warrior beneath the suit, calling him Choi Gyeong. Or, she corrects herself, perhaps he goes by Choi Jungwon now. A guess confirmed by his smug grin. He chuckles, seeing the familiar spirit within her, acknowledging her as Yoon Un-hee. With his arms spread wide, Choi Jungwon boasts that he has settled into this new life quite well. He clenches a fist, laying out his new philosophy. Money and status are one thing, but family is family. He credits his new, luxurious life to a certain Mr. Okyeon. Unhai calmly notes that he isn't shocked to see her, wondering if he already knew of her existence. Choi Jungwon just pours a drink, dismissing her, asking if anything should be unexpected in this new era. She presses the issue, asking if that philosophy extends to their old enemy, Chio Kryujam. The name clearly strikes a chord, and he turns to ask if she's accusing him of working with that man. He dismisses the idea immediately, calling it completely impossible. But she reveals a stunning truth. She approached Chio Kryujam to spy, and he's none other than Min Du-le's manager. For Un-hee, all the scattered pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. Recovering his composure, he offers her a glass, calling her naive and asking if their boss, Mr. Okyeon, knows. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he suggests a better plan. Why just report it when they can capture the guy instead? She smirks confidently, knowing he's the type who would never back down from a good fight. Her eyes gleam with certainty, waiting for his inevitable agreement. But Choi Jungwon shatters her expectations, flatly stating that he's not like that anymore, he won't fight. He explains that their current meeting is off the books, not part of Mr. OK Yan's official plan. He tells her to wait for their boss to gather them, because unlike before, he now has something precious to protect. As the scene shifts to Mindola waiting on a bridge, she looks at her phone, annoyed and complaining about her ride being late from the acting academy. But she's not alone for long, as two pairs of feet quietly approach her from behind. The assailants hesitate, one asking if they can really go through with this, but they decide they have no choice. A hand suddenly lands on her shoulder, and her peaceful night is about to be shattered. She's pulled back, not by the suspicious men from before, but by the familiar face of Jeon-il. Mindule turns, a hint of recognition on her face as she tries to figure out what's happening. But before she can even speak, a hand clamps over her mouth, her surprise turning to pure terror. Elsewhere, one of Choi Jong-won's men bursts through the door, shouting that they have a huge problem. He finds his boss, the supposedly retired warrior, casually grilling meat and asking what the fuss is about. The subordinate stammers, struggling to report the one piece of news he knows will set his boss off. He finally spits it out. His daughter has been kidnapped, and Choi Jong-won's world comes to a dead stop. The former fighter's face twists into a mask of cold fury as he demands to know who dared to cross him. With a roar, he flips the entire table, the beast he'd kept chained finally breaking loose. His man quickly confirms they've identified the culprits, and Choi Jong-won's eyes gleam with murderous intent. The story then cuts to a student, beginning a tale about Chiok Ryujeom. It's a memory of an ancient time, as an army of soldiers stands at grim attention. Their commander bellows, preparing to give them their solemn mission. Their objective: hunt down the fleeing criminal known as Choi Gyung. But the commander adds one more, far more chilling directive. They are to kill the child that Choi Gyung is desperately trying to protect. The terrified little girl asks him why everyone is being so cruel to them. He tries to comfort her with a strained smile, telling her not to worry. He promises her a bright future, even as the sky darkens with a rain of arrows. A moment later, a deadly volley pierces the ground all around them. The soldiers watch the volley land, some worrying that they've accidentally killed their target. But their captain remains calm, completely unfazed by the arrow storm. He knows that an attack like this wouldn't even scratch a monster like Choi Gyung. With the arrows proving useless, the soldiers raise their spiked shields and charge forward to crush him. Amidst the chaos, Choi Gyung holds the terrified little girl, shielding her from the violence. He then explodes outward, shattering their formation and sending bodies flying through the air. One enraged captain rushes in, raising his sword and swearing to take one of the warrior's arms. But Choi Gyung simply cocks back a fist, which begins to glow with an immense, blinding light. The captain's face contorts in shock as he sees the raw power gathering before him. He realizes far too late that he has made a catastrophic mistake. A blinding flash of light erupts as Choi Gyung's fist connects, vaporizing the captain instantly. The remaining soldiers are stunned by the sheer destructive force, barely processing the chaos. They can't believe he's this powerful while using only one arm to protect the child. But in the frenzy, a lone soldier finds an opening, ensnaring the warrior's leg with a weighted chain. Choi Gyung's expression shifts from righteous fury to cold, deadly focus. With him momentarily distracted, the soldiers swarm and capture the terrified little girl. They pull from all directions, the heavy chains finally bringing the mountain of a man to a halt. With their target restrained, they drag the child before him, a blade held to her throat. Choi Gyung's eyes widen, a storm of pure, unadulterated rage brewing within him. Their commander screams at his men not to let their guard down, warning them that Choi Gyung's true self hasn't even emerged yet. The commander realizes his warning came far too late. They've made a terrible mistake. His soldiers can only stare in mute horror, the air growing heavy and cold. Because behind the chained man, a monstrous shadow rises, and they finally name the legend: Beast Choi Gyung. The memory fades as the team leader awakens, the echoes of that ancient battle still haunting him. His associate, Jeon-il, is already there, asking if he's investigated the current situation. Jeon-il reports that Chiok Ryujeom and Park Daehan are the culprits, and they were after his daughter to get the ampules. He offers to take care of them personally, trying to shield his boss from the trouble. But the team leader sits up, his mind already made, refusing to be a bystander. With a chilling resolve, he declares that he will handle this himself. Elsewhere, a battered and bandaged Moon Junho can only sit in silence, thinking of the very man now preparing to move. A flashback reveals his old unit, Team 3, approaching him with worried eyes. They ask what happened to him, noting that it seems their team is being cast aside. The lead associate finds their leader battered and bruised, but tells the team to get ready to move. But the team leader remains still, his expression hardening with resolve. His men try to lift his spirits, suggesting a drink together because they're a team and will always be on his side. He coldly slaps their helping hand away, the gesture sharp and final. With a quiet apology, he tells them all to get lost. He can't let them get hurt too, believing they would be of no help in the fight ahead. Defeated, his loyal men can only turn and leave, calling their leader mean as they go. The memory ends, cutting back to Moon Junho, wrapped in bandages and seething with frustration in a hospital bed. Just as that memory fades, a door slides open in the present. Two of his classmates arrive, including Moon Junho, who he'd called for help. They get right down to it, sitting together to figure out their next move, finding the ampules. But their options are grim. With Yoon Eunhye unreachable, all trades have stopped. A heavy silence falls over the room as they realize they're completely stuck, until Moon Junho pushes up his glasses, a cold glint in his eyes. He has an idea, suggesting they use Choi Seyoon, the CEO's daughter. Cheo Kryujeom and his friends stare in disbelief, realizing he's suggesting they kidnap her. But before the argument can even start, a phone buzzes with an incoming call from Min Dola. His friend answers, only to hear her panicked voice screaming that they are in big trouble. Min Dola whispers urgently into the phone, asking if he can come immediately. Her voice trembles as she explains that no, this is far worse than just some suspicious men. The bombshell drops. Choi Seyoon has been kidnapped, and the culprit, grinning with pure arrogance, is none other than Oh Jin-il. He crouches before his captive, monologuing about all the fascinating things hidden from the world. Then he holds up a familiar-looking ampule, boasting that this will give him the power to crush Cheo Kryujeom. Leaning in close, he demands to know where he can get his hands on more of it. Seyoon explodes in a fit of rage and disbelief, screaming that he's completely insane. But her defiance is brutally cut short as he clamps a hand over her mouth. His eyes burn with cold fury as he warns the terrified girl not to play games with him. He smirks, revealing that he knows everything about her father's company distributing the drug. With a sickening grin, he pulls a blade, threatening to scar her face if she doesn't talk. Tears of terror stream down Seyoon's face as she struggles against his grip. But before he can act, an enraged voice interrupts his twisted game. In a blur of motion, Min Dola crashes into him with a brutal elbow, sending him flying. Seyoon stares in stunned silence, her mind struggling to process what just happened. She can't believe her eyes. Her friend has come to save her. Oh Jin-il, however, just scoffs, clutching two ampules as he gets to his feet. Because Min Dola isn't alone, Cheo Kryujeom and Moon Junho stand ready right behind her. A crazed, confident grin spreads across Jin-il's face. He's more than ready for this fight. But his confidence lasts all of 2 seconds as Cheo Kryujeom appears, snatching him by the throat. Jin-il is completely blindsided, his mind reeling. He couldn't even see the boy move. All he can do is choke and sweat, utterly helpless against this unbelievable strength. Cheo Kryujeom calmly holds him aloft, demanding to know just how he planned all of this. But even now, Jin-il spits back defiance, telling him it's none of his business. That was the wrong answer. A vicious kick sends the bully flying straight through a nearby door. Cheo Kryujeom stands completely unfazed, watching the aftermath with cold indifference. And that's when the real trap is sprung, as a massive figure with glowing eyes rises from the shadows. Another man in a suit appears beside him, smirking, as if everything is going exactly as expected. He points a damning finger at the students, telling the imposing man that they are the ones who kidnapped his daughter. Amidst the chaos, Choi Seyoon collapses, the tension finally breaking her. Cheo Kryujeom watches, his expression hardening. This situation just got complicated. The girl's father, Choi Gyeong, glares down with pure fury, demanding to know what's happening. Her classmates struggle to hold her up as a deep tremor suddenly shakes the entire room. With a single, heavy step, Choi Gyeong's foot shatters the concrete beneath him. The team leader breaks into a cold sweat. He's never seen anything like this power before. A crushing blue aura explodes from the enraged father as he advances, radiating immense pressure. But Cheo Kryujeom simply smirks, realizing his opponent isn't one for conversation. The team leader bravely steps forward, telling the other students to get out of there. He's too late, as Cheo Kryujeom, now wreathed in his own crimson energy, moves to face the threat himself. The enraged father's eyes lock onto his target, identifying him by name, Choi Kryujeom. With a furious roar, Choi Gyeong launches himself forward, intent on ripping him apart. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage as he closes the distance. But Choi Kryujeom meets the charge head-on, unleashing his own technique. The silent tiger fist. The two colossal forces are on a collision course, their fists moments from impact. A thunderous crash echoes as their attacks meet, unleashing a massive wave of energy. The shockwave blasts through the room, stunning the team leader as he tries to shield the students. Seeing the students make a break for it, Choi Gyong's men immediately move to intercept them. But a blur of motion intercepts the interceptors, as Cho Ryujam sends a man flying with one punch. The remaining associates can only stare in disbelief, their boss nowhere in sight. Choi Gyong mockingly declares the attack useless, but Cho Ryujam has a defiant look in his eye. He calmly states that the punch was never meant to be a direct attack anyway. On cue, the entire ceiling above gives way, crashing down on the scrambling associates. Elsewhere, an executive on the phone dismisses the move, thinking it was just a simple distraction. But back in the fight, Chio Ryujam entrusts Yoon's safety to Jeon-il, telling him to get her out. His fist begins to glow with an intense light, his resolve now crystal clear. He's staying behind to handle this monster, and promises to follow after he kills him. As chaos reigns, a black car speeds down the highway, carrying the students to safety. At the wheel, the team leader focuses on the road, having secured their escape. In the back seat, Choi Seun finally awakens, clutching her head as Min Dola calls out her name in concern. Seun struggles to piece things together, her mind a blank slate after passing out. A fleeting memory flashes through her mind. Cho Ryujam shielding her from the chaos. Still dazed, she wonders aloud how they even found her in the first place. Moon Junho explains it was all thanks to Min Dule, who risked everything to track her down. Seun looks at her friend, unable to comprehend why she would go to such lengths. Min Dule simply says she's relieved, she's safe, leaving Seun questioning how she can be so forgiving. But the tender moment is cut short as Moon Junho urgently asks if she knows where the ampoules are. The driver, their team leader, chimes in, pleading that he desperately needs them to save Min Guk. Min Dola agrees, resolute that they can't let the dangerous thing harm Seun either. In response, a hand slips quietly under the seat, reaching for what they all need. Seun's mind flashes back to the men who brought the ampoules in the first place. She explains that they were likely hidden in the safest place possible, a place like her own home. With the new destination set, the driver wastes no time putting the car in gear. But as he arrives and steps out, he finds an unwelcome surprise waiting for him. A rival crew is already there. Much to his chagrin, he thought he'd been fast. Their leader, Jeon-il, smugly informs him that they were also in quite a hurry. He taunts the team leader, questioning if he really thinks he can take them all on alone. In response, the man simply pulls out one of the very ampoules they're looking for. He crushes it in his hand, confidently answering that of course he can. With his power surging, he glares at them, promising they'll regret this. The rival leader just scoffs, completely unbothered as he takes a drag from his cigarette. Without another word, the man in the tracksuit leaps into the fray. He immediately lands a devastating blow, sending the first goon flying. He's a one-man army, weaving through their attacks and landing counter after counter. But they finally land a solid hit, though he seems to mock them, asking if that's their best shot. He unleashes a powerful kick, wondering if they really think they can beat him with such weak attacks. The sheer numbers, however, begin to take their toll as he blocks another strike. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, he finally gets knocked down to the hard pavement. Watching from the sidelines, a group of students panics, one of them realizing he has no choice but to intervene. He steals his resolve, deciding he has to do something, anything to help. But before he can even move, his attention is snapped elsewhere. Someone calls out the crew for their unfair numbers game, catching the tracksuit fighters' attention. It's the entirety of Team 3, stripping off their jackets to show they're finally getting serious. The downed fighter can only grit his teeth, disgusted by these tactless idiots. Their leader roars a command, and his men answer, ready to swarm their target. But in a blur of motion, it's the nerdy student who dives headfirst into the pack of thugs. He lands a crushing blow to the jaw of one of the goons, shocking everyone. A full-blown melee erupts as the kid tears through them with unexpected ferocity. One of the crew members stumbles back in utter disbelief, wondering how Team 3 could be this strong. The goon can't understand why fighters with this much skill would ever end up in the lowly Team 3. From the back, the blue tracksuit fighter watches them, wondering what kind of leader inspires such fierce loyalty. He notes that the leaders for Teams 1 and 2 are missing, and their overall numbers seem thin on the ground. The sub-leader beside him offers reassurance, promising they will clear a path for him to advance. But that path is already being carved by the nerdy student, who mercilessly stomps another thug into the dirt. The rival leader watches with a smug, condescending smirk, sarcastically noting how Team 3 is so full of love. He finally turns his attention to the tracksuit fighter, calling him out with a taunt. The young fighter's determination hardens. He vows to himself that he will not lose this time, but his opponent seems completely unfazed, nonchalantly pulling several pens from his inner pocket to have some fun. With a twisted grin, he readies a pen like a weapon, eager to savor the fight since they have time to kill. But before the leaders can clash, a blur of motion cuts through the chaos. It's Chokryugium, moving so fast the rival crew members are sent flying before they can react. He spins through their ranks with cold, focused precision. A devastating punch caves in another thug's stomach, dropping him instantly. As he fights, he mentions that he's been giving their situation some thought. He grabs another lackey, explaining he now understands how little their leader values them. A downed man tries to protest, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. But Chiokryu silences him with a merciless stomp, crushing the argument. His brutal display finally draws out a much larger enforcer from the rival side. The big man's face hardens. He sees there's no choice but to step in himself. But the scene shifts, flashing back to another young fighter, Choi Kyung, who decides to end things quickly. His eyes narrow with cold focus. Whether it was back then or right now, some things never change. Back in the present, the rival leader, Cha Jeon-il, smirks as he crushes an ampule in his hand. His opponent has one last dose to rely on. The man in the blue tracksuit injects himself, knowing this is his final chance. Cha Jeon-il mockingly asks if he's okay, fully aware his opponent's body must feel like it's on fire. Despite the pain, the fighter focuses, tuning everything out. With a surge of drug-fueled determination, he leaps forward, believing he can still win this. But Cha Jeon-il effortlessly leans away from the desperate punch, noting how terrible the other man looks. The tracksuit fighter roars out his enemy's name, putting everything he has into the attack. But the desperate, drug-fueled lunge is met with a casual sidestep. Cha Jeon-il calmly informs him that the time for games is over. Now, it's his turn. A brutal counter lands, and he smirks, noting that his opponent's body still remembers the pain. He had some time to kill, he thought, so why not have a little fun? But this pathetic display is just turning out to be incredibly boring. The fighter, now completely broken, struggles to understand what he meant by time. Crouching down, Cha Jeon-il decides to share something far more interesting. He leans in and whispers the news. As of today, CK Shields is gone. That time was simply the cover his crew needed to steal every last ampule from the facility. Spreading his arms wide over the carnage, he reveals that this entire situation was his script from the very start. And as one of the goons lies defeated, he remembers a truth he'd always suspected. He knew his old boss was different, a monster whose strength went far beyond simple ampules. But how the man possessed such power was a complete mystery. Unbeknownst to him, however, Cha Jeon-il was listening, and he overheard something fascinating. He learned of others with innate power, and a name that stood above them all. Chiokryu. This revelation was the spark he needed, giving him the perfect idea for a brand new script. First, he found a pawn. A desperate, greedy high schooler who'd go crazy for the ampules. With his new piece on the board, Cha Jeon-il began to set his intricate plan into motion. Things moved even faster than he expected, thanks to the intervention of a girl called Dandelion. It all culminates in this moment, with Cha Jeon-il playing the loyal soldier, leading his target right into the trap. His subordinate smirks, convinced he's finally cornered his targets. From his perspective, the plan to lead his boss to Chiokryu-jam's crew has played out flawlessly. His entire strategy was simple: pit two powerful forces against each other. He just let them tear each other apart while his own men watched from the sidelines. But his boss clenches his fists, suddenly enraged about something else entirely. He lunges at one of the allied henchmen, demanding to know what they did to Min-cook. He spins around, furious, realizing he's been kept in the dark about the real plan. But as he throws a punch, his supposedly weak subordinate blocks it with ease. The subordinate's friendly mask drops, revealing that Min-cook was just a toy to be broken, and now, his boss is nothing more than the next piece to be discarded. With a snarl, Daehan channels every ounce of his burning rage. He throws a wild, screaming punch, desperate to make this traitor pay. The blow connects, a solid, brutal impact, right against the subordinate's side. But a calm voice hushes him as three sharp claws emerge from the traitor's knuckles. His former underling just casually brushes his hair back, complaining that all this screaming is just so noisy. A horrible realization dawns on Daehan. He recognizes that weapon. It's Tiger Claw. The traitor even taunts him for going all in, for abandoning his weapon skills for this futile rush. All Daehan can think is that he just needs one clean hit, just one more solid blow, and he lands it, driving his fist right into the traitor's stomach. But it's useless. The subordinate takes the hit without flinching, wondering if this is really all he's got. With a smug look, the traitor assumes victory, watching his opponent stumble away. But the fighter isn't broken, his expression hardening with resolve. A slow, dangerous grin spreads across his face. He's not done yet. Suddenly, he spins around, asking if the traitor enjoyed messing around. The subordinate is stunned, realizing this was a deliberate ploy to create an opening. He lands a devastating blow right in the traitor's chest, catching him completely off guard. The sheer force of the punch shatters his ribs, leaving him to wonder how it's so strong. His former underling is sent flying backward, crashing hard into the ground. A memory surfaces, a younger version of himself, driving with intense focus, telling himself to stay sharp. He recalls the feeling, a moment when instinct takes over and the body moves like a razor's edge. He remembers being asked about the difference between them, a quiet moment before the storm. The lesson was simple. The louder the world gets, the more chaotic the fight. The more tightly he holds onto himself, a core of unshakable calm, but the defeated fighter pushes himself up, muttering about the old man act and focusing on the ampule. Suddenly, Choi Seun lets out a gasp from a nearby car. She watches in disbelief as a procession of men in suits exits a building, all holding identical briefcases. Her nerdy classmate starts to panic, certain those are the ampules they're after. But Seun snaps at him, telling him she knows nothing and to leave her alone. Her tough facade crumbles as she curls into a ball, overwhelmed by the fear of her dad being arrested. If Hez taken, she'll be completely alone again, a thought that terrifies her more than any fight. Wounded and staggering, the fighter tries to make his escape, but in his haste, the last precious ampule slips from his grasp and shatters on the pavement. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated panic. With a final, desperate roar, he launches himself at his opponent. But his strength is gone, and he collapses to the ground, utterly spent. The subordinate simply smirks, mockingly asking if that weak attack was all he had. A horrifying realization dawns on the fallen fighter. The ampule's power is gone, and he has nothing left. His rival casually grabs him by the collar, the fight already over. For old time's sake, he declares, hell let him go, a final, crushing humiliation. The fighter's hand falls limp, his will to fight completely extinguished. But his rival isn't done toying with him. Grabbing the defeated fighter with a cruel smirk, he kicks the man away in disgust, mocking him for throwing his life away over a stupid little brother. Yet, with a sudden surge of adrenaline, Daehan lunges forward, grabbing onto his opponent's suit. The subordinate easily overpowers him, slamming him back onto the pavement, questioning his foolish priorities. Gasping for air, Daehan realizes he's not out of options yet. There's still one last chance. His hand darts into the subordinate's inner jacket pocket, snatching one of the pens inside. With a triumphant grin, he reveals his prize, one of Cha Jian Il's upgraded ampules. The subordinate is more annoyed than afraid, absolutely furious that this lowlife dared to touch his clothes. His anger quickly melts into a condescending sneer, warning Daehan that injecting that will be fatal. His eyes narrow, watching intently to see if the desperate fool will actually choose death. With no hesitation, Daehan uncaps the ampule, ready to make his final move. He jabs it into his own leg, his body immediately seizing up as the potent drug takes effect. A grim, determined smile spreads across his face as he looks up. He knows it's all worth it, as long as Min-Cook makes it out alive. Suddenly, this act of fatherly sacrifice triggers a memory, not in Daehan, but in the subordinate. He recalls a time he saw a happy family, a painful reminder of what he once had. The memory drags him back to the year he turned 9, the moment his world fell apart. That was the year his parents divorced, and his father took him away. They moved into a small, bleak apartment, starting a new, broken life. In his young mind, the blame was clear. It was all his father's fault. His father's leg injury had cost him everything, leaving him a broken man. The once happy family portrait was shattered when his parents decided to split the children. His younger brother, Min-Cook, was too young to understand why he had to leave. Their mother made it painfully clear. She was taking the smart one, leaving the rest behind. He hated it, not just for himself, but for losing the one person he could play with. His father didn't fight back, simply accepting his defeat in silence. But seeing the crushing weight on the man's shoulders, the boy made a difficult choice. He held his brother's hands one last time, telling him to take care, knowing this was goodbye. As he watched them walk away, he told himself this was for the best, to lighten his father's burden. But in his little brother's hand was a small, folded note, a secret parting gift. He waited alone at the playground, unsure if his message would even be understood. But then, a familiar voice calls out, shattering the silence. It was Min-Cook, proudly holding the deciphered note, a genius in his older brother's eyes. The plan was simple. Meet at the playground, a secret kept just between them. For a couple of days, they were just brothers again, sharing burgers and stolen moments. Their secret happiness stretched on, lasting for an entire week. But that little slice of paradise ended the moment their mother's shadow fell over the playground. Later, he knelt before his father, who already knew everything. For the first time, he saw a terrifying rage on the man's face, delivering a command to never meet again. The summer faded, and a cold, lonely winter arrived, leaving him to walk through the snow by himself. He had tried to believe his father's words, that Min-Cook was doing just fine, but a gut feeling, an undeniable worry, made him turn back. He found his little brother right where they used to meet, sitting alone on a swing. Rushing forward, he demanded to know if Minkook had been waiting there every single day. The boy just looked up, dazed and confused by the sudden appearance. But then, a weak, bruised smile formed as he simply asked what took his brother so long. Minkook claimed he just fell, but his older brother saw right through the lie, tears welling in his eyes. The horrible truth became clear. Their mother had found herself a new man. And to this man, little Minkook was treated as nothing but trash. Fueled by a quiet, burning rage, he marches straight to their door and rings the bell. But instead of confronting his mother, he grabs Minkook and makes a break for the door. An angry voice yells after them as framed photos of their mother and her new man are knocked over. The picture of their shattered family clatters to the ground in their wake. He pulls his little brother through the snowy streets, his heart pounding with regret. Tears stream down his face as he realizes this is all his fault for not fighting to stay with him. Hiding in a desolate alley, Minkook asks if they can go to their dad, but his brother knows it's too risky. He fears Minkook would just be sent right back to that house when a heavy footstep interrupts his thoughts. The two boys peer around the corner and see a stern figure approaching them in the darkness. Their eyes widen in terror as they recognize the man blocking their path. It's their father, his expression furious and his hand raised, ready to bring it down on them. The boys brace for impact, flinching as their father's shadow looms over them. But instead of anger, their father pulls them into a desperate, crushing hug. Tears stream down his face as he apologizes, overwhelmed with regret for failing to protect them. But this reunion is tragically short-lived, as 2 months later, the boys are dressed in funeral attire. A solemn portrait reveals the truth. The weight of raising them alone proved too much for their father. He'd pushed himself too hard at a construction site with an injured leg, leading to a fatal accident. Now, truly alone, the older brother firmly grasps his younger brother's hand. He feels the crushing guilt, believing this is all his fault, as they arrive at an orphanage. Minkook glances back, his expression filled with fear and uncertainty about their new life. But his brother turns to him with a reassuring smile, ready to bear any burden for his sake. His promise to always be with Minkook echoes as the scene erupts into violent action. A barefoot fighter in a blue tracksuit lands a devastating kick, but he's the one left stunned. His opponent, the team leader, just grins back with a crazed look, utterly unfazed. The defeated men on the ground can't believe it. Their leader is as strong as the director. Even his second-in-command stares in utter disbelief at the power being displayed. The two fighters then unleash a blinding exchange of furious blows. But the team leader easily parries the assault, his smile widening with confidence. He knows the secret is the mixture of old and new ampoules coursing through him. The tracksuit fighter pours everything he has into a rapid, desperate counterattack. He connects with a punch that carries an absolutely explosive, fight-ending force. But this immense power comes at a cost, rapidly eating away at his life force. His opponent knows it too, thinking he can win just by dragging this out. Unfortunately for him, the tracksuit fighter doesn't have that kind of luxury. He plants his bare foot on the ground, channeling everything he has left. With a final, desperate roar, he unleashes a massive shockwave to end it all. The rival crew members are instantly blown away, stunned by the incredible force. The sheer recoil sends the tracksuit fighter hurtling backward through the air. Even the team leader is sent skidding across the asphalt, struggling to stay upright. He looks down at his ruined clothes, a grin forming as he admits the fight was fun. But his eyes narrow with a new intensity, analyzing the aftermath of that attack. Cha Jionil can't believe it, screaming in frustration that this fight should be over by now. But with a bloody grin, the tracksuit fighter calmly states this will only end when one of them dies. The brutal exchange resumes as Cha Jionil lands a punishing blow, and his opponent immediately answers with a vicious right hook of his own. They both stumble back, bent over in absolute exhaustion, having lost all track of time. From the sidelines, the subleader yells that it's a battle of willpower now. Cha Jion, Il is at his limit too. His words seem to work, as the team leader lands another devastating punch, sending his foe flying. A crazed smile spreads across Cha Jionil's face as he raves about being the only one who can handle the ampoule's power. But his opponent refuses to stay down, planting his feet and forcing himself to stand once more. The fight devolves into a desperate, hate-fueled slugfest, both men running on pure fumes. With his last ounce of strength, he drives a brutal fist into his opponent's side. He roars Park Daehan's name, channeling the memory of a promise he swore to keep. A solemn vow made to his father, one he intends to honor, no matter the cost. But Cha Jionil is still standing and fires back with a vicious, bone-cracking hook. The blow connects cleanly, sending his head snapping back in a spray of blood. The rival crew can only stare in disbelief at the sheer brutality of this final exchange. For a fleeting second, he stands tall, the victor over his fallen foe. But his body has nothing left to give. and he collapses from pure exhaustion. He fought to the very end, a faint smile of victory on his unconscious face. His iron will is a direct inheritance from the father who raised him to be unbreakable. But his victory is short-lived as a new, much larger enforcer steps in, blocking his pipe with ease. He stares down this new threat, his exhausted body pushed far beyond its limits. The sheer force of the block sends him flying backward, completely outmatched. Digging his weapon into the cracked concrete, he manages to grind to a halt. He plants the pipe firmly, preparing for one last desperate gamble. In a stunning display of agility, he vaults himself high into the air for an attack from above. The burly enforcer below just watches him fly, completely unfazed by the maneuver. He calmly pulls back his fist, which begins to crackle with an immense, glowing power. With a grunt, he puts all his weight behind a devastating straight punch. The air detonates as his fist connects, unleashing a shockwave of pure force. The onlooking crew is terrified, realizing the sheer force of this fight could bring the building down. The sub-leader can't believe his eyes. He knew the man was strong, but this is monstrous. Goryeo is sent flying, but he masterfully uses the momentum to launch another rebar attack. The burly enforcer just stares down the incoming weapon, completely unimpressed. With a single stomp, he pins the rebar to the floor, chiding the boy for being too slow. Refusing to give up, Goryeo twists in midair, transitioning into a high kick. But the enforcer blocks it effortlessly, mocking him and asking if this is truly all he's got. He seizes the young fighter's leg, turning his own attack against him. Goryeo grip tightens on his now bent rebar, the attack utterly broken. And with a devastating pivot, the enforcer slams him violently into the ground. But the enforcer suddenly grunts in pain, blood spraying from an unexpected counter. It turns out Goryeo wasn't done. He says it's far too early to be surprised. In that split second he was slammed, he landed a flurry of strikes all over the big man's body. He reveals he targeted the joints, crippling the enforcer's ability to generate strength. With the giant momentarily disabled, he whips the rebar around for a decisive blow. A single, clean stroke slashes deep across his opponent's torso. A cold breath escapes his lips, his focus absolute as he prepares the follow-up. The enforcer stumbles back, completely defenseless and exposed. Goryeo follows through with a second, devastatingly clean slash. From the sidelines, the enforcer's crew watches in utter shock, wondering if he just cut the air itself. With the giant kneeling before him, Goryeo wonders if they really expected any other outcome. The rival crew's sub-leader scoffs, deciding it doesn't matter, they'll just take down the winner. But one of his men sees the truth, realizing the real problem is that this student is terrifyingly strong. In that instant, a massive hand grabs him by the throat, silencing his doubt. The supposedly defeated enforcer smashes his subordinate's face into the ground for his insolence. He glares with pure fury, insulted that anyone would think his body was so frail. Free threes. Turning back to Goryeo, he delivers a casual flick to the chin that sends him stumbling backward. A single, monstrous punch follows, blasting the student across the entire room. A strange, swirling energy begins to condense around the enforcer's massive fists. He then leaps into the air, ready to bring down the full weight of his true, hidden power. The enforcer's fist connects with a deafening crash, sending Goryeo flying like a ragdoll. He lands softly, casually remarking that no matter how wildly they swing, he's always been the type to end his fights in a single, decisive shot. With a slight smirk, he wonders if he's actually gotten weaker for letting this drag on. In fact, Hez so unimpressed, Hez starting to feel a little hungry. Suddenly, two of the other crew members spot an opening and leap in for a surprise attack. They're convinced this is their moment, shouting that they'll finish him in one blow. But their attack never lands. The enforcer grabs both of them by the head, mid-air. He slams their faces into the concrete with contemptuous ease, shattering the ground. The subordinate panics, realizing his speed is impossible, and a strange power begins to glow from the enforcer's hand. Without missing a beat, he dispatches the last of the grunts, grinding them into the asphalt. But a voice cuts through the haze, confirming the enforcer's dawning suspicion. He finally realizes this entire brawl was nothing more than an elaborate setup. The young fighter reveals himself, his torn shirt showing a physique that means business. He looks the burly man dead in the eyes and asks if he finally gets it now he's been betrayed. The word hangs in the air, and the enforcer's mind just snaps, letting out a wild, broken laugh. He collapses to his knees, slamming his bloody fists into the ground in absolute despair. His opponent just watches on, disgusted by the pathetic display unfolding before him. Overwhelmed by shame, the giant enforcer turns his fist on himself, landing a solid blow to his own chest. He kneels, clutching his heart, admitting to himself just how pathetic he truly is. Surrounded by his fallen men, the enforcer blames himself, believing he disappointed his family. The crushing weight of his failure settles in. He feels he's not fit to be a leader. But his opponent calmly explains that winning was never the goal, it was always about the ampules. With a thud, he drops his pipe to the ground. The young fighter turns away, suggesting they can continue their fight another time. He doesn't understand what he's hearing, utterly baffled by this turn of events. But then, a strange resolve begins to form amidst the enforcer's despair. He declares that he will kill this traitor and protect his organization. A twisted grin spreads across his face. These people are still the family he chose. With a brutal crack, he smashes his own fist into his face, steeling himself for what's next. The enforcer's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He recognizes this technique. With blinding speed, the young fighter unleashes the lightning strike blade. He looks down at his fallen opponent, calmly telling him it's time to give up. From Goryeo in the past until now, he explains, the enforcer has only ever been used. The words cut deep, his sincerity was real, but he was just a pawn to those he served. A memory flashes of a smiling Goryeo, extending a hand in what seemed like friendship. But the fighter has no more time for this, declaring he can't stall any longer. He readies his weapon for a final strike. There are people relying on him. The enforcer's entire worldview crumbles, the devastating accusation echoing in his mind. His thoughts drift back to a peaceful day, a reminder of the very person he swore to protect. He remembers the life he thought he had, enjoying the spoils of his service alongside his superiors. But his true motivation wasn't the luxury. It was a quiet, peaceful day with a little girl. Her innocent smile and a simple autumn leaf were the only treasures he ever needed to protect. Back in the present, that resolve causes something inside him to finally break its human shell. His shadow contorts on the wall, revealing the hulking silhouette of a monster clawing its way out. The fighter watches this gruesome transformation with a knowing calm. He was waiting for this. A monstrous, tusked face emerges, snarling its defiance, refusing to let anything more be taken. The metamorphosis completes, revealing the massive beast man now known as Choi Kyung. He stomps the ground, shattering it with raw power. As the fighter calmly recalls the stories the rumors had heard were true, he was now face to face with Choi Kyung's legendary alias, the Beast. The fighter smirks, realizing the rumors weren't metaphors. Choi Kyung is quite literally a beast. But instead of fear, his eyes narrow with anticipation, challenging the monster to show him its full strength. The beast obliges, lunging forward in a blind, furious charge. With a subtle shift, the fighter easily evades the clumsy attack. He pivots on his heel, letting the hulking monster thunder past him. Choi Kyung crashes into the wall, the sheer wind pressure from his missed punch tearing the area apart. The fighter acknowledges the creature's immense power, but he's already found a fatal flaw. A piece of rebar, now a makeshift spear, drips with fresh blood. He reveals his counter. While the beast has strength, he has superior speed. The fighter has already moved, impaling the rebar deep into the beast's back muscle. With a vicious yank, he tears the rebar free, confident he's crippled that side of the monster. But his eyes widen in disbelief as the beast's injured arm swings around with full force. A brutal backhand connects, sending the fighter hurtling across the warehouse. He smashes clean through a concrete pillar, the impact shaking the entire structure. He lands in a pile of rubble, stunned by the creature's impossible durability. His shock quickly fades, replaced by a cold, calculating focus. Uncaring, the beast continues its rampage, punching holes through the ceiling. It lets out a low growl, eyes glowing with an unthinking, primal rage. Spotting a new target, its fist demolishes a heavy, reinforced steel door. The monster rips the door clean off its hinges, revealing a dark passage beyond. But the monster catches his weapon, shoving it straight through his chest. He holds on, wondering how the creature suddenly became this tough. The blow was perfect, yet the monster barely even flinched. He swings again, and suddenly recalls that its severed hand has already grown back. His eyes widen as the horrifying truth begins to click into place. The gash he just carved into its shoulder is already gone. He backs away, the puzzle pieces snapping together in his mind. This monstrous form isn't just for strength, it grants ridiculous regenerative power, and the beast seems to know he's figured it out, a predator enjoying the hunt. With a mighty leap, it soars into the air, ready to bring down the final hammer. It's the boar god's descent, an earth-shattering technique aimed directly at him. The full weight of the beast's power is meant to crush him into dust. The ground explodes outward, but our hero somehow survives the cataclysmic impact. He lands softly, a chilling certainty forming in his mind after facing that overwhelming power. He realizes that in his current state, he can't even begin to unleash his true strength. For some unknown reason, his chi feels trapped, unable to diffuse and flow freely. Continuing to attack is pointless. It's just a waste of energy against that insane healing. He tightens his grip on the rebar, knowing one wrong move could be his last. A flicker of flame ignites in his hand, channeling his limited power into the makeshift weapon, and the beast's eyes widen, sensing that the nature of this fight has just changed. He knows this has to be it, the one attack that regeneration can't fix. With intense focus, he prepares to channel his remaining power into the burning rebar. This, he decides, is going to be the final, decisive blow. But just as he's about to move, a sharp command cuts through the tension as a group of agents appear. They're being confronted by two angry students, who accuse them of trying to steal some ampoules. The lead agent spits orders, telling his men to just ignore the kids and leave. The situation quickly escalates, with the agents trying to physically restrain the students blocking their path. The girl looks back, her defiance turning to shock as she notices something else. A second, far more dangerous-looking crew has just arrived on the scene, and with a roar of pure frustration, our hero smashes the ground, the fight completely derailed. Choi Kyung rises from the rubble, scoffing at the very idea of a final blow. But our hero is done playing games, rocketing forward to end this once and for all. The massive boar meets his charge, leaping high into the air for a devastating overhead smash. He roars out his attack, Windborne Crush, fully intending to flatten his opponent. But the fighter below remains eerily calm, a quiet intensity in his eyes. He whispers the nature of his technique, a fire that culminates in absolute silence. He plunges the glowing rebar into the ground, drawing forth an incredible surge of power. Then he unleashes it all in a single, devastating swing. The silent flame annihilation sword. Choi Kyung's eyes widen in disbelief, completely baffled by this strange and potent flame. The fiery torrent engulfs him completely, blasting his enormous body backward through the air. The force of the attack tears through the entire building in a chain of fiery explosions. Amid the smoldering aftermath, Choi Kyung is on his knees, his boar form faltering. He can feel his regeneration giving out. The raw, undeniable fact of his defeat sinks in. As Chokryujeom looms over him, Choi Kyung's only thought is that he has failed to protect his people. But the victor coldly informs him that no one can be a protector for eternity. He even admits that he couldn't do it either, a realization that came to him in solitude. Perhaps, he suggests, the better path would have been to teach them to protect themselves. If he had, maybe his own heart could have been at peace, a quiet moment of shared regret. But the empathy vanishes as quickly as it came, replaced by a cold reminder that he's speaking to his executioner. His body reverting to its human form, Choi Kyung accepts his fate, asking Chokryujeom for one last favor. With his final moments slipping away, Choi Kyung whispers a desperate hope. His last request is for someone to teach his daughter how to defend herself. Chokryujeom lets the makeshift weapon fall, its clang marking the end of their battle. But a mocking voice suddenly cuts through the quiet, declaring the outcome was obvious. The unseen speaker scoffs that Choi Kyung was doomed the moment he started playing Family Man. A nearby window explodes inward, heralding a far more dramatic arrival. A man in a crisp white suit strolls in, dragging a beaten Cha Jeonil by the hair. With a sadistic grin, the tyrant Ha Jaehyun announces that Cheokryujeom has clearly gone soft. Choi Kyung stares in horror, demanding to know what this monster did to Jeonil. Ha Jaehyun simply sneers, revealing he'd promised the fool a promotion for smuggling out some ampoules. Ha Jaehyun mocks Cha Jeonil, calling his little operation fun but with a pathetic ending. With an insufferable smirk, he declares that he's only here to clean up the mess. On the orders of a man named Okyeon, the ampoules are to be hidden from the world, and as for the people involved, every single one of them will be eliminated. The finality of that threat sends a jolt of pure terror through Cha Jeonil. Before anyone can react, Ha Jaehyun makes good on his word with a blur of violent motion. Cheokryujeom and Choi Kyung watch in grim silence as he laughs, admitting the slaughter was his call. He then grinds his heel onto Jeonil's head, pinning him to the floor. With a blood-splattered, manic grin, he promises that Cheokryujeom and Choi Kyung are next. Despite his injuries, Choi Kyung's hand clenches, a final spark of defiance refusing to die. Choi Kyung's foot plants on the ground, a final, desperate stand. With a furious roar, he lunges toward Ha Jaehyun, throwing his entire weight into one last attack. His face is a mask of pure rage, promising to make the smug bastard pay. Even Chokryujeom is taken aback by this sudden explosion of defiance. But the bloody fist, fueled by righteous anger, never finds its target. A flicker of shock and disbelief flashes across Choi Kyung's eyes. He stopped cold, an arm having punched clean through his back and out his chest. Ha Jaehyun looks up, a twisted and utterly delighted grin spreading across his face. He holds the dying man up effortlessly, savoring the look of sheer agony. With a sneer, he mocks him, asking if he's like a boar who just lost his kid. He leans in close, his voice dripping with venom, asking if that boy was truly worth such devastation. Tears stream down Choi Kyung's face as he realizes the bitter truth. Okay, Yeon's judgment had been perfect. Ha Ji-hyun turns away in disgust, finding the display of loyalty ridiculous when he believed their group was his only true family. But he quickly brushes it aside with a cold, predatory smirk. His focus now shifts, locking onto the only other man left standing. The young fighter stares back, his gaze steady and completely unfazed. A truly deranged grin splits Ha Ji-hyun's face as he decides he'll savor the most delicious part of the meal first. He launches himself forward, a blur of white moving in for the kill. But a thunderous crash echoes through the warehouse as he's sent flying backward, shattering the very concrete beneath him. A crimson aura erupts around the fighter, his hair now a fiery red as he stands ready for whatever comes next. A torrent of power erupts as their fists collide, gold and crimson energies battling for dominance. The entire warehouse trembles from the shockwave of their meeting. For a fleeting moment, Ha Ji-hyun's eyes widen with genuine surprise at the force he's facing. But that surprise quickly twists into a wide, deranged grin. He's absolutely loving this. Their struggle intensifies, the floor beneath them exploding into a shower of debris. In a flash, Ha Ji-hyun breaks the stalemate, landing a devastating blow right to the jaw. The sheer impact sends the young fighter flying backwards through the air. He lands hard, his foot digging into the concrete to grind his momentum to a halt. Staggering, he can't help but wonder, was this monster always this strong? He grits his teeth, realizing the sheer amount of chi pouring from Ha Ji-hyun is just too much to handle. His eyes dart around, scanning the debris-filled warehouse. In an instant, his opponent has completely vanished from sight. A chilling voice whispers from behind. Ha Ji-hyun has closed the distance without a sound. But then, he hears a faint, almost imperceptible noise. As Ha Ji-hyun winds up for another strike, there's a strange cracking sound coming from his chest. A flicker of recognition crosses the young fighter's face. He's heard that sound before. His eyes lock onto a faint glow pulsing beneath Ha Ji-hyun's suit jacket. Ducking under the blow, he wonders if that glowing object is the true source of this monstrous power. The punch is too fast. Cheo Kryujam realizes with dawning horror he can't possibly react in time. Before the blow can land, a massive figure intercepts it. Choi Kyung takes the full, brutal force of the impact, shielding his comrade. The shockwave carves a crater into the concrete floor as he's slammed into the ground. Pinned beneath the blow, Choi Kyung uses his immense weight to trap Ha Ji-hyun's arm, screaming for Cheo Kryujam to run. But Cheo Kryujam can only stand there, frozen, watching his allies sacrifice. With his last breath, Choi Kyung roars at him, reminding him of the place he absolutely must reach. Ha Ji-hyun just smirks, mocking the dying man's grand ambitions. He effortlessly grabs Choi Kyung, wondering aloud if this pig truly thought he could hold him back. With a final, guttural roar, Choi Kyung puts every ounce of his remaining life force into his grip. His last thoughts drift to his daughter, Si-yoon, a silent apology forming on his lips. He has one final plan, a desperate gambit involving a nearby stack of gas tanks. Ha Ji-hyun's smugness vanishes, replaced by a flash of genuine alarm as he realizes what's happening. In an insane act of sacrifice, Choi Kyung launches them both airborne, hurtling toward the volatile cylinders. The world ignites in a blinding, deafening explosion, consuming them both in fire. The scene then shifts, showing a group of high school delinquents contemplating their next move. Their targets are two terrified students, and the bullies decide they need to be silenced for good. But just as they're about to act, a firm hand grabs their leader's arm, stopping him cold. The hand belongs to a female classmate, who coolly asks the bully to leave this to her. Her nerdy friend, however, is panicking, wondering who these new thugs even are. He glances at a defeated fighter on the ground, desperate for someone to call the police. With sweat dripping down his face, he grips his glasses, realizing he might have to finally use it. He faces the thugs, announcing he's taking his glasses off to use what his master taught him. Meanwhile, the bully leans in on the girl, but her defiant gaze doesn't break for a second. With a determined shout, the nerdy student throws all caution to the wind and decides to just go for it. His hands tremble as he clutches his own uniform, a strange power beginning to stir inside. The lackeys watch in stunned silence as the boy feels his body react in a way he can't control. A powerful figure erupts into existence, a warrior who shields the students from harm. This summoned guardian, Cheo Kryujam, knows he has only a few precious seconds. The nerdy student grins with relief, calling out his protector's name. As the bully grabs his friend, the boy points, giving Cheo Kryujam his target. In a flash, the warrior smashes through the thugs holding her captive. He scoops her up, yelling for the other students to make their escape now. The bully hits the pavement, his mind struggling to comprehend who he just provoked. He recognizes the legend his boss warned him about, wondering how he could possibly be here. A wave of panic hits him as he considers what this means for his own boss. The scene shifts to a ruined warehouse, the aftermath of a devastating battle. Inside, the ground is shattered, hinting at the incredible power that was unleashed. Sprawled amongst the debris is the monstrous Choi Kyung, beaten and unconscious. His opponent, Ha Ji-hyun, sits casually on his back, annoyed that his clothes got ruined. He smirks, irritated that these fools forced him to get his own hands dirty. Meanwhile, the actor Yoo Yeon-woo looks out over the city, aware of the recent events. He knows that the summoning of that ancient warrior will only make things worse. A flicker of resolve crosses his face as he makes a decision. It's time, he thinks, to finally go and meet him after all this time. Something has gone terribly wrong behind a locked storeroom door. A classmate arrives on the scene, stumbling back in absolute horror. He sees a briefcase of enhancement drugs spilled across the floor. The sight confirms his worst fears about what just went down. Inside, a mysterious man channels a powerful red aura into two unconscious fighters. He pours his energy into them, pulling them back from the brink of death. The sheer force of the healing technique erupts from the building in a blinding flash. Drained and sweating, the man finally finishes the emergency treatment. He breathes a sigh of relief, thankful they made it just in time. Nearby, a traumatized Choi Seun can only mutter about her father as a friend tries to comfort her. The girl recalls Cheo Kryujium's grave words about Seun's father. She feels utterly helpless, unsure how to possibly comfort her friend. Elsewhere, the healer tells his companion that saving the two fighters wasn't their only objective here. His nerdy friend is shocked by the revelation, but before he can question it, a sudden, heavy banging erupts from the door, startling them both. The loud noise puts everyone on high alert, their eyes locking onto the entrance. The door opens, and a man in a sharp suit steps in, surveying the chaotic aftermath. Ha Ji-hyun calmly greets the newcomer from his spot over Choi Kyung's beaten body. He addresses the man as Mr. Ok-yeon, a name that carries an immediate sense of power. At his feet, the defeated Choi Kyung can only cough up blood, utterly broken. Choi Kyung stares up in disbelief, asking how Ok-yeon could do this to him. The betrayal cuts deep, and he desperately wants to know why. But Ok-yeon just leans in, coolly asking what kind of relationship they ever truly had. The question sends Choi Kyung spiraling back into a memory from long ago. He remembers the day a younger Ok-yeon found him, extending a hand of friendship. The man had offered him a place, a chance to become his family. That single word echoes in his mind, a promise that now feels like a cruel joke. Back in the present, Ok-yeon calmly sits, acknowledging that they were once family. But he callously points out that Choi Kyung's desperation for his new family is what caused all this. With a chilling smile, he reveals the ampules were never just for making money. Then, with a casual air, Ok-yeon changes the subject, asking why he was kept in the dark about Cheo Kryujium. The question catches Choi Kyung completely off guard. How could Ok-yeon possibly know? A smug, almost theatrical sigh escapes Ok-yeon's lips. He puts on a wounded expression, asking if this secrecy was their way of disrespecting him. As for the consequences elsewhere, a young woman trembles violently in a chair. It's Choi Kyung's precious ward, tied up and in agony, already paying the price for his defiance. Back in the present, Ok-yeon leans in over the defeated man, his patience wearing thin. He gets right in his face, demanding to know exactly what he told that man. The full weight of his mistake crashes down on Choi Kyung, the realization hitting him hard. Utterly broken, blood dripping from his lips, he has no cards left to play. Choi Kyung offers only silence, his body and will both completely shattered. Ok-yeon casually adjusts his suit, disappointed by the lack of a satisfying conclusion. With a slight tap of his foot, he decides he's had enough of this game. He turns away, leaving Ha Ji-hyun to watch over the defeated man. This whole affair, he muses, has become quite troublesome. The scene shifts, revealing the president of Korea waiting at a traditional estate. And right on cue, Kang Ji-kan arrives with Chokryujium and the very students in tow. Ok-yeon realizes with annoyance that the government itself is protecting his targets. We see why in a flashback to a quiet evening at the estate. It was Cheo Kryujium who personally asked the president to shelter Choi Seun. Cheo Kryujium clarifies his request, explaining it's the child who truly needs help. The president's gaze softens with understanding as he processes the gravity of the situation. His eyes drift over to Choi Seun, who quietly holds a cat, looking undeniably lonely. Her friend asks with genuine concern if Seun will be all right on her own for the night. The friend is touched, remarking on how kind Seun is being to her. She feels a small pang of regret, wishing she'd shown that same side of herself before. But Seun turns, a newfound resolve in her eyes, saying she's grateful but must learn to be independent. Nearby, Kang Jikan and the NIS director whisper awkwardly about leaving a boy and a girl alone. Chokryujom cuts through their chatter, telling them not to worry about such things. He pulls up his hood, casually announcing he's leaving for a bit, stunning the agents. One of the agents rushes forward, protesting that this is completely out of line. Kang Jikan can only watch, stunned by the warrior's simple promise to return. But Chokryujom's gaze is unyielding. He'll be back, and that's all they need to know. The agent tries to appeal to the president for support, but the leader remains silent. The president calmly reminds them that Chokryujom did, in fact, say he'd be back. Realizing the decision is made, Kang Jikan offers his help if it's ever needed. In a shocking display of respect, Chokryujom gives a deep, formal bow. The two agents stare, completely baffled. They realize this is the first time he's ever done that. With the formalities done, Chokryujom turns to leave, his destination still a mystery. Elsewhere, the smug Ha-Ji-hyun grins, announcing he's just arrived to clean up the mess. Ha-Ji-hyun casually informs them that on Ok-yeon's command, the ampules are being secured. He then turns his attention to Chokryujom, noting that this new body is far from perfect, but he offers a sliver of hope, a place that might hold the key to unlocking its secrets. Chokryujom is suspicious, but Ha-Ji-hyun simply states this is a favor being called in an order he can't refuse. His destination is the legendary and remote Baekdu Mountain. Now on the mountain trail, Chokryujom reflects on his weakness. If Ha-Ji-hyun is this strong, he can't imagine Ok-yeon's power. With grim resolve, he pushes forward, hoping to find the answers he desperately needs. But as he walks, a sudden, unnatural chill cuts through the air. He stops dead in his tracks, his instincts screaming that something is wrong. Before him lies a dark, foreboding chasm, and he can't begin to guess what he's just found. The chasm opens into a glowing, ethereal ice cave, filled with a strange blue light. Cautiously, Chokryujom steps into the unnatural cold, his senses on high alert. His eyes widen in shock as a figure materializes from the mist. He can barely process what he's seeing, his mind reeling in confusion. Standing before him is his own reflection, but with long hair and ancient warrior robes. The only sound in the cavern is the slow, rhythmic drip of melting ice. A drop of water hits a perfectly still pool, the ripples distorting reality itself. He stands beside his doppelganger, forced to accept that this impossible vision is real. This must be the place Choi Kyung spoke of, but its nature is beyond his comprehension. His other self seems just as wary, wondering if this bizarre meeting is nothing but a trap. But something feels off, and he cautiously reaches out a hand. He leans in closer, trying to see if his double is even conscious. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes snap open, sharp and utterly focused. Chokryujom's own eyes widen in shock. He realizes he's been played. A brutal kick slams into his side before he can even react. The speed and power were no illusion that was a serious attack. He's sent skidding across the slick, icy floor of the cavern. So it really was a trap. He quickly gets to his feet, adopting the Jongdam basic fist. But his opponent mirrors him perfectly, assuming the exact same stance. A chill runs down his spine. He knows only one other person who can use that martial art. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, he'll answer with his own ultimate move, the extreme one, Flash Fist. The resulting shockwave of power rips through the entire cavern. But he's the one who ends up on his knees, stunned and defeated. He can't comprehend it. How is this thing a better master of his own techniques? As he pushes against the ground, a bitter cold seeps into his hand, freezing it solid. The creeping ice paralyzes him as he stares up at the silent, hooded figure. The phantom takes a slow, deliberate step forward, its presence suffocating. And as the shadows recede, a familiar, bearded face looks down upon him. Chokryujom's blood runs cold, his mind refusing to accept what he's seeing. Because standing before him is the man he used to be, a ghost from his own past. His mind flashes back to a distant past, to a time when he too had a master. A mysterious warrior who wandered the land, carrying a sword of impossible size. This man, who called himself the Nameless One, possessed an aura of immense power. Their first encounter was in the jaws of a monstrous bear, a creature of pure ferocity. But with a single, devastating swing, the master saved him, cleaving the beast in two. The young Chokryujom was left speechless, witnessing a level of strength he never knew existed. The master himself seemed to marvel at his own might, felling a legendary beast with ease. So the boy knelt before this incredible warrior, desperate to know who he was. When Chokryujom gave his name, the master seemed to recognize a spark within him. From that day forward, he began the boy's grueling training in the martial arts. The years passed, and Chokryujom was forged from a boy into a powerful man. Then one day, without a word or a trace, his master simply vanished. Chokryujom never went looking for him, instead choosing to walk his own path. He understood that his master was the Nameless One, a being like the wind, whose origins and destination were a complete mystery, which is why he never imagined that, centuries later, he'd be standing face to face with him again. Overwhelmed, he demands to know what kind of being his master truly is. The old warrior calmly explains that his personal time just flows slower than for others. The words crash down on Chokryugyum. He realizes hundreds of years have passed. Staring at that familiar back, he wonders if the Nameless One was ever even human. The Nameless One reveals his presence isn't even fully physical, just a fading form. With a cryptic, all-knowing smirk, he lets out a quiet laugh. He always had a feeling they would meet again, leaving his former student stunned. The master's story flashes back to a different era, to a burly warrior facing impossible odds. He recalls helping this man, stepping in when he was on the brink of death. The two even shared stories afterward, including tales about Chokryugyum himself. Bizarrely, hundreds of years later, he met that man again in a new life, before Chokryugyum was even reborn. The master ponders how much must have changed in that short span of centuries. Chokryugyum, reeling, tries to focus on the present, demanding to know the reason for this visit. But the answer isn't simple, and his master's gaze tells him this explanation will take time. The master calmly states he's already observed his student's movements and knows he can't access his full power. He questions this desperate need for more strength, believing his current level should be more than enough for this era. But his student drops to his knees, his voice filled with urgency, insisting that it's absolutely necessary. He reveals he has a powerful enemy who awoke far earlier, and he desperately needs help before it's too late. The master simply reflects on their reunion after hundreds of years, realizing their shared fate was never truly finished. A faint smile crosses his lips as he remarks on how amusing destiny can be. He speaks of an ancient prophecy of a hero who would stop a great evil and how he felt that same hope when he first heard his student's name. With his decision made, he commands the young warrior to stand up. Looming over him, the master declares that he is willing to place his faith in him once more. But elsewhere, a woman is bound to a chair, her breath ragged, a captive in the enemy's hands. Her head lifts slowly as she announces her return, her voice echoing in the dim room. Just then, Yu Yongwu walks in, reporting that he couldn't find Chokryugyum due to government meddling. As he hangs his jacket, he remarks that something feels off about the situation. He turns to find Yun Unye awake, feigning surprise as she suggests he must not remember what happened. But his expression shifts into a knowing, condescending smirk. He remembers everything. He explains that he already sensed it the moment they arrived at the airport. Amidst the flashing cameras, he detected the faint but unmistakable energy of Chokryugyum on her. She looks down, realizing she's been caught, as he asks if she really thought he wouldn't know. He recalls the moment she came to him, trying to cover her tracks after meeting Choi Kyung, but her attempt was pathetic, betrayed by the raw fear he saw burning in her eyes. He coolly reminds her that she must have feared meeting the same fate. She remembers his immense power washing over her, her mind collapsing under the psychic assault. The horrifying realization dawns on her. He's been inside her head, searching her memories. He gets right in her face, demanding to know where Chokryugyum went, and she trembles at his newfound power. Just then, one of his subordinates enters, carrying a lifeless body and asking for instructions. The corpse is unceremoniously dropped to the floor in front of them. Yanwu casually sits on the body, informing Eunhye that the Choi Kyung she met is now dead. He then grabs the head of the deceased, preparing for his next chilling move. An ominous green aura surrounds him as he explains that he tried to be considerate before. But this time, he declares, will be different as a dark, corrupted energy gathers in his hand. With a sickening crunch, he caves in the dead man's skull with one hand. His grip tightens, completely obliterating what's left of the head. Yununhee watches, her eyes wide with disbelief and absolute terror. She recognizes the move, a forbidden technique spoken of only in legends. Yeonwoo casually wipes his hand, admitting that recreating the art was a bit risky. With the grisly task complete, he calmly walks over to his captive. He places a hand on her head, telling her he just needs a little time. She can't move as he prepares for whatever is coming next. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He has preparations to make. And on a quiet rooftop, his terrifying plan is about to unfold. Back at their hideout, the two sit down for a meal, but the fighter notices his friend isn't eating. The nerdy student looks down, filled with regret, and apologizes for being so greedy and hasty before. His friend just brushes it off, saying anyone can make that kind of mistake, and tells him to eat up. Looking at the spread, the student is confused. This is a full-on banquet, and he knows his friend can barely cook. Just then, another classmate, Moon Junho, enters with a fresh pot, announcing he's decided to help them out. After their unexpected feast, the sink is piled high with dirty dishes. As the fighter washes up, His friend confirms that the mysterious Chokryujium was one of their helpers. The student lets out a nervous laugh, also remembering the other guy with glasses who pitched in. But the fighter's mood darkens as he thinks about the favors he's accumulating from others. Later, he meets with Chokryujium, asking him for another favor, to find out where Yoon Eunhye is. Chokryujium scoffs, saying that of course hell help, that's not even a real favor. Back at the apartment, Moon Junho bursts in, panicked about what's happened to someone named Jeonil. He frantically asks if they're just going to stay quiet while all this is going down. The nerdy student turns, startled, wanting to know what the commotion is about. But Chokryujium, still at the sink, dismissively tells them to stay out of it and get to school. The nerdy student leans over to the fighter, whispering to ask if he's planning to go off alone. He suggests that with their master away, they should wait until they've fully recovered. His friend finishes his point, adding that some mysterious new players have now entered the scene. A quick flash reveals a memory of these new fighters, a powerful crew standing over their defeated enemies. The fighter's decision is made. He turns and walks off, ready to face the threat himself. And just as he leaves, a new crew makes their entrance, their leader announcing it's time for the party to begin. The scene cuts away to a phone displaying a breaking news alert about a celebrity dating scandal. The man from the article, movie actor Nam Seong-yoon, stares at his phone, realizing he's in deep trouble. Suddenly, a hand rests gently on his bare shoulder from behind. It's the idol from the article, Shim Harry, wrapping her arms around him, completely unfazed by the news. She leans in close, mockingly asking if he's lost his nerve after everything. Later, the actor is in the shower, trying to convince himself he can handle both his career and his love life. But as he washes his hair, a sudden, unsettling feeling washes over him. He feels a presence, as if someone is watching him, but tries to brush it off as just Harry playing a prank. Unbeknownst to him, the bathroom door is indeed slightly ajar, a silent confirmation of his fears. But as he steps out, he realizes he's not alone in the room. An intruder grabs him from behind, and Seong-yoon's confusion turns to shock. A vicious knee slams into his back, sending him crashing to the floor in agony. He's been dragged before a well-dressed man who calmly sips wine, warning him to stay quiet. Terrified, Nam Seong-yoon tries to ask who they are, but a hand clamps over his mouth. The leader's calm is broken by a scream from another room, a sound that clearly annoys him. It's Shim Harry, pinned to her bed by two other thugs who are enjoying her terror. The leader drops some incriminating evidence on the table, mocking the actor's poor judgment. Seong-yoon desperately denies everything, pleading that he's done nothing wrong. But his frantic denial is cut short by a crushing grip tightening around his face. The gangster leans in, calmly informing him that his opinion doesn't matter. If he says it happened, it happened. With his face painfully squeezed, Seong-yoon is forced to nod, his will completely shattered. To seal the deal, the man pulls out a phone, displaying the damning evidence he's just recorded. He casually reviews the video, expressing his satisfaction with how well the framing was filmed. On the bed, Shim Hari lies unconscious, the perfect prop for the crime scene they've manufactured. Defeated, Seong-yoon can only kneel and ask what he needs to do to make this go away. The gangster pats his head condescendingly, telling him it's nothing special, just a small break. Then comes the real demand. He must step down from the acting role he was just given. A smug, victorious smirk spreads across the gangster's face. That role, he explains, already has an owner. And as the elevator doors slide shut, so too do the doors on Seong-yoon's career. And we see exactly who's pulling the strings. A new player whose crew praises him for elevating actor Yoo Yeon-woo by simply removing all competition. The blue-haired boss just smirks, taking a drag from his cigarette. He does it because it's fun, and he has no time for boring things. His men are still confused, wondering why he's pushing so hard when Yoo Yeon-woo is already a world-famous star. But one of them clarifies, for the boss, and for the actor, his current success isn't nearly enough. In fact, their real plan only begins once Yoo Yeon-woo becomes the undisputed best of the best. The scene shifts, revealing the actor himself in a meeting, calmly outlining the next phase of his grand ambition, and the blue-haired boss listens intently, a predatory gleam in his eyes, clearly looking forward to the chaos to come. But then his focus breaks as he suddenly realizes one of his men is missing, much to his subordinates' annoyance. Turns out, the missing crew member was busy on a special assignment, relocating their prisoner, the deadly Yoon Eun-hee. The blonde thug impatiently urges her along, complaining that he's hungry, completely unfazed by the legend he's escorting. But Yoon Eun-hee is no longer listening. A chilling realization is dawning on her. She flashes back to the rumors of Yoo Yeon-woo's dark sorcery, the kind that hijacks a living body, and the terrifying question hits her. Is she just another disposable vessel for his ambitions? She sees it in her mind, Yu Yanwu explaining how the ritual needs a sacrifice at the moment of death for perfection. His plan is clear now. To lock her away and turn her into a soulless puppet, just like Choi Kyung. Her feet suddenly stop on the cold floor, the finality of her situation crashing down. She thinks of all the pride she's swallowed, all the struggles she endured just to survive, and she decides then and there that she will not let her life end so meaninglessly. The blonde thug turns, annoyed by the delay, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in her eyes. In a flash, she strikes with brutal precision, proving she is anything but a helpless captive. He stumbles back, shouting in disbelief as he realizes he's trapped in an illusion. But the reality is far more brutal, as her cuffed hands crash right into his face. She uses the steel restraints as a blunt weapon, driving him to his knees with a vicious blow. With a firm grip on his head, she prepares to do more than just knock him out. A strange, green energy flares to life around her, pouring directly into her captor. The thug feels his mind going blank, his consciousness being forcibly ripped away. Leaving him slumped against the wall, she spots his phone lying on the floor. Despite the cuffs, she manages to snag the device, her one potential lifeline. She quickly begins tapping on the screen, her movements deft and urgent. Her eyes are locked on her target. She's making her move, and she's not wasting a second. But before she can finish, a vicious kick sends her flying, the phone skittering across the floor. The man with the blue-green hair looms over her, a cruel smirk on his face as he recognizes her. He demands to know what she did, but she's already fading, her body giving out. With her last bit of strength, she sends out a silent prayer, hoping the message was delivered. Elsewhere, Chio Kryugyum is enjoying a quiet smoke when his phone suddenly buzzes. He pulls it out, his casual expression replaced by one of sudden curiosity. The screen displays a text message from an unknown number. It contains only a name, Yu Yanwu. He stares at the message, completely baffled as to who could have sent it. Just a name, no context, a cryptic clue dropped into his lap from out of the blue. His thoughts, race, and one name surfaces. Could this possibly be a message from Yununhee? He knows it's a long shot, but the possibility that she's asking for help gnaws at him. Just as he's wishing for another clue, the phone on the floor suddenly buzzes to life. The timing is so perfect it's almost comical, startling him from his thoughts. He looks down to see an incoming call from the very same unknown number. With a heavy dose of suspicion, he stands up and cautiously answers the call. He listens intently, waiting for someone to speak on the other end. But the only response at first is a faint, unsettling cackle. Then, a smug voice cuts through the silence, asking for him by name. The man taunts him about running away, and Chokryugyum's face hardens. This is definitely not a wrong number. The voice on the other end is nothing but pure, unadulterated smugness. Chokryugyum cuts right through the noise, demanding to know who he's speaking with. But the man just smirks, saying his identity doesn't matter in the slightest. All that matters is if Chokryugyum wants to save Yoon Eun-hye, revealing her chained and unconscious in the background. He ends the call with a chilling ultimatum, 1 week to make his move. The clue sends Chokryugyum into a frenzy of research, starting with an article about the famous actor, Yu Yanwu. He scribbles down notes, desperately trying to find a link to the actor's true nature. Soon, his entire floor is littered with documents and printouts, a chaotic map of his investigation. He lets out a frustrated sigh, the connection still eluding him. Finally, he collapses in exhaustion, wondering why Yoon Eun-hee's last message pointed to Yu Yanwu of all people. Lying amidst his research, Chokryugyum wonders about the kidnapper, remembering his grating voice and how he knew his name. He speculates they might all be the same kind of hidden, monstrous beings. With no other options, he decides to approach Yu Yanwu, but he lacks any real information to work with. As he scrolls through his phone, a random ad flashes across the screen. But something else catches his eye, a piece of news that seems out of place. An article reveals Yu Yanwu suddenly replaced another actor, Nam Seong-yoon, for a lead role, and Chokryugyum smells a rat. The scene shifts to the CK Shielder's office, the very security company tied to the now replaced actor, and walking down its empty halls is Nam Seong-yoon himself. He finds the place unnervingly quiet, a shadow of its former self, and wonders what's become of it. Lighting a cigarette, he recalls that this company used to guard him, and the timing of his departure and Yu Yanwu's arrival is no coincidence. He decides the CEO's office is the logical place to start, hoping to find the company's hidden ledgers. Using his phone's flashlight, he cuts a beam of light through the pitch-black room, but the sight of endless shelves packed with documents makes his heart sink. This could take all night. Just then, a sudden sound puts him on high alert, and he whips around. Startled, a dark silhouette appears in the doorway, and Nam Seong-yoon demands to know who it is. The figure steps forward, and to his surprise, it's his former team leader. A moment later, they're both on the floor, sifting through files side by side. The team leader says he was just there to get his things, but he's glad to see his old subordinate. He then catches Nam Seong-yoon completely off guard by asking about his little brother. The tension eases as they both acknowledge a shared relief that the kids are safe, and the situation turned out okay. The team leader cuts to the chase, asking why Nam Seong-yoon is so desperate to find that specific ledger. Still digging through files, Nam Seong-yoon is momentarily caught off guard by the direct question. Just then, his foot bumps against a hard-edged folder hidden under a stack of loose papers. His eyes widen in a flash of discovery. He's found it. Holding up the file with a confident smirk, he reveals it contains a direct contact number. The report is on a celebrity named Nam Un-song, the exact lead he was searching for. The scene cuts to a young man in a pink hoodie, arms crossed in a stubborn, defensive posture. He sits on a bench, refusing to speak, his expression shut down completely. As Nam Seong-yoon approaches, the young man bows, begging to be left alone, clearly traumatized by whatever he's been through. But the agent leans in, reminding him that an organization like the CK Shielders wouldn't contact him without a very good reason. He offers his card, explaining that if the young celebrity is being coerced, they are willing to help, but his true goal is to lure out their real target. The card is taken, and Nam Yoon-seong's eyes widen in sheer terror, realizing he's being positioned as bait. He immediately panics, backing away and pleading for the agent to just leave him alone. But he quickly crumbles onto the bench in defeat, whispering that he just can't do it. With his head in his hands, he finally confesses the reason for his terror. They have something huge on him. A flashback reveals the source of the blackmail, a fabricated video showing him committing a heinous crime. He knows the moment that video leaks, his life is over, and the agent realizes this makes the situation far more complicated. Nam Seong-yoon's mind races, searching for some other way, some other leverage he could use to provoke his enemy. And then, a sudden flash of insight cuts through the problem. He remembers a recent news headline, a dating scandal involving himself and the actress Shim Haeri. Nam Seong-yoon mentions the news about Shim Haeri, deliberately pushing his brother's buttons. For a second, Nam Yoon-seong says nothing, his face obscured by his hoodie. But the name triggers a horrific memory of Haeri, unconscious and at the mercy of others. The dam finally breaks, and he cries out her name in pure, unadulterated agony. Meanwhile, in a dark room, another man coolly checks the time on his watch. The blue-haired boss muses that the one-week deadline is drawing to a close. He leans over his chained captive, Yoon Eun-hee, and mockingly asks if she's waiting for someone. With a smug grin, he promises that whoever shows up will get to say goodbye to their head. But Eun-hee just scoffs at his threat, telling him to stop being annoying and get lost. Her eyes flash with defiance as she tells him to look closely and see how little she fears him. The blue-haired boss leans in, admitting her fiery spirit is exactly what he likes about her. He laments how their team of 4, meant to support Ok-yeon, has been cut in half by traitors. His monologue is cut short by a phone call, and he casually steps away to answer it. In a separate control room, one of his subordinates calls out that something interesting is happening. His crew is glued to a monitor, confirming they've all just witnessed the event. A live stream has just started, featuring none other than Nam Yoon-seong, announcing his return to a flood of adoring fans. The crew member notes the massive fan reaction, realizing this could complicate things. But Yoon-seong is far from confident, frantically speaking on his own phone, terrified they'll release the video he was blackmailed with. On the other end, his brother, Nam Seong-yoon, is ice cold, telling him he made his choice and must see it through. He promises his younger brother won't regret this, coolly assuring him the video won't be released, at least. Not yet. The blue-haired boss finishes his call with a smug, knowing grin. He thinks it's time for another meeting, confident a sudden attack will throw them into chaos. In another location, one of his men confirms they've located their target and are ready. Meanwhile, a man approaches the hooded figure he believes is Nam Yoon-seong, commenting that the fastest guy has already gone. He leans in closer, casually asking what Yoon-seong is up to. But as he looks, he senses something isn't quite right. The hood is pulled back to reveal a stranger, who chides him for being so late. This new man complains he almost fell asleep waiting. He looks down on the thug with utter contempt, unimpressed by his arrival. The two now face off by the water's edge, Eun-seong's discarded hoodie a clear sign that this was all a trap. The thug demands to know who this stranger is, daring to impersonate Nam Yoon-seong. But the man quickly pieces it together, realizing these must be Yu Yanwoo's lackeys. He introduces himself simply as a bodyguard, his mind connecting the dots to Yoon Eun-hee's capture. He's sure of it, remembering a strange message she sent, likely under duress from these very people. The thug scoffs at the bodyguard title, asking where the real Yoon-seong is, yet has unnerved by the man's complete lack of fear. He tries to sense his opponent's power but finds nothing, concluding he's just an ordinary person though something feels off. Meanwhile, hiding nearby, the real Nam Yunsong reports on the phone that the trap has been sprung. Losing his patience, the thug gets right in the bodyguard's face, demanding to be taken to his boss. The bodyguard takes a moment, his gaze sharp as he considers the demand. Then, with a confident smile, he agrees to the meeting and gestures for the thug to follow. A wicked grin spreads across the bodyguard's face, ready to make his move. The real Eunseong looks up from his phone, shocked to see the man has vanished. Before he can even react, the thug is right behind him with a crazed, triumphant look. Panic seizes Eunseong. His cover is completely blown, but in an instant, the bodyguard reappears, using the tiger's prowl step to cross the distance. He unleashes a vicious kick, catching the thug square in the side of the head. The sheer force of the blow sends the gangster flying through the air. He crashes hard into a nearby body of water, completely taken out of the fight. The bodyguard immediately points, ordering a terrified Eunseong to run and hide. But he pauses, a grim look on his face. The impact felt wrong, and he realizes this thug is anything but ordinary. He watches the thug splash into the water, but the silence that follows is unnerving. Then, to his shock, the man rises from the depths completely unfazed by the blow. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he mockingly brushes the water from his hair. Suddenly, the world dissolves, and the bodyguard finds himself in a void before a mysterious master. This figure offers him a chance to regain his true power, but only if he can pass 3 tests. Lost and confused, he has no choice but to follow this guide into the unknown. He finds himself in a serene valley, the stage for his first trial, the phantasm of memories. The master explains, the goal is simple, all he has to do is walk to the end of the valley. The bodyguard is skeptical, thinking it sounds far too easy to be a real challenge. He takes his first step into the calm water, and the illusion instantly takes hold. He continues forward, the water splashing around his sneakers with every step, but a strange feeling begins to creep in. He wonders if he's walked this path before. It's more than just déjà vu, the entire place feels too familiar. A nostalgic scent even wafts through the air as the silhouette of a deer passes by. He suddenly stops dead in his tracks as a voice from the past calls out his name. The world shifts, and he's suddenly looking down at his old comrades from a bygone era. He's stunned, completely bewildered by their sudden appearance. They, in turn, are confused by his reaction, asking him what's wrong. One of them casually suggests it's time to go back and eat, treating this as a normal day. Just then, another group emerges, the Min clan, holding out baskets of food with warm smiles. His comrades cheer, celebrating the Min clan's generosity without a care in the world. But Chokryujum remains silent, his expression somber as he looks down. The water around his feet feels impossibly real, a lone fish even swimming by. He can barely process the overwhelming wave of emotion hitting him. In this perfect memory, everyone he lost is standing right there, alive and smiling. His eyes widen, the sheer weight of this beautiful, impossible vision crashing down on him. Suddenly, a woman in white robes leaps into his arms, embracing him with all her might. With a gentle smile, she welcomes him back, as if no time has passed at all. She tells him it's time to go home, and he seems completely lost in her hold. The two of them kneel together in the water, a picture of a peace he long thought was gone forever. But as Chokryujium collapses into the water, the Nameless One knows this test could make or break him. Submerged in the cold tranquility, a sudden realization dawns on the warrior. He finally understands that he couldn't regain his power because he was trapped in the past. The old master watches intently, wondering if his student will resign himself to the beautiful lie, or find the will to overcome this heart-wrenching trial. Still kneeling in the shallow water, Chokryujium pauses, the weight of his memories heavy on his shoulders. His hand tightens on his knee, his body trembling with renewed determination. He resolves to shake off this beautiful but dangerous illusion. With tears in his eyes, he stands, knowing he must leave them behind to face his real enemies. The vision fades, and his consciousness is pulled back to the present, focusing on a building at night. The scene shifts to an opulent dining room, where 2 men are sharing a meal, one of them thanking his boss for the food. But the silver-haired man, the actor Yu Yanwoo, immediately shuts him down, coldly asking who gave him permission to eat. His subordinate, Ji-hyun, freezes mid-bite, stammering an apology as the power dynamic in the room becomes chillingly clear. With a cold glint in his eye, Yu Yanwoo dismisses the tension, claiming it was just a joke, a casual display of his absolute control. Trying to recover, Ji-hyun stands and reassures his boss that the matter concerning Nam Yunsong will be handled swiftly. Yu Yanwoo offers a faint, challenging smile, clearly unconvinced by the man's bravado. Just then, a woman in a sharp suit enters the room, confirming they still have time to execute their plan. This is Yu Yanwoo's manager, Shim Ga-young, and she reveals she's already preparing countermeasures, just in case. Jihyun practically seethes at her interference, but a single word from his boss is enough to silence him. Yu Yanwu then calmly reminds his subordinate of the prize at stake. A staggering 50 billion won for him and his men. The sheer amount of money has Jihyun breaking out in a cold sweat, but Yu Yanwu simply gives him a final, chilling order to do the job well. Eager to prove himself, Jihyun bows and quickly excuses himself to handle the matter. He heads down a hall, stopping outside a door marked guest room. Growing impatient, he pulls out his phone, wondering what's taking his men so long. He calls one of his subordinates, demanding an update on their progress. The goon on the other end seems completely relaxed, reporting a minor snag involving a cutie. But the cutie is Cho Kryugyum, beaten on the floor with blood trickling from his mouth. In a flash, Cho Kryugyum's hand snaps up, clutching a small spray bottle. Before the goon can react, he gets a full blast of the unknown substance right in the face. The goon is sent flying, slamming into the wall with a sickening crunch. Dazed and confused, he can only mutter a weak "huh" into the phone. On the other end, an oblivious Jihyun scolds him for playing around, demanding he hurry up. But back at the fight, Cho Kryugyum rips his shirt clean off, done holding back. With a wicked smile, he decides to take his boss's words as permission to finally go all out. Jihyun arrives on the scene just in time to witness the chaos, completely stunned. Before he can even react, Cho Kryugyum is already on him, a hand grabbing his face. In a flash, Jihyun is brutally slammed into the ground with overwhelming force. Glowing with power, Cho Kryugyum looms over him, mockingly asking what else he's got. He then unleashes a massive burst of energy, a technique he promises will utterly crush them. But his true power's origin is rooted somewhere far more sinister, in a cold, sterile laboratory. Here, amidst humming machinery and complex anatomical data, gruesome experiments were conducted with bloody saws and surgical tools. A team of scientists works on their subject, noting the graft's near-perfect survival rate as they insert the final implant. The man on the table can only let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. From an observation deck above, a single figure in a lab coat watches the suffering unfold. With a twisted, smug grin, the lead scientist declares that his project is finally complete. Suddenly, glowing rings of light begin to activate on the subject's hand. The strange energy spreads, embedding itself into the man's very joints. He rises, a new being, a living weapon with power devices capable of manifesting strength hundreds of times greater than a human. This new weapon is codenamed Servo Joint, and he lands with a ground-shattering impact. Now known as Park Daehan, the test subject smirks, feeling the incredible power coursing through his new body. But the commotion sends a terrified onlooker scrambling for safety, realizing exactly who is causing the destruction. Daehan's self-satisfaction is cut short when his eyes lock onto an unexpected presence. A fist slams into his guard as Cho Kryugyum appears, dismissing him as nothing more than a gear-dependent weakling. The blow was shockingly close, and Daehan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this fight won't be as easy as he thought. Elsewhere, in an office, two agents are busy cleaning up, determined to leave no trace of their visit behind. One of them tries to remember where he pulled a specific file from as he goes to put it back. As he slots the binder into place, his fingers brush against a hidden switch. The entire filing cabinet rumbles and slides aside, revealing a secret passage that leaves both men speechless. The two agents can hardly believe what they're seeing. Tucked away in the hidden safe is a single, ancient-looking martial arts manual. Back at the fight, Cho Kryugyum blasts Daehan away with a terrifying gust of force. He lands with a confident smirk, strange energy swirling around his arms. Flexing his bicep, he reveals that he saved his trump card for this very moment. He's about to unleash the ultimate last-minute study session, the Wild Boar Bloody Fist Manual. The scene flashes back to a younger Cho Kryugyum, arriving at a desolate, cavernous location. Looking up at a single shaft of light, he wonders if this is the place for his second test. An ancient master appears behind him, placing a hand on his chest to confirm it. The master then prepares to transfer a technique, initiating the next stage of the trial. And just like that, he's thrown into the trial, landing in a ripple of pure energy. The world around him has completely changed, and he stares in utter disbelief. He can't even begin to process where he's been sent. This is the second test, the Heavenly Rock Extremeland. His master explains that this place is a nexus of power, long dormant and frozen over. Beyond a massive gate, an extreme environment awaits, where even the flow of martial arts is severed. Time itself moves slower here, and the land is swarming with beasts who have adapted to it. To survive, Cho Kryugyum is given one tool and one tool only, a massive, plain sword. He grips the hilt, steeling himself for the impossible challenge ahead. But the instant he touches it, a crippling frost immediately begins to form on his hand. His master's voice echoes, noting that while his mind is now steady, his physical vessel is still an empty shell. The final command is given: survive this hell and prove his worth once more as he steps into the light. The moment he crosses the threshold, an immense pressure slams down, making each step a crushing struggle. An unnatural cold sinks into his bones, a frost so intense it feels like it could stop his heart. And as if that wasn't enough, he's greeted by a nightmarish pack of shadowy beasts, their eyes glowing in the haze. He grips his sword, his first instinct being to turn and run as far and as fast as he can. But he knows there's no time for retreat, so he charges forward, carving a path through the monsters. As he fights, a violent memory flashes in his mind, a brutal, bare-knuckle fight from his past. A memory of him landing a decisive blow, a punch that carried the weight of everything he was. He recalls the technique, the wind-shattering smash, that ended the fight with earth-shaking finality. He draws that familiar energy from his core, a golden light signifying immense power. It flows through his entire body, concentrating into his fists for the perfect strike. But when he unleashes the blow, Park Dae-han meets it head-on without breaking a sweat. The cybernetically enhanced man just smirks, completely unimpressed by the force. A blur of furious strikes erupts between them, a desperate exchange of blows. Yet Cheokryujum realizes his destructive power alone isn't going to be enough. Park Dae-han is simply too fast, his own body flaring with a golden energy. The crushing realization hits him. At this speed, there's no way he can win. Before he can react, a vicious kick slams into his side, a technique called steel body. Park Dae-han glares, not with victory, but with rage, demanding he finish this fight already. Park Dae-han revels in his power, mockingly asking how he should finish this. But a sudden crack echoes through the air, and his confident expression falters. He glances down, shocked to realize his legs have been taking serious damage all along. The confusion turns to a cocky grin. He thinks he's figured out Cheokryujum's strategy. Believing he has his opponent completely read, he invites him in for one final attack. Cheokryujum accepts the invitation, hurtling forward with everything he has left. He knows his energy is gone. This single, desperate attack has to be the one. As he closes the distance, Park Dae-han smirks, ready to end it all with a final checkmate. But the attack isn't aimed at him. Cheokryujum slams his fist straight into the ground. The floor shatters, and in the chaos, Park Dae-han is left stunned, wondering where he vanished. Park Dae-han is still processing the misdirection when Cheokryujum appears right in his face. A cold, confident smile spreads across Cheokryujum's lips as he recalls a certain technique. He names it, the Crimson Strike that can supposedly crush mountains. With a roar, he unleashes the Crimson Mountain Breaker, a vicious uppercut that snaps Park Dae-han's head back. But the cybernetic brawler just grins through the blood, seemingly unfazed by the powerful blow. He scoffs, mocking the idea that a single punch could ever hope to finish him. Suddenly, though, his eyes widen in confusion. Something feels off. The world begins to tilt as he loses his balance, realizing a powerful technique means nothing if you can't stand. Cheokryujum grabs him from behind, revealing this was his true objective all along. With his opponent caught, he drags them both over the edge and into the abyss below. As they plummet into the dark water, Cheokryujum knows the fight has changed. With a chilling smirk, he realizes it's no longer about strength, but about who can survive the longest. The scene cuts away to a luxurious, isolated villa nestled in the quiet of the night. Inside, a group of gangsters are lounging around, complaining about a late crew member. One of them warns the others to be on their best behavior, since their boss is on his way and seems to be in a foul mood. But as they talk, one of the goons spots a blur of motion just outside the large glass window. He squints, genuinely confused, asking his friends if they saw something pass by. They just laugh it off, reminding him that this is Yu Yeonwoo's private villa, no one else would dare come here. But hidden away in a cold, dark room, the true nature of their business is revealed. A woman, bound tightly to a chair. She lifts her head, her gaze defiant and unbroken as a voice calls out to her from the shadows. A familiar voice cuts through the silence, asking if she could possibly have forgotten him. The woman looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief and a flicker of hope. Leaning against the door is Cheokryujum, here to settle the score. With a confident smirk, he promises her they're getting out of here now that he's arrived. But his newfound power came at a great cost, a journey that began not so long ago. While only 1 hour passed in the mundane reality of a high school classroom, for him, that single hour was an entire year spent in a brutal, hostile dimension. He was forced to fight like a wild beast against endless hordes of shadow creatures. His muscles were torn and healed countless times, pushing him past every known limit. Enduring bone-deep cold, he survived only by cloaking himself in the blood of his enemies. His only companion through this year of hell was a single, solitary sword. And by the end, He wasn't just surviving, he was the undisputed king of this brutal realm. His body, now a canvas of scars, holds the raw power he bled for. Clenching his fist, he presents himself to the trial's master, asking if this vessel is now worthy. He stands tall, a warrior reborn, utterly confident that he has proven his strength. Looking up to the heavens, he wonders what challenge could possibly be left for him now. But instead of an answer, the ground beneath him suddenly vanishes. His triumphant expression shatters, replaced by pure, unfiltered shock. The trial concludes not with praise, but by unceremoniously tossing him out, sending him plummeting back towards the world he left behind. He plunges deep into an endless expanse of water, his body sinking into the cold. Disoriented, he wonders if this is just another final phase of the brutal trial. But then, a sword materializes from the depths, its tip gently breaking the surface. It rises from the water, radiating an ancient aura that seems to call to him. In that same instant, a metaphysical lock deep within him shatters into dust. And with a jolt, Chiokyujium's consciousness returns to his body, back in the real world. He enters the dark room to find the captive woman still tied up, looking utterly abandoned. Unimpressed, she tells him to stop staring and get her out of the restraints. He smirks, casually asking if she happened to cry while he was gone, but she quickly denies it. Shrugging it off, he gets to work, effortlessly slicing through the ropes that bind her. With the woman free, Chiokyujium decides they should leave, admitting neither of them has the energy for another fight. But their escape is cut short as a new, well-dressed trio blocks their path, mockingly asking if they're going somewhere. The woman suddenly calls out to the gray-haired man, and Chiokyujium instinctively shoves her behind him. He's completely thrown off, demanding to know who this man is to her. She desperately pleads with him to let it go, promising to do whatever he wants if he just stands down. The smug-looking man in the white suit, Jihyun, simply waves his hand, telling them to go. He repeats the offer with an arrogant smirk, as if he's letting them off the hook. But as they turn, they see the real trap. A crew of thugs is blocking the only other exit. Chiokyujium realizes this is all just a game to them and declares that he'll break through on his own. His resolve hardens as he clenches his fist, ready to see this bloody business through to the very end. He wastes no time, his first punch sending a thug flying with bone-shattering force. Chiokyujium becomes a storm of fists and feet, tearing through the gangsters blocking his path. But even he has limits, and the constant assault finally brings him down to one knee. From the sidelines, Jihyun gives the cold, simple order to finish him as the woman watches in terror. One of the thugs moves in, raising a heavy bat to deliver the final, crushing blow. But even on the ground, Chiokyujium has one last resort, activating the flash blood fist. A crimson shockwave erupts from his body, blasting the entire crew away in a single, violent burst. Just as the dust settles, a new voice shouts that it's time to even the numbers. Chiokyujium looks up in disbelief as an ally helps him to his feet, explaining they've been following all along. Moon Junho chimes in, admitting it was a close call and that it really looked like he was about to lose. Moon Junho charges straight into the fray, questioning where these quail egg-headed punks came from. He unleashes his own flash blood fist, a crimson wave of energy that smashes into the thugs. Their leader can only stare in disbelief as his crew is sent flying by the unexpected assault. Chiokyujium is just as stunned, his mind reeling as he sees his student using his own martial arts. The memory flashes back to their training days, with a younger Moon Junho practicing the punch. Head insisted on shouting the technique's name, believing it made the attack stronger, much to his master's stoic amusement. Chiokyujium had explained the move was a simple one for beginners, focusing all one's breath and force into a single point. Head told him that while it was weak then, with enough effort, it could be perfected into a truly useful skill. But the technique came with a heavy price, a massive drain on internal energy that causes immense pain. Chiokyujium's warning from the past echoes in the present at his level. 1 or 2 uses is the absolute limit. Moon Junho feels his strength fading fast, realizing he has no choice but to use his final trump card. Chiokyujium looks on, worried, as his student prepares to make a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. With a mighty roar, Moon Junho takes a dramatic stance, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. The gangsters can only stare, completely baffled by the kid's bizarre posturing, and his ultimate weapon is revealed a simple can of pepper spray. He unloads the entire can into their faces and screams for his master to run. The thugs are completely blinded, howling in agony as the spray sears their eyes. With their pursuers incapacitated, he grabs the captive woman and makes a break for it. Jihyun watches the escape with a look of pure annoyance, tired of their persistence. The small group sprints for their lives down the empty corridor, desperate to find an exit. As they flee, Moon Junho screams for them to just keep running, carrying his master on his back. But their pathetic escape is cut short, as the thugs stumble back to their feet behind them. The lead gangster is absolutely livid, enraged that a couple of nobodies managed to humiliate them. His crew activates some kind of enhancement, their joints glowing with power as they vow to crush their heads. But before they can take a step, a flash of motion erupts from the side as Jihyun delivers a brutal kick. The gangsters are sent flying, completely outclassed by the sudden, unexpected assault. He lands gracefully, his own body glowing with a familiar, yet far superior, power. With cold precision, he spins into another devastating kick, ready to clean up the mess. One of the goons looks up in utter disbelief, confused as to why his own boss is attacking them. Jihyun answers with a final, crushing stomp, leaving his incompetent underlings broken on the floor. He looks down at his fallen underling, disgusted by how pathetic his own men are. At least, he muses, the expensive cybernetic parts can be recovered from their corpses. With a cold finality, he decides to just kill them all for their incompetence. The reason? Simply for the sin of disturbing his precious peace. Cheo Kryujeom and Junho can only stare up in disbelief, completely powerless. Even Shim Gaeyoung is frozen, the reality of the situation sinking in. Her eyes widen in horror as she sees Jihyun leap from the roof, a harbinger of death. He gathers a terrifying amount of energy, intent on wiping them all out together. With both hands, he slams the power downwards, straight towards the ground. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the entire top floor in a wave of destruction. But as the dust settles, Jihyun is completely dumbfounded by a voice from below. Cheo Kryujeom's group finds themselves miraculously alive, shielded from the devastating blast. A new figure stands over them, a young man who calmly says they held out well. He reaches down, a silent gesture offering to help them up. With a crack of his knuckles, the mysterious rescuer promises to finish this quickly. He takes a single, resolute step forward, his eyes locked on his target. From above, Jihyun can only curse, his grand entrance completely hijacked. Before he can even process it, the newcomer launches into the air to meet him head-on. He cocks back his arm, unleashing a blindingly fast technique known as the one-flash fist. All Jihyun can do is watch in disbelief as the attack closes in, his arrogance shattering. The punch connects with a deafening crack, a shockwave exploding from the point of impact. On the ground, Cheo Kryujeom and Moon Junho can't believe their eyes, wondering if it's over just like that. But the rescuer's gaze is sharp and focused, his expression all business. From within the settling dust, a small flame suddenly flickers to life. Shim Gaeyoung watches in horror, refusing to believe that Ha Jihyun could be taken down. He was the monster who fought the legendary Chokyujeom to a standstill, after all. And sure enough, Jihyun stands there, calmly taking a drag from a cigarette, completely unharmed. The only sign of the attack is the crumbling tip, breaking from the sheer pressure. It's revealed the devastating one-flash fist was stopped cold by a single, outstretched hand. Jihyun effortlessly holds him in place, the rescuer's surprise attack utterly neutralized. With a casual flick, Jihyun sends the rescuer hurtling back through the air. He slams violently into the concrete wall, the impact cracking it like a spiderweb. The poor guy is left embedded in the rubble, a testament to Jihyun's effortless power. A wicked smile spreads across Jihyun's face as he savors the feeling, the taste of a real fight. This takes us back in time, to when Ha Jihyun was the young patriarch of his family. He was a man who would shed any amount of blood to get what he wanted. The reason for his cruelty wasn't ambition or duty, but pure, unadulterated excitement. Gifted with immense power from a young age, absolutely no one could restrain him. He became a tyrant, his followers trembling before his demonic, masked presence. But then one day, this monster came face to face with a mysterious masked man. This mysterious swordsman was known as Ojian, and his proposal was simple. It was an offer that perfectly ignited the young Ha Jihyun's thirst for excitement. Ojian noted that Jihyun lacked any formal martial arts training, but he recognized this raw, untamed nature was Jihyun's most unique weapon. To unleash that potential, Ojian performed a forbidden technique to shatter his limits. Under his guidance, Jihyun's martial power soared to unimaginable new heights. In the present day, he is the very warrior that Ojian chose to empower. A monster from the past now equipped with the finest modern technology. His current combat power is a terrifying fusion of ancient rites and cutting-edge science. And as golden energy gathers in his fist, Hez ready to prove just how strong he's become. He unleashes a strike with dozens of times the force he once possessed. But Cheo Kryujeom simply braces himself, embedding into the wall, utterly unimpressed. Jihyun scoffs from above, disappointed that this is all the resistance he's getting. But before his feet can even touch the ground, Cheo Kryujeom explodes into motion, catching him. His hands clamp down on Jihyun's ankles with crushing strength. The smug look on Jihyun's face instantly vanishes, replaced with pure shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Chokryugyam begins to swing him through the air. Suddenly, rings of golden energy flare to life around Jihyun's feet. He uses the burst of power to halt his momentum, demanding his opponent snap out of it. Chokryugyam looks on, calm and ready, wanting to see what this new power can truly do. Suddenly, multiple copies of Jihyun materialize, swarming Chokryugyam in a relentless barrage. Watching from the sidelines, the blue-haired rescuer shouts a desperate warning to aim for their joints. He slams his fist in frustration, realizing his advice came a moment too late. He can only watch as his ally is kicked away, wondering if Chokryugyam failed his crucial mission. Our hero slumps against a shattered wall, completely overpowered by the onslaught. The real Jihyun casually pins him down, forcing Chokryugyam to question if this foe is truly unbeatable. Leaning in, Jihyun admits his excitement would only be satisfied by taking his head, but he has orders to deliver him to Ojeon. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he changes his mind on the spot. Deciding his own fun is more important, he declares he'll just kill him now, gathering a blinding golden power. The energy erupts in a massive explosion, engulfing the entire building in a devastating blast. From a distance, his allies can only watch the devastation, calling out his name in shock. Shim Gayong is frozen in disbelief, refusing to accept that he could have been killed. But as the smoke clears, Jihyun glances back, stunned to find Chokryugyam standing completely unharmed. He admits his opponent put up a fight, but he can sense something is very different. A confident smirk spreads across Chokryugyam's face as he notes the mood has completely changed. The scene dissolves, revealing this was never a real fight, but the third trial, the heavenly path of flashing light. Here, Chokryugyam kneels exhausted in an endless expanse of water, his trial far from over. He's already swum this path 100 times, yet he feels certain he can finally grasp the sword. His hand reaches out, fingers brushing tantalizingly close to the hilt of the blade. But just as he's about to succeed, an invisible force yanks him backward, pulling him away from his goal once again. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the trial, asking if he plans to swim forever. It acknowledges his power has grown but questions his reliance on pure force and technique. The voice explains that to truly grasp the sword, he must first empty his mind. This new perspective gives Chokryugyam pause, the endless struggle finally halting. He is told to become as still and serene as the spiritual realm itself. He must now approach the sword, not with aggression, but with harmony and focus. Taking the advice to heart, Chokryugyam closes his eyes, letting go of his desperation. He clears his thoughts, seeking a connection beyond the purely physical. In that moment of stillness, his eyes snap open with sudden, profound understanding. His hand finally grasps the hilt, as he learns true power comes not from strength, but from the heart. However, this fight was far from over. A frigid energy erupts as Chokryugyam manifests a blade of pure ice. Jihyun freezes, not from the cold, but from sheer disbelief at this new power. Without hesitation, Chokryugyam unleashes the snow wind shock dance. A cold mist escapes his lips as the room's temperature plummets. Jihyun stares in horror as his own joints are encased in solid ice, rendering him immobile. But back in the spiritual realm, the Nameless One clarifies that this power is not truly his own. The old master gives a knowing, final smile. His form dissolves into golden light, his time now at an end. And Jihyun realizes with dawning hope he just needs to wait for that borrowed power to run out. Back in reality, Chokryugyam doesn't waste a single moment of this borrowed power. He swings his icy blade, slicing cleanly through the neck of Jihyun's clone. The Nameless One's final command echoes in his mind: to go and complete the prophecy. With a cold, emotionless expression, he watches the clone's head vaporize into dust. Its lifeless body crumbles to the floor, the threat completely neutralized. Chokryugyam then turns his attention to the real audience of this little show. Shim Ga-young can only stare, her expression a perfect mix of shock and awe. Jihyun, still pinned to the ground by ice, looks up in absolute disbelief. His allies are frozen in terror, unable to process the swift, brutal takedown. All Jihyun can think is that he never, ever expected it to end like this. Chokryugyam coldly reminds his defeated foe that this gruesome end could have easily been his. The fight is over, and as he turns away, his ethereal sword begins to fade from existence. Yoon Eun-hye, still shaken, immediately asks about the phantom blade that has now completely vanished. He cryptically explains it's a sword without form, a weapon that exists and yet does not. Changing the subject, he expresses his relief that she made it out of this alive. She's in disbelief, admitting she never thought she would survive, but he truly kept his promise. Seeing she's now free but has nowhere to turn, he asks what she plans to do next. Effortlessly hoisting the unconscious Jihyun over his shoulder, he invites her to come with him. Moon Junho watches the bizarre scene unfold, utterly stunned by his brother's actions. Meanwhile, one of Jihyun's surviving goons fumes over the clone's body, realizing their mission is a total failure. He sends a quick report, bitterly noting that the job is, technically, finished. But a senior gangster appears behind him, demanding to know what he's doing. Startled, the goon fumbles and drops his phone, dismissing his superior's question. The device lies shattered on the floor, a symbol of their complete failure. They walk away, leaving the broken evidence of their defeat behind. Elsewhere, the gray-haired gangster and his assistant stand over another fallen subordinate. The assistant observes that their elusive target has finally returned. With a grim look, the gangster tells her it's time to get ready. Meanwhile, Chio Kryujum has brought everyone to a quiet, secluded estate. Finally, having a moment to breathe, Yoon Eunhye feels the oppressive heat, and the reality of her escape sinks in. But the source of her discomfort is a stove, as she finds this domestic break ridiculous. She complains to Choi Hyun, who she only called over for a simple taste test. So she's completely baffled as to why a whole crew is sitting at the dining table. One of the fighters immediately accuses Cho Kryujum of using the boss's daughter as a maid. While Shim Ga-young is just happy for a meal, Moon Junho meekly asks if he can really stay. Their older ally is curious why Seun is cooking, and she explains it's her dream career. But as she proudly carries the pot over to the table, her foot catches. She trips over herself, sending the entire meal flying through the air. Time seems to slow down as she stares in wide-eyed shock. In a flash, Chio Kryujum is there, effortlessly catching both her and the pot. He calmly tells her to take a seat, assuring her that he'll handle everything. The others are just stunned by his incredible speed, with Moon Junho wondering when he got so fast. With a little teamwork, the table is soon overflowing with a massive feast. Seun proudly explains she got a bit carried away, making enough food to last them for days. But as everyone sits down, an awkward silence falls over the group. Moon Junho, trying to be helpful, breaks the tension by encouraging everyone to eat. With his cue, the entire table finally digs into the meal. The room is quiet again, filled only with the sound of everyone eating. But a single drop of sweat rolls down Moon Junho's face as he realizes it's just a little too salty. The shared discovery breaks the last of the ice, and the entire table erupts in laughter. The older student tries to play it off, saying Seun must have been nervous while cooking. But their blue-haired ally bluntly points out that Chio Kryujum literally stopped eating. Seun opens up, explaining that cooking was something her late father loved and it's all she knows. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she reveals her father isn't actually dead. The entire table freezes, the mood instantly turning from awkward to tense. The woman with the ponytail clarifies that he's not dead, at least, not in the way they're thinking. Chio Kryujum explains a forbidden art, using a dead body as a vessel to summon a soul from the past. This, he reveals, is how all of Ogyeon's followers were created reincarnated souls in new bodies. They learn that Ogyeon is planning something to plunge the nation into chaos, and his vessel is the celebrity Yu Yanwoo. The high schoolers are left completely bewildered, struggling to understand this talk of past lives and secret plots. Chio Kryujum suggests there's a simple way to deal with their situation, and the students tense up. He decides that to move forward, he must tell them everything. His assistant is wary, questioning if revealing the entire truth is really the best move. But before she can argue, a sudden knock at the door cuts through the tension. Someone casually walks right into the room. The newcomer, oblivious, joins the table and comments on the lively atmosphere he just walked into. Hez followed by an imposing man in a suit, who observes the new faces with a calm authority. The scene shifts, leaving that tense introduction hanging in the air. Later, while washing dishes, Seun quietly processes the day's revelations, wondering if this forbidden art could let her see her father again. Her friend can only offer a simple, cautious response, telling her they'll just have to wait and see. Watching them from inside, the blue-haired woman feels a sense of hope, believing good news is coming. The president, however, is still reeling, finding their incredible story almost too much to believe. She understands his hesitation, admitting it's a difficult truth to accept all at once, but he clarifies that he's not dismissing them. He's been gathering information, and now it's all clicking into place. Chio Kryujum senses his opening, reminding the president of a past promise to help if ever asked. With a steady gaze, he admits that he's been patiently waiting for this very moment. A confident smile spreads across the president's face as he agrees to find a way to help them. Just as their new alliance is forged, a man comes sprinting across the lawn in a full-blown panic. He rushes up to the president, shouting that they have a huge problem and thrusting out his phone. The group's quiet strategy session is shattered as they all lean in to see what could be so urgent. On the screen is a news control room, thrown into absolute chaos as they've lost control of their own broadcast. An unscheduled feed has taken over, showing a man walking up to a presidential podium. It's the president himself, or so it seems, beginning an address to his fellow citizens. With a grim expression, the figure on screen declares a state of national emergency. The real president watches this unfold on his phone, his face a mask of pure disbelief. The broadcast is already going viral, and the public is reeling in confusion. Elsewhere, the imposter relaxes after his performance, praised for his great work. His assistant confirms his act was flawless, completely fooling the entire nation. With the job done, he casually tosses aside the wig that completed his disguise. It's Yu Yanwu, peeling away a prosthetic mask, a sinister smile spreading across his true face as his real plan begins. All across the country, ordinary life comes to a screeching halt. The news breaks without warning. A state of national emergency has been declared. Families watch from their homes as the anchor claims it's for public safety. But on the streets, as the president's face looms over the city, a deep unease sets in. People stare at their phones, unable to process the sudden turn of events. The comments section explodes with panic as sightings of military trucks are confirmed. And just like that, convoys of armored vehicles begin mobilizing on the highways. The soldiers themselves operate on protocol, deciding to verify the truth later. As government buildings are locked down, one grim reality becomes undeniable. The nation has been plunged into chaos, and its leaders are already at each other's throats. Meanwhile, in a car speeding through the now chaotic city, a different kind of power play is unfolding. An associate can hardly believe the president would make such a brazen move, but the silver-haired actor, Yu Yanwu, simply states that the time has finally come. He turns to his other companion, Congressman Gi-hyun Kim, telling him it's time to claim the presidency. The congressman takes a long drag from his cigarette, a calculating look in his eyes. He's impressed, telling Yanwu he has the cunning mind of a true politician. Yanwu, however, isn't interested, musing that politics lacks the public adoration actors receive. He prefers the symbolism and popularity that come with his own profession. With a smirk, the congressman presents a phone, revealing the next phase of their plan. He asks if the information is real, but Yanwu coolly replies that it doesn't need to be. All it needs to be, Yanwu explains with a chilling calm, is enough to stir the masses. The bait is a professionally made hit piece, a deep dive accusing the president of being a spy. Pulling his cap down, Yanwu reminds the politician of all the funding he's provided, implying his patience is wearing thin. But before things move forward, there's one last condition he needs to confirm. The congressman's face grows taut, asking if it's really just that one specific thing he wants. Yanwu's answer is immediate and absolute. With a sly grin, he gives the future party leader the green light to proceed. Their business concluded, the actor turns and walks away, leaving the dirty work to the politician. He's immediately met by an associate, who asks if the discussion went well. Yanwu just scoffs, revealing his price for a presidency was merely the passing of a single bill. His associate seems skeptical, asking if the vaccine mandate was truly the only thing he discussed. Meanwhile, at another location, Jung Sang-young smiles, confident that everyone assumes it's just about the money. Brushing her question aside, Yanwu asks for an update on their overseas operations. She confirms that everything is proceeding smoothly, just as he saw on his last visit. The memory flashes in his mind. A massive, flawless operation shrouded in a sinister purple energy. A hidden factory where workers in hazmat suits manufacture rows of some glowing, unknown substance. Back in the present, Yanwu grips the steering wheel. His mind made up this plan has to work. He knows this is a critical piece of his ambition to seize control of the entire nation. His sports car speeds through the night, heading toward a secluded, traditional-style estate. Inside, Jung Sang-young and his men are already gathered, waiting for his arrival. Elsewhere, one of the president's men stares at his phone, struggling to believe that the actor Ok-yeon is the true mastermind. The president himself is on a call, calmly receiving a report. He hangs up, a bead of sweat on his brow, the weight of his office showing. An aide informs him that the motion to lift the state of emergency has passed, effectively ending the crisis. The president sighs in relief, stating that the people's safety comes first, as his young associate smiles warmly beside him. But the moment of calm is shattered when the man in the tracksuit rushes over, frantically showing them something on his screen. A look of pure shock spreads across their faces as they see what's happening. A special news broadcast has just gone live, with an anchor discussing a very strange video tip he received. The broadcast displays photos of the president with his young associate, painting a narrative of collusion with a spy. The anchor openly questions the president's loyalty, framing him and the mysterious young man as national threats. The young man watches the broadcast, realizing any move he makes now will only make things worse. The president can only let out a defeated sigh, the gravity of the situation crashing down on him. He stares into the void, utterly powerless as his career and reputation are publicly dismantled. Elsewhere, Congressman Kim furiously incites a crowd, demanding the president's immediate removal. He stands before a rabid audience, rallying them to protect the country together. The crowd erupts, their unified chant of "impeach him," echoing his manufactured outrage. Kim basks in their support, thanking them for coming out on such short notice for this urgent matter. He then gestures to the side, announcing that their cause is thanks to one very special person. The crowd hangs on his every word, their attention fixed on who this mysterious figure could be. A pair of polished dress shoes steps forward, heralding the arrival of the mastermind's guest. The man of the hour is none other than Yu Yanwu, and the crowd absolutely erupts at his appearance. But elsewhere, in a quiet room, he records a message, addressing his fellow citizens with a grave expression. He sits before a simple phone camera, claiming that he was just as shocked as they were by recent events. With a somber look, he talks about the endless lies of politicians and the difficulty of finding the truth. He feigns worry about losing their freedoms, a single, perfectly placed tear rolling down his cheek. His voice swells with emotion as he calls on everyone to unite and protect their nation together. The moment the recording ends, the act drops, and he slumps in his chair, utterly spent. His associate looks on, admitting she hadn't expected him to be able to cry on cue. She praises his dedication, explaining that a public image is both a weapon and a shield. Yanwu just smirks, fully aware that a single, well-timed tear outweighs 1,000 facts. And just as he planned, the nation is set ablaze with outrage. His perfectly crafted video has turned the masses into an angry mob demanding action. Standing before his new followers, Yunwu feels the intoxicating rush of power. This, he believes, is the real army of the modern world. He looks up, a smug grin playing on his lips, as if speaking to someone far away. He wonders aloud what Chokryujeom could possibly do now against the tide of public opinion. In a blink, the figure watching from the distant rooftop vanishes. Yanwu lets out a quiet, amused scoff. His eyes sharpen with anticipation. He was counting on this. Suddenly, Chokryujeom plummets from above, launching a direct assault. With a deafening crash, Chokryujeom smashes Yonwu into the pavement. But this wasn't a rash act. We cut to the nation's leaders, desperate for evidence and running out of time. The president looks on, his face etched with worry as he's told there must be a way. And a solution did come to mind, one that required summoning Chokryujeom himself. With the safety of the people and the entire country on the line, a drastic choice was made. The president declared his willingness to step down if it meant stopping this threat. Back in the present, Yanwu lies in the crater, smiling as if he's enjoying a light breeze. Chokryujeom stares down at him, his voice cold as he orders him to get up. Then, he cuts through the facade, calling him by his true name. "Okay, Yan." Back at the press conference, the president is suddenly rocked by a violent tremor. A massive shockwave tears through the area, sending the crowd reeling in confusion. His aides are thrown to the ground as dust and debris choke the air. But from the center of the blast, a condescending smile breaks through the haze. Yanwu casually gets to his feet, mocking Chokryujeom's grand entrance as utterly foolish. But Chokryujeom's eyes are cold. He reminds him that someone just staked everything on this moment. He lays out his simple plan: force the truth from Yanwu as he dies. Yanwu scoffs at the idea, asking if he'd really commit murder in front of the whole world. But he's told that he is misunderstanding something very important. Chokryujeom turns, his gaze lethal, declaring he is a man with nothing left to lose. Yanwu smirks, clarifying that unlike him, he actually has plenty to lose. In that instant, a sharp object slices through the air, whistling right past the crowd. The onlookers flinch back in shock, an old man shouting that something dangerous just flew by. With a condescending calm, Yanwu holds up 2 fingers, as if he's merely indulging a simple request. But the crowd erupts in panic, pointing at Chokryujeom as he desperately warns them to get back. A piercing shriek echoes as Yanwu grabs a nearby microphone. He announces to the world that this is the unidentified man from social media, a spy here to harm them. Immediately, several men in the crowd swarm Chokryujeom, grabbing and restraining him. He realizes with cold fury that Yanwu is painting him as the villain while playing the hero. But as they struggle to hold him, the men are stunned by his overwhelming strength, as cameras flash all around. But Chokryujeom has had enough. With an explosive kick, he sends Yanwu hurtling through the air. The sheer force of the blow creates a shockwave that blasts the stunned onlookers away. Yanwu is already back on him, throwing a vicious punch that Chokryujeom intercepts with practiced ease. He realizes with a chill that if that punch had connected, the civilians holding him would have been killed instantly. But Yanwu isn't listening. His hand begins to glow, conjuring orbs of strange, green energy. He mockingly asks why he should care about innocence, launching his attack with a cruel smile. Chiokyujium's eyes narrow, preparing to counter the incoming assault. But the orbs fly straight past him, striking the very crowd he was trying to protect. He turns in horror, realizing the attack was never even meant for him, and in that moment of distraction, Yanwu closes in, landing a vicious chop to the back of his neck. With a chilling smile, Yanwu reveals that he's already won the public's favor. The brainwashed crowd stares on, their initial fear turning into misplaced adoration. In their eyes, he's not a monster but a hero, there to protect them. Chiokyujium understands the trap. Fighting here is impossible with the civilians acting as his opponent's shield. Deciding to relocate, he explodes forward using his tiger pouncing steps. He sends Yanwu flying with a powerful kick, launching him away from the crowd. Yanwu scowls, annoyed that his opponent is trying to change the stage for their battle. But this entire confrontation is being watched remotely on a smartphone. A man and a woman monitoring the feed confirm that the operation has begun. They turn to a senior official, who calmly declares that it's time for them to get started. But Yanwu is completely unfazed, bringing a finger to his lips with a sinister smirk. While still flying backwards, he unleashes his own Taoist art, a barrage of returning flames. The spheres of energy don't hit Chiokyujium directly, instead slamming into the ground below him. The resulting explosion blasts him even further away, sending him tumbling uncontrollably through the air. He manages to land hard, digging his heels in to finally halt his momentum. Has been thrown clear through a building's glass facade, completely isolated from the street. From a distance, Yanwu frames him with his hands, absolutely certain he has his target right where he wants him. He then unleashes a far grander technique, a swirling tempest burst that engulfs the entire area. Chiokyujium grits his teeth, readying himself for a direct impact from this massive spell. But the blinding flash isn't for him. It's another mind, affecting art aimed at the helpless crowd below. Realizing the true target, Chiokyujium rockets forward, determined to cut the spell down at its source. He pours his energy into the ancient blade, making it hum with destructive power. But Yanwu is there to meet him, attempting to block the incoming strike with a simple raised hand. The sorcerer's smug confidence vanishes as he feels the crushing force of a true martial master. With a deafening crack, Yanwu's defensive barrier is completely obliterated. The impact sends a shockwave blasting through the air between the city's skyscrapers. A brilliant flash of light erupts as the spell detonates harmlessly in the sky, followed by a secondary, fiery blast that engulfs the area in smoke and debris. But the explosion was just a distraction, a cover for his real move. Through the dust, Chiokyujium appears, his blade at Yanwu's gut and a hand clamped firmly around his throat. Even with a hand around his throat, Yanwu can only muster a smug grin, asking about the hidden sword. But Chiokyujium tells him to forget it, because the really interesting stuff is happening somewhere else. At that very moment, screens across the nation flicker to life, showing the president himself. He makes a shocking public address, announcing the emergency declaration was completely fabricated. On the streets, citizens stare in disbelief, wondering if what they're hearing is even real. A flashback reveals the origin of this chaos, Chiokyujium's audacious plan to create evidence when none could be found. Kang Jikon was stunned, questioning the very idea of manufacturing proof. But Chiokyujium's team had an ace up their sleeve, someone with the perfect skill for the job. The plan was a brilliant double impersonation. Yununhye would disguise herself as Yanwu, then transform into the president. And Chiokyujium had given the order to release that footage the very second he clashed with the real Yanwu. On screen, the fake president blames the entire incident on the actor, Yu Yanwu, claiming he used special effects to impersonate him. The crowd is stunned, their minds reeling as they try to process this new, unbelievable narrative. Just as the broadcast hits, Chiokyujium lands a solid punch, capitalizing on the exact moment of chaos he created. Yanwu is completely thrown, the murmurs of the crowd confirming his worst fears. The tide of public opinion is turning against him. A smug grin spreads across Chiokyujium's face. He knows Yanwu is finally piecing together that this is Yoon Eunhye's work. Yanwu absolutely loses it, screaming and demanding to know where he got such dirty, fake evidence. But Chiokyujium just looks at him, almost pityingly, asking if he really didn't know. He leans in close, explaining that the only way to defeat a lie is with an even bigger lie. Utterly confused and no longer knowing who to believe, the crowd starts to disperse, their resolve completely broken. With his plan a total success, Chiokyujium says it's time to get rough, his hand igniting with a sinister green aura. Chiokyujium stands his ground, simply telling Yanwu to watch what happens next. But Yanwu scoffs, sneering that the masses are still his greatest weapon. Suddenly, as if puppets on a string, Every single person in the crowd snaps their head back. All eyes turn toward the moon, which now glows with a sinister, ethereal green aura. Yanwu himself begins to levitate, declaring his intent to absorb their life force to destroy his enemy. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the rampage of the radiant souls, pulling energy from the helpless crowd below. The stolen power floods his system, his very form beginning to twist, and his hair growing wild. From the ground, Chokryujeom just looks up, watching this monstrous transformation without a hint of fear. A supremely arrogant smirk forms on Yanwu's face as he feels this new, overwhelming power. His transformation completes, revealing a godlike physique, as he challenges Chokryujeom to face the power of the heavens. Chokryujeom can only stare, his own weapon glowing as he questions if such a technique is even possible. This level of power, it was a realm Yanwu shouldn't have been able to touch in 100 years. He glances at the crowd, relieved to see they haven't lost all their vital chi just yet. But he knows he has to act fast, because the longer this drags on, the more dangerous his opponent becomes. Floating against the moon, Yanwu lets out a triumphant laugh as a question echoes in his mind. Why go this far? For what insane purpose would he commit such an atrocity? With stolen energy crackling across his skin, Yanwu clasps his hands together. His answer is simple, chilling, and absolute. Power. A smug grin spreads across his face as he descends, ready to show off his new strength. Down below, Chokryujeom stands alone, surrounded by the entranced crowd and the swirling orbs of their life force. With no other choice, Chokryujeom launches himself forward, sword glowing with intent. But his desperate punch is met with a casual block from Yanwu's newly formed chi scythe. The villain's smirk tells the whole story. This isn't a fight, it's a lesson. A lesson in absolute dominion, as he effortlessly slams Chokryujeom headfirst into the street. The resulting shockwave ripples outwards, knocking the entire crowd of onlookers unconscious. Yanwu stands over the crater, calmly explaining that this is simply his worldview. To him, the strong crushing the weak isn't cruelty, it's the natural order. And he has a special tool to enforce it, something he calls the cloud fog draft. It's a drug that forces obedience, one he plans to make mandatory until everyone is his puppet. Leaning in close, he whispers his chilling endgame, to take this entire nation into his hands. But from the crater, a voice of defiance rises, asking if greed has made him blind. Chokryujeom plants his foot down with a resounding boom, finding his second wind. He surges forward, vowing to crush whatever insane plan the villain has concocted. With a burst of power, he sends Yanwu flying with a tremendous blow. Yet Yanwu just smirks, finally acknowledging that his opponent is no mere pushover. He crashes hard against a glass wall, the impact spiderwebbing across the surface. Not wasting a second, Chokryujeom materializes his glowing blade to press the attack. He runs straight up the side of the building, sword poised to finish the fight. But in a flash, Yanwu twists free and delivers a devastating kick to his opponent's chest. The warrior's attack is broken, and he is sent plummeting back towards the ground below. He hurtles through the air, completely at his opponent's mercy. The warrior crashes onto a glass platform below, trying to find his footing. But Yanwu is already there, delivering another brutal kick that shatters his guard. The blow sends him stumbling back into a crowd of innocent, dazed civilians. Yanwu looks on with a smug satisfaction, having found his enemy's weakness. He mocks him, pointing out that trying to protect all these people is just slowing him down. To prove his point, he unleashes a wave of power that rips through the building itself. Chokryujeom looks up in horror as the structure above him begins to shatter and fall. He realizes this isn't just a fight anymore, it's a full-blown disaster. But just then, down on the street, a black SUV screeches to an abrupt halt. The president arrives on the scene, stepping out of his car in disbelief at the chaos. Inside, Kang Jikan is already on the phone, demanding to know how bad the situation is. On the other end, Jung Min-woo reports from the disaster zone, where casualties are mounting. The president grabs the phone, demanding to know if this is Yanwu's doing, and where Chokryujeom is. He's told that Chokryujeom is being forced to hold back to protect the frozen civilians. The agent on the ground begs for reinforcements, but insists the president's safety comes first. The line suddenly goes dead as Kang Jikan's team begins to forcibly evacuate the president. Outside the government building, buses form a tight blockade, sealing the area off. At the same time, a special forces unit receives a shocking order to stand down and return to base. The squad leader hesitates, suspecting their intel is being faked and that they shouldn't be so quick to trust it. A soldier runs to his commander, desperately asking what they're supposed to do now. But before the commander can answer, a shocking figure appears. The president himself. He approaches the squad leader, not with a command, but with a desperate request. He asks how many troops are available, learning there are 500 ready to deploy. The president gives a new, direct order. Go to City Hall and evacuate every civilian trapped inside. The commander pushes back, questioning the conflicting intel about the national emergency being withdrawn. But the president, his back soaked in sweat, insists that the official story is irrelevant. With fire in his eyes, he declares that nothing matters more than the safety of the people. His two companions agree, vowing to move ahead and save as many as they can. Without waiting for the army, the president and his allies take off, running straight for the disaster zone. The Special Forces squad can only watch, stunned into silence as their nation's leader runs off. Meanwhile, at City Hall, Yu Yanwu channels a sinister energy, his intentions clear. He unleashes it toward Cheokryujium, who is trapped amidst the crowd of helpless civilians. With a sharp clang, the warrior swings his blade, deflecting the attack to protect the people behind him. The force of the blow sends him sliding back, his feet carving into the ground. Closing the distance in an instant, Cheokryujium grapples with Yeonwoo, using his opponent's own body as leverage. With a powerful heave, he launches himself high into the air, soaring above the plaza. But this was the plan all along, as he twists his body for a devastating downward slash. The blade tears through Yeonwoo, a clean and vicious strike right across his torso. Yet Yeonwoo just floats there, a smug grin on his face, mocking the futile attempt to harm him. Cheokryujium realizes he's completely restricted, wondering if casualties are now inevitable. But the sudden roar of engines cuts through the tension, catching his attention. His eyes widen as a convoy of military trucks barrels into the plaza. A commander bellows the order to evacuate all civilians on site. The special forces move in, grabbing the frozen onlookers and pulling them towards safety. Yeonwoo just smirks, finding the whole rescue operation amusingly pointless. He begins to glow with an ominous energy, promising an attack that will burn flesh from bone. As the last of the civilians are loaded onto the trucks, the battlefield is finally cleared. Yeonwoo unleashes his power, a sinister technique he calls the blood fire of the heavens, and a storm of deadly green energy lances rains down, blanketing the area in destruction. But as the storm of green death rains down upon the city, a lone figure leaps to intercept it. It's Cheokryujium, spinning through the air with his sword glowing with an icy power. He unleashes his own ultimate technique, the absolute Frostwheel sword. A massive explosion of cold energy erupts, shattering the bloodfire spears into harmless, frozen shards. The last of the military trucks speed away, finally clearing the battlefield of any innocent bystanders. Yeonwoo's smug grin doesn't falter. He seems almost amused, calling out to his foe by an old name. He mockingly warns Cheokryujium that his little moment of leisure is over, and this defiance will cost him his life. But the martial artist simply raises his blade, his focus absolute, ready to engage. Yeonwoo welcomes the challenge with an equally confident smirk, telling him to bring it on. With the ground now frozen solid from the aftermath of his technique, Cheokryujium stands ready for the real fight to begin. Wasting no time, Yu Yeonwoo explodes forward, skating across the frozen ground he created. From above, we see the two warriors streaking towards each other like comets on a collision course. Their blades meet in a deafening boom, a chaotic swirl of green and red energy erupting from the impact. But as their powers clash, Cheokryujium realizes something is terribly wrong. In a flash, Yeonwoo's hand is already on his sword, attempting to seize control of the weapon. The silver-haired menace grins, boasting that his energy control has reached a whole new level. Cheokryujium blocks the grab, his mind racing. Did his opponent already finish absorbing the civilian's energy? Yeonwoo's hand slides down the blade, crackling with raw power, a clear display of his newfound strength. But it doesn't matter. The two break apart, now running side by side, locked in a deadly dance. Gripping his sword, Cheokryujium knows what he must do. It's time to unleash his own true power. Electricity crackles across Yeonwoo's skin, a clear sign his power is still surging. Cheokryujium decides to end this now, promising to fight without any restraints. The sheer force of his swing obliterates the top of a nearby skyscraper. But Yeonwoo is completely unfazed, even finding his opponent's sword interesting. He gathers a blinding green energy, unleashing his own devastating counterattack. Cheokryujium leaps into the air, meeting the oncoming blast head-on. He uses his own energy to maneuver through the sky with impossible agility. The two warriors clash mid-air, Yeonwoo's hand now glowing with a sphere of pure power. They lock eyes, a silent battle of wills fought in the split second before impact. With a confident smirk, Yeonwoo presses the orb against the blade, ready to shatter it. The force of their clash sends shockwaves across the city, causing massive explosions. On the ground, soldiers can only take cover, stunned by the sheer scale of the battle and its casualties. Watching from afar, the president looks on with a grim expression, realizing the damage is becoming unfathomable. He knows he can't just sit back and do nothing while these two monsters tear his country apart. The decision is made, and a full-scale military intervention force is deployed into the city. But up in the sky, Yeonwoo is just getting warmed up, savoring the exhilarating rush of the fight. Cheokryujeom, however, has had enough of this game. He decides it's time to wrap this up for good. Declaring that he won't let his country fall, he points a single, determined finger at Yeonwoo. An intense sphere of light begins to condense at his fingertip, humming with immense power. He then unleashes it all in a devastating attack, the Solrin beam blasting directly towards his foe. But Yeonwoo just scoffs, finding the entire display completely predictable. Cheokryujeom reveals his true move, not one, but 5 consecutive Solrin beams. Hess certain this technique, designed to target the soul itself, will drain Yeonwoo's energy. And just as he predicted, Yeonwoo is slammed down to the ground. Cheokryujeom descends upon him, pinning him to the shattered asphalt with overwhelming force. He tells his opponent to quietly accept his fate, preparing to end the fight. A massive explosion of energy erupts, engulfing the entire area. As the smoke clears, Cheokryujeom rises, looking thoroughly disappointed with the outcome, but he feels a presence behind him. Turning to see an impossible sight, Yeonwoo stands there without a single scratch, asking if that was all he had. Cheokryujeom mockingly asks why, if his soul was being drained, he still feels full of energy. He launches himself into the air, but Yeonwoo can only stare, thinking this is completely absurd. The two clash in a brutal exchange, Yeonwoo's ice magic meeting Cheokryujeom's raw power. But as their battle rages, Cheokryujeom feels a creeping sense of unease. Something is definitely off. Yeonwoo realizes it too. This version of the man is far stronger than the OK Yeon he remembers. Their weapons grind against each other, locked in a ferocious stalemate. They continue to trade blows, but the strange feeling that something is fundamentally wrong persists. Suddenly, Yeonwoo's eyes widen as he finally understands what's happening. He spots a single, glistening shard of ice flying past him. With precise movements, he catches the projectile, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. He closes his hand around the shard, and as it cracks, so does the illusion around him. A slow, knowing grin spreads across his face as he finally understands the trick. With newfound arrogance, he declares that this power, this sword, now belongs to him. Cheokryujeom, confused by this sudden shift, lunges forward for a decisive blow. His weapon impales Yeonwoo clean through the chest, yet the impact feels hollow and wrong. The hit lands, but Yeonwoo only smirks, calling out his opponent's carelessness. He leans in close, taunting the great warrior that all these years of peace have dulled his edge. Enraged, Cheokryujeom smashes his weapon into the ground, shattering the pavement. Yeonwoo simply places a hand over his own fatal wound as dark energy seeps out. He dismisses the injury as nothing, confidently stating he'll just recover from it. The wound begins to close, a brilliant turquoise energy stitching his flesh back together, much to his own surprise. Cheokryujeom watches this display, utterly unfazed by the supposed miracle. But the power surges uncontrollably, erupting from Yeonwoo's body, as the warrior wonders if he's lost his mind. The cocky demeanor vanishes as Yeonwoo realizes his mistake. He's overused the stolen power, and his body is rejecting it. The unstable energy throws him backward, and he knows in that instant he has to retreat. But Cheokryujeom is faster, grabbing him by the hair and halting his escape with brutal efficiency. With a deafening bang, the warrior slams Yeonwoo's head straight into the side of a bus. The impact is catastrophic, the vehicle buckling as the shockwave shatters every window. Inside the wreckage, Cheokryujeom stands over him, ready to deliver the final, decisive blow. But Yeonwoo, ever the schemer, reveals his final gambit: kill him, and every innocent soul he drained will die too. The force of the impact sends Yeonwoo skidding across the asphalt, his body battered. But for Cheokryujeom, victory brings a strange, hollow feeling. He briefly wonders if this is all revenge amounts to in the end. Snapping back to the present, he scoffs, entirely unmoved by Yeonwoo's desperate gambit. He tells the life-stealer to return the vital chi he stole, or he'll be begging for an end that will never come. Pinned with a blade of energy at his throat, Yeonwoo realizes he has no more cards to play. Far from the confrontation, the sounds of battle have been replaced by the arrival of military convoys. Special forces deploy, unable to believe just 2 combatants caused this level of destruction. They advance into the eerie silence, wondering if the situation has already been resolved. But a mysterious hooded figure steps out, ordering the soldiers to halt and turn back immediately. Without a word, the figure raises a hand, brushing aside the soldier's warning. In a flash, a hand goes flying, and the soldiers stare in disbelief at their dismembered comrade. Miles away, Cheokryujeom's head snaps up, sensing a familiar, unwelcome presence. The squad leader, completely rattled, screams the only order he can think of: fire at will. But as they take aim, one soldier's eyes widen in absolute terror. He sees his own squadmates turning their rifles not on the enemy, but on each other. A hailstorm of bullets erupts, passing harmlessly through the hooded figure's form. Under the hood, a masked face with a single, glowing green eye seethes with rage at the interruption. The scene shifts, showing a man in a tracksuit watching the same soldiers, wondering what the commotion is. He turns to a woman named Unhai, asking why she's zoned out, suggesting they go find Cheo Kryujiom. The man in the tracksuit can't believe what he's hearing. Completely bewildered by the chaos, soldiers rush past them, shouting that the third platoon was annihilated by an unknown masked figure. He grabs Unhai's shoulder, asking if she heard, wondering if it's reinforcements for Yeonwoo. But when he calls her name, he sees she's not scared at all. She's been waiting for this. She turns to him with a cold, knowing smirk, asking if he recognizes who has arrived. A new, ominous hooded figure appears on the scene, its purpose clear. It stands over the bodies of the fallen soldiers, calmly taking in the carnage it caused. The entity notes with satisfaction that the initial cleanup has already been handled. Its associate, a woman with striking blue-gray hair, reports that all preparations are now complete. With a swift motion, she unleashes her power, opening the swirling vortex of the black smoke gate. The first foot steps through the shimmering green portal, heralding a new arrival. An entire procession follows, a small army of figures clad in ancient robes. Leading the charge are two imposing enforcers in modern suits, their expressions grim and purposeful. On the ground, a low chuckle escapes from Yeonwoo, breaking the tense silence. He looks up at Cheo Kryujiom, not with the eyes of a defeated man, but with pure, unhinged joy. His crazed grin widens as he announces that the person he's been waiting for is finally here. His father has arrived, standing at the center of this powerful new faction. The scene then flashes back 30 minutes earlier, to a secret base buried deep in Antarctica. Inside this hidden facility, the very same portal hums with otherworldly energy. There, the blue-haired associate oversees the final preparations just before their grand entrance. The masked leader questions his subordinate about her failure to capture Cheo Kryujiom. She bows her head and apologizes, explaining that Yeonwoo was just moments away from success. Stepping forward, the hooded figure seems lost in thought, a grim air surrounding him. He admits that if he'd known he would have to awaken, he should have done so much sooner. His associate confirms the situation is dire. Their primary plan has failed, and Cheo Kryujiom is about to take Yeonwoo. The leader makes his decision instantly, announcing that he will go ahead himself. He commands her to get everything ready and follow his lead. His true motive becomes clear as he calls Yeonwoo his son and another version of himself. With a vow to reclaim him, the focus shifts back to the tense standoff in the city. Cheo Kryujiom looks on, his expression hardening as he prepares to face this new, formidable enemy. Surrounded by his followers, the masked figure calmly greets Cheo Kryujiom as if they are old acquaintances. He lowers his hood, revealing long white hair and a familiar wooden mask meant to provoke a reaction. At that exact moment, Yeonwoo convulses on the ground, letting out a pained cry. But Cheo Kryujiom is completely unfazed, launching himself directly at the new enemy leader. The hooded man's entourage simply watches, almost impressed by the sheer audacity of this lone fighter. Igniting with crimson energy, Cheo Kryujiom's hair flashes red as he brings a phantom hammer down. From behind his mask, the leader's eye glows with a piercing green light, tracking the incoming blow. The attack connects with nothing but pavement, and Cheo Kryujiom realizes with a shock that his target vanished. A sharp thwack echoes nearby as the leader's female associate is suddenly shoved aside. His enforcers have appeared from nowhere, effortlessly blocking the attack and shielding their master. The true leader steps forward, an old man with an aura of absolute authority, moving past his enforcers. His face is a mask of cold fury as he gives a single, chilling command to bring him his son. With their master's will declared, his entire sect mobilizes, a crimson tide sweeping through the city. Cheo Kryujiom, however, is somewhere else entirely. A vision of Okyeon appearing behind him as a critical realization dawns. A faint, almost predatory smirk crosses his face as he understands the nature of the fight. His enemies descend upon him from all sides, a swarm of robed fanatics leaping through the air. But they are little more than gnats, popping out of existence as he moves through them without effort. Elsewhere, the conflict has already escalated, as a special forces unit finds itself ambushed by these same cultists. With no time for questions, the soldiers are ordered to wipe them out, unleashing a hail of gunfire. But Cheo Kryujiom's own battle concludes on a somber note, as he meets his allies and admits with regret that he failed to save the kids. Yu Yeonwoo looks up from the ground as Cheo Kryujiom urges his allies to listen. He stands over the fallen man, declaring that they cannot let the entity known as OK-yon take him. His female companion is stunned, the dreadful realization finally dawning on her. Chokryujium confirms it, explaining that their foe has lived for an unbelievably long time. And there he is, the ancient being, flanked by a formidable and well-dressed retinue. The man in the tracksuit grits his teeth, shocked to see even their own boss among OK-yon's forces. It's clear that OK-yon's primary objective is to capture Yu Yanwu for some unknown, sinister scheme. With his eyes narrowed in determination, Chokryujium lays out the plan: stall the minions and take out the leader. Meanwhile, the Special Forces squad mocks their robed opponents, utterly confident in their firepower. But their arrogance quickly evaporates as the cultists unleash a strange, glowing formation, proving they are no mere brawlers. The cultists move in a blur of green energy, their ancient techniques activated. They descend upon the Special Forces, overwhelming the soldiers with impossible speed and precision. The soldiers' modern weaponry is useless as they're cut down, one man screaming for air support. His call is answered as a helicopter pilot locks on, vowing to wipe the cultists off the map. But his confidence evaporates in a single, horrifying moment, because one of OK-yon's enforcers is already airborne, leaping from a different chopper with lethal intent. Suddenly, the skies erupt into chaos as helicopters are torn from the sky, crashing into buildings. The ground troops can only watch in horror as one of the choppers plummets directly towards them. It slams into the ground with a deafening thud, crushing the remaining soldiers beneath its weight. And standing atop the wreckage, a new challenger emerges: Chokryujium himself, ready to join the fray. For a man like Chokryujium, this is nothing new, just another day surrounded by assassins hungry for his life. But in the present, it's Yu Yanwu commanding the field, ordering his tanks to hold their position and prepare to fire. His preparations are cut short, as one of OK-yon's enforcers makes a thunderous entrance, a so-called descending divinity. Wasting no time, the powerhouse barrels towards Yanwu, aiming to decapitate the leadership in one swift move. Yanwu, however, seems completely unfazed, a savage grin spreading across his face as he recognizes his opponent. Before the enforcer can connect, one of Yanwu's own men intercepts, slamming his fist forward to block the attack. He's fiercely loyal, roaring a challenge as he puts his life on the line for his boss. This buys Yanwu just enough time to get moving, signaling to his associate that it's their turn to act. But their plans are instantly shattered by a vicious strike from an unexpected traitor within their own ranks. The betrayal is cold and absolute, the attacker declaring that traitors deserve nothing more than a quiet death. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she feels a blade tear straight through her. It's not metal, but a sword of pure, crackling green energy, ending her betrayal instantly. A voice mocks her final moments, informing her this power was far beyond her league. The hand belongs to OK-yon himself, who has emerged from a portal to personally execute the traitor. And she wasn't the only casualty. His green-haired enforcer has already slaughtered all of Yanwu's men. Despite this utter defeat, Yanwu simply lies on the ground and lets out a quiet, amused laugh. OK-yon looks down, a smug grin on his face as he declares he's taking Yanwu back. The enforcer stands his ground, the silent, terrifying instrument of his master's will. He watches as OK-yon turns to leave, dragging his new prize toward the shimmering portal. Without any effort, the old master hoists Yanwu's defeated body, ready to depart from the scene of his victory. But OK-yon's enforcer isn't finished, raising his glowing blade with a vicious grin. He unleashes a powerful slash, tearing through the very air around him. On the ground, Chokryujium can only watch, having barely survived the last battle. Just then, more of Yanwu's faction arrive, a burly man and his associate, asking if they're too late. A soldier gives the grim report. Their target was taken and vanished. Misreading the situation, Yanwu's aide confronts Chokryujium, accusing him of running away. She even lets out a smug little laugh, completely unaware of the true danger. But a cold voice cuts her off, mockingly asking who she thinks fled. It's the green-haired enforcer, his eyes burning with absolute contempt for these newcomers. He never left, he was simply opening a new gate, ready to welcome them personally. The green-haired enforcer says he's sorry for the wait, his voice dripping with condescension. Placing a hand on Chokryujium's shoulder, he decides it's time for a proper greeting. His form shifts in an instant, revealing a man with long white hair who calls Chokryujium an old friend. A loud burp escapes his lips, as if he's just finished a satisfying meal. He casually drapes an arm around the warrior, explaining this is simply his original body. Pointing to the discarded clothes on the floor, he reveals the enforcer was just a substitute he created. With a smug grin, he finally asks Chokryujium if he's been well all this time. But there's no time for pleasantries, as Chokryujium answers with a devastating swing of a stone slab. The white-haired man is sent flying, crashing into the ground with explosive force. Chio Kryujium looks on, unimpressed, thinking to himself that the man still talks far too much. Okion sits amidst the rubble, muttering incoherently as dust settles around him. But a sinister smile creeps across his face, revealing he's completely unfazed by the attack. Chio Kryujium watches, his massive stone slab now transformed into a blade of pure energy. He glares at his opponent, demanding to know what twisted game he's playing. With a casual stride, Okion gets to his feet, ready to finally reveal his true purpose. He spreads his arms wide, dramatically announcing that his lifelong wish is about to be fulfilled. The old man begins to monologue, admitting his plan to control the nation via a vaccine was thwarted by the warrior. But he smugly points out that the vaccine was never his first attempt at conquest. The scene suddenly shifts to a memory, showing two of his other associates. In the flashback, the younger man's eyes flare with a sinister green energy, hinting at a much deeper plot. Okion's influence runs deep, with agents seated everywhere, even a young man waking in his own room. The corruption reaches the highest echelons of power, a politician's eyes shining with that same green light. It's hidden in plain sight among the common folk, a simple shopkeeper now just another puppet. This widespread control is designed to create chaos, bringing society to its knees. Back in the present, Okion reveals his true method, special ampules given only to a select few. He boasts that this is more than enough to rebuild the entire nation under his personal rule. Disgusted, Chio Kryujium questions if this insane desire for power is all that drives him. Okion scoffs at the very idea, his eyes flaring with an intense, otherworldly energy. He claims his ultimate goal isn't conquest, but peace, as a terrifying power gathers behind him. Then, with a single motion, he unleashes that peace in a devastating blast of pure force. And as their battle rages, the consequences are felt everywhere, even by two girls desperately cycling through a war zone. One of them, still in her school uniform, can't believe what she's seeing, wondering if a real war has just broken out. Her friend points to the bodies of fallen soldiers, pleading with Siyun to turn back from the sheer danger. But Siyun's eyes are locked forward, her expression hardening with an unshakable resolve. Ignoring her friend's panicked cries, she pedals faster, determined to see this through just one last time. Back in the spiritual realm, Chakryujim is utterly baffled by his opponent's twisted logic. He demands to know how stealing freedom could possibly be defined as peace. Okion just calmly brushes the dust of his power from his fingers, a faint smirk on his face. He turns the very concept on its head, asking if Chokryujium truly believes that freedom itself is what brings peace. As the energy shards rain down, Chokryujium braces his sword, ready to answer that question with steel. Okion leans in, continuing his lecture with a calm, condescending tone. But Chokryujium has heard enough, swinging his enormous blade to end the debate right there. A sharp clang echoes through the spiritual space as his attack is stopped cold. He can't believe it. His full-powered swing didn't even seem to reach its target. Okion had effortlessly caught the massive sword between just 2 fingers. With a flick, he sends the weapon crashing into the ground, throwing Chokryujium completely off balance. Before he can even react, a blast of green energy erupts from Okion, sending him hurtling backward. The ground cracks and shatters from the sheer force of the casual counterattack. Looming over his fallen opponent, Okion declares that peace cannot be created with freedom. He elaborates, his voice ringing with conviction, that freedom only ever breeds desire. Pinned against a shattered wall, Chokryujium is completely immobilized by this divine pressure. Okion continues his lecture, stating that freedom is the root of all greed. No matter how much Chokryujium struggles, he can't even twitch against this overwhelming power. To maintain cosmic order, he explains, peace must be violently enforced. He reaches out a glowing hand, demanding his opponent accept this yoke of peace. His spiritual energy coalesces, preparing to unleash an unimaginable technique. A skill called Heaven-Suppressing Bane envelops an entire skyscraper in its ethereal grid. The vision then shifts to a street, littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers as a lone man stands tall. A horrified young woman recognizes him, her voice trembling as she calls out to her dad. Kang Ji-kan turns, his face cold and unforgiving, a complete stranger to his own daughter. Siyun is frozen in shock, unable to process the horrific scene before her. Suddenly, her friend's frantic scream shatters the silence, warning her of danger from above. She looks up just in time to see a massive slab of concrete falling from the sky. It crashes down with devastating force, engulfing the street in an explosion of dust and debris. In the eerie quiet that follows, a single pigeon lands amidst the settling chaos. The vision shifts, showing a young man desperately shielding Siyun's friend from the fallout. The friend can only scream out in terror as she's pinned beneath him. The ground itself cracks and crumbles under the immense pressure. But through the dust, a powerful figure emerges, carrying an unconscious Seon in his arms. Okyeon looks down, amused, questioning why Cheokryujeom would bother saving someone in the middle of their fight. Cheokryujeom looks down at the girl, admitting even he's not sure why he saved her. Okyeon has heard enough of this touching display and coldly tells him to die. His golden eyes narrow, his patience finally exhausted. But in an instant, the world shifts, and Cheokryujeom is holding a different girl entirely. She stares up at him in utter shock, wondering how this could possibly be happening. The attack halts as Okyeon stares, a name escaping his lips in disbelief. He screams in anguish, horrified to be witnessing the nightmare of Seol Hwamin all over again. The illusion plunges them back in time, to a fierce clash during the Goryeo era. A bloody struggle for power that ended with the military faction victorious. 3 years later, a young Seolhwa and her friend Yeon are seen living their peaceful lives. Seolhwa's father, Do-won Min, reveals he has someone important for the girls to meet. He leads them through the sprawling grounds of his family's estate. Both Seolhwa and Yeon stare in disbelief, instantly recognizing the boy standing before them. It's a young Ryujeom Chok, who formally announces he will serve as their guard. Do-won Min nods, acknowledging the boy comes from the powerful Cheok military family. He urges the three of them to get along like the best of friends, calling their meeting fate. But as he turns away, he can already feel the complicated dynamic brewing between the children. Seolhwa smirks, unimpressed, revealing that she's had to save this supposed weakling before. Yeon seems fascinated, wondering if the rumors about Ryujeom avoiding fights are actually true. Sometime later, Do-won Min relaxes in a bathhouse, surrounded by his men, perhaps pondering the future. As the trio heads to the public bathhouse, Seolhwa complains, but Yeon is excited for the change of scenery. In the water, Seolhwa relaxes like an old man, much to Yeon's amusement. Their peace is broken when one of her father's men awkwardly tries to greet Yeon. But before he can even stand, a warrior's hand shoves the scholar back down into the water. The brutish men hold him under, mocking him as a lowly ink licker. From their side of the bath, the girls watch in silent fury at the blatant disrespect. Outside, Ryujeom stands guard, refusing to join them in the bath to fulfill his duty. Yeon thinks about splashing him to get a reaction, but she knows it would be pointless. The scene shifts as the sharp crack of wooden swords echoes through a courtyard. It's Ryujeom training Yeon, who has clearly improved significantly under his guidance. After their training, Ryujeom asks a simple question: why doesn't Yeon have a surname? She looks out over the water, explaining she has no memory of her past, only that Lord Min found her. She then asks about his dream, and he answers without hesitation. His only goal is to keep her safe. Yeon smiles. Her own dream far grander, she desires a unified nation, one built on peace. She envisions a future free from the endless conflict that plagues their time. Ryujeom teases her, saying her mind is clearly sharper than her sword. He even jokes her hair is changing color from overthinking, and she touches it, a flicker of concern on her face. Years seem to pass, and an older Seolhwa looks back, wondering what the future holds for them all. Now, young adults, Yeon cheerfully suggests they all go bathe together with Seolhwa. A furious Seolhwa storms over, reminding the two brats that they're all grown up now. But the brief moment of peace is shattered by the thunderous sound of marching boots. The legendary Cheok family warriors are being deployed, their hardened general leading the charge. Word on the street is that this is a pivotal battle, a deployment that carries the nation's fate. While others gossip about the Cheok family's power, Yeon watches the procession with a grim expression. She's pulled away from her thoughts when a servant informs her that the Lord is looking for her. Inside, the Lord immediately asks for an update on her investigation into the great families. He's impressed to hear she's already completed the task, finishing with the Chok family. But Yeon's expression turns serious. She has uncovered something deeply unsettling. Her investigation points to a secret collusion, a whispering campaign in the shadows. She reveals a suspected plot between lower military families and scholars, earning high praise from the Lord for her sharp instincts. But Yeon pivots, asking a pointed question about her own bloodline. The Lord awkwardly tries to brush off the question, saying it's a private matter. Suddenly, his eyes flash wide with pure terror at something he sees. He roars a desperate warning just as an explosion rips through the room. The sky is suddenly filled with lit explosives, a deadly rain upon the estate. On the rooftops, a squad of masked assassins has launched their attack. In an instant, the entire compound is engulfed in fire and shrapnel. The ambush is brutally effective. Chaos and screams fill the burning courtyard. In the heart of the inferno, Yeon cradles the fallen lord, trying to rouse him. Then she looks up, and the name of the traitor behind it all escapes her lips. Do-won Min. With the traitor revealed, Do-won Min's soldiers move in, their swords raised to execute Yeon. But their killing blow is interrupted by the sound of steel slicing through flesh. A lone warrior, Chokryugyam, explodes into action, cutting down the assassins with brutal efficiency. His face is a mask of cold fury, a whirlwind of death against the traitors. Yet while his attention is focused, another squad seizes Yon, her cry of alarm echoing through the flames. She had been desperately trying to carry the Lord to safety, screaming for Chokryugyam to protect him first. But in the chaos of the escape, a hand suddenly stops her. The Lord's body slips from her grasp, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He lies motionless amidst the burning wreckage of his estate, his fate sealed. The remaining soldiers, terrified of Chokryugyam's power, decide to retreat, but not before trying to grab as many prisoners as possible. And so Yoon is captured, flanked on both sides by the very soldiers she tried to save. But Chokryugyam is lost in another memory, cradling someone else he failed to protect. Yeon herself shows no fear, only a cold, steely emptiness in her eyes. The surviving prisoners are marched deep into the wilderness, far from the burning estate. They are forced along a dangerous cliffside, a cruel final journey. With her hands bound and feet bare, she feels the cold sting of reality. Yet her mind drifts back to the chaos, recalling a strange feeling she'd never experienced before, a strange, powerful thrumming that pulsed through her in the heat of the moment. But she dismisses the memory, wondering what any of it matters now. All that awaits her at the end of this path, she believes, is a cruel death. One of the guards loses his patience, kicking her forward for stumbling. Her bare foot loses its grip on the rocky path. In a split second, her eyes widen as she loses her balance completely. With no way to stop herself, she tumbles over the edge into the deep ravine. Above, the guards simply watch her disappear into the darkness. They callously decide there's no need to search for a corpse, leaving her for dead. The sun rises on a new day, illuminating a peaceful mountain forest. Hidden away from the world is a small, secluded hut. Inside, Yeon lies unconscious, having miraculously survived the fall. As she rests, a mysterious voice calls out, referring to her as Master. The voice belongs to a man and woman, who look down upon her with concerned eyes. She slowly sits up, confirming her name is Yeon, but asks if they know her. They introduce themselves as former servants of the OK family, a name that means nothing to her. Suddenly, the two of them drop to their knees in unison. They bow their heads low, a gesture of profound respect and deference. They're here, they explain, to pay their respects to the last survivor of the OK family. Yeon is skeptical, demanding to know how they can be so certain it's her. The male servant begins his explanation, pointing to the first, most obvious proof. He reveals the OK family is known for their hair, which fades to a unique color before adulthood. It's not quite white, not quite gold, and her uncanny hair color is a perfect match. And for the second proof, they point to the distinctive mole beneath his eye, a perfect match. There is no doubt in their minds. He is Master OK, Yeon, the child of Lord OK. The name resonates within him, a family of scholars who were tragically wiped out. He's always questioned his own identity, a mystery that has followed him his entire life. And now, at long last, the truth he never knew he was searching for has come to light. The memories shift to the ruins of his family home, the devastating aftermath of the attack. Days have passed since the tragedy, and the surviving retainers are losing hope. One of them tries to find a silver lining, to count whatever blessings they have left. Their only solace is the fact that Lord Min is, miraculously, still alive. But he lies unconscious as Chokryugyam and another woman worry over both him and young Yun. Chokryugyam notes that their lord is far stronger than he looks. He assures the distraught woman that Min will absolutely return to them. A servant carrying firewood turns, believing for a hopeful moment that his master is back. But instead, he finds Yun standing there, his white hair now revealed. The young man says he has nowhere to return to now that he understands the truth. He begins to explain, confirming that his entire family was annihilated. His father, he recalls, was an idealist who dreamed of harmony between warriors and scholars. Yet, it was this very dream that brought destruction down upon them. Their family, the OK clan, was powerful in both martial arts and academics. And for that reason, the Cheok family, the very same one, attacked and slaughtered them all. He was born amidst that very chaos, a lone survivor of the massacre. It was Do-won Min who pulled him from the flames, raising him without a surname to hide his true lineage. Back in the present, a knock at the door interrupts his story. The loyal servant enters, presenting a precious gift, the lost Dao art manual of the OK family. He confesses he smuggled it out at great risk, though its contents remain a mystery to him. But as Yan opens the book, a faint, dangerous energy flows from its pages, a language he instinctively understands. The servant nervously asks if he truly plans to use such a powerful art. The unspoken question hangs in the air, Is this all for the sake of revenge? A slow, determined smile spreads across Yan's face, providing a silent but chilling answer. With his path of vengeance set, Yeon begins by meticulously carving himself a new identity. He decides that from this moment on, the person known as Yeon will cease to exist. In his place, a masked phantom emerges, ready to bide his time and gather his forces. His plan is to prey upon the discontent and ambitious, twisting their desires to his own ends. He seeks out the greedy and the violent, those who thrive in the chaos he plans to create. Yeon gathers these ruthless souls, promising just enough power to sate their dark appetites. He resolves to become a serpent's tongue, spreading dissent to climb the ladder of power. His manipulations prove successful, placing him in the shadows right beside the king himself. And as dark clouds gather, heaven's judgment finally falls upon the man who killed his father. Yeon's attention now turns to Do-won Min, a man he condemns for choosing silence over truth. He recalls that this was his father's most trusted friend, the one person who could have prevented their ruin. Fueled by this ultimate betrayal, Yoon's dark energy flares as he vows to destroy all their families. His eyes burn with cold resolve, intent on establishing his own laws from the ashes. But even with this power, he knows a monstrous obstacle still stands in his way. His greatest challenge, the one he must overcome, is the legendary warrior, Ryujeom Cheok. And so, Yeon bides his time, waiting for the full moon to rise. The night arrives, casting an ominous glow over the land, setting the stage for battle. Amidst the spreading flames and fallen bodies, Yeon's campaign of terror begins. And yet, this masked specter recalls, an old obstacle always reappears to defy him. She summons the memory of Cheok Ryujeom's greatest failure the moment he held his dying wife. But she had come prepared, backed by powerful subordinates and 300 poison-veined assassins. She relives the chaos, his daughter screaming for her father as she was dragged away. The battle had raged for 4 agonizing days, leaving the air thick with the stench of blood. Standing over a field of corpses, she wondered why her heart remained so stubbornly unchanged. The reason was always him, the sight of Cheok Ryujeom protecting what he loved. Even his daughter's tear-streaked face held a familiar, infuriating resilience. Through the mask's cold eye, Yeon finally understands the root of this ancient obsession. She condemned him as the one who stole her family and monopolized the one she loved. After centuries of waiting, she believed this was the moment her entire life had led to. As she fell backwards, she felt a profound sense of peace, believing she had finally taken everything from him. But her final moment was not death, just a cold splash into the water. She pulled herself to shore, realizing with a shock that she hadn't died at all. Shed arrived in the future. The world around her was completely alien, a strange city from a time she didn't recognize. Overwhelmed and confused, she could only wonder why this impossible thing had happened. But as she watched the familiar chaos of men fighting, a new thought began to form. She decided the gods themselves must have pitied her, granting her another chance at revenge. With her fist clenched, she renews the vow she made centuries ago to seize this new chance. She remembers her past ambition, to take the nation that had betrayed her. Her goal wasn't just destruction. She planned to rebuild it into a land of true peace. But the sight before her now is a bitter reminder of her past, a boy desperately protecting a girl. She can't understand it, wondering aloud why she must be forced to witness this same, painful scene all over again. Her frustration erupts, unleashing a violent shockwave of pure energy. The boy grits his teeth, shielding the girl as the ground shatters around them. In the ruined landscape, the two sides stand their ground, a new battle about to begin. He makes sure the girl is all right, telling her to run now that there's some distance between them. She looks at him with sorrow, understanding his duty as her manager is now over. As he walks off into the ruins, blade in hand, she can only watch, knowing this fight will be fatal. A vision cuts through time, showing a younger, determined Yoon Eun-hee, followed by an image of her rival, Cheok Ryujeom, in his youth. The memory fast-forwards, showing the hardened warrior she would become, and the legendary figure he was always destined to be. And now, in the present, these two ancient souls stand against each other once more. Two faces, two ancient enemies, one shared destiny. This is their final battle.